Welcome, dear friends, to a night filled with enchanting tales and soothing tranquility. As you snuggle into the warmth of your bed, prepare to be gently whisked away to magical and peaceful realms where dreams take flight. Let the calming narration guide you into a state of relaxation, allowing sweet dreams to unfold. May these delightful stories bring you comfort tonight and a wonderful start to your day tomorrow. Cozy up and let the journey begin. Story 1. The air in the floating city of Aethoria tasted of crisp apples and distant rain, even at night. It was a scent that clung to the cobblestone streets, woven into the very clouds that formed the city's foundation. Kaelen stood at the edge of the grand perch, his fingers tracing the smooth, warm surface of the river stone he always carried in his pocket. It was a humble thing, plucked from the creek behind his grandmother's cottage in the world below, but its familiar weight was a tether to their idea of home. Tonight was the night of wandering sparks. Once a generation, tiny luminous embers would rise from the central hearth of Aethoria, not of fire, but of pure, condensed starlight. They spiraled up into the indigo dome of the sky, beckoning the brave and the curious to follow. The elders said the sparks led to wonders unseen, to places where the fabric of the world grew thin and beautiful. But this year the sparks were different. They flickered weakly, their light a pale, sickly silver instead of a vibrant gold. A quiet melancholy had settled over Aethoria, a sense of fading magic. Kaelen watched them rise, his heart a tangled knot of worry and wonder. He was a dreamer, a boy who listened to the whispers of the wind and understood the slow, patient language of growing things. He felt the city's distress in the tremble of the cloud pavement beneath his feet. "They are searching for something," a voice chimed, not in words but in a cascade of soft, bell-like notes that shimmered in the air. Kaelen turned. A lumina hovered beside him, its form a shifting, gentle radiance like a captive dawn. Luminas were the gentle spirits of Aethoria, beings of pure light and song who nurtured the city's glow. This one whom Kaelen thought of as Lyra pulsed with a soft, worried blue. "Searching for what?" Kaelen asked, his voice barely a whisper. Lyra's light dimmed. "For the echo, the memory of pure joy that fuels our heart fire. It has grown faint. Without it our lights will fade, the city will drift, and the connection to the other realms will be lost." She drifted closer, and a tendril of her warm light brushed against his cheek. It felt like sunlight on closed eyelids. In that touch, Kaelen felt the full weight of her sorrow, and a fierce, protective courage bloomed within him. "I will follow the sparks," he said, his fingers closing tightly around his river stone. "I will help you find the echo." Lyra chimed a grateful, hopeful melody, and a single, brighter spark broke from the others, drifting down to hover before him. It was his guide. And so, Kaelen's journey began. He stepped off the edge of the grand perch, but he did not fall. The cloud stuff, thick and soft as whipped cream, buoyed him up. He walked across the sky, following the little spark, with Lyra floating serenely at his side. The world around him was a tapestry of soft darkness and ethereal light. Below, the sleeping world was a patchwork of shadowy forests and silver-stitched rivers. Above, the stars were so close he felt he could reach out and stir them with his fingers. Their first landmark was the sylvan canopy, a forest that grew not on land, but within a vast, floating island of intertwined ancient trees. As they entered, the air changed. It was heavy with the scent of damp earth, night-blooming jasmine, and old, sweet wood. The leaves, broad and velvety, brushed against his arms like the gentlest of fingertips. The spark led them deep into the heart of the canopy, where the trees formed a natural amphitheater. Here lived the whisper leaves, creatures that were part plant, part spirit. They did not speak or sing, but communicated through the delicate textures they presented. As Kaelen approached, one large, heart-shaped leaf unfolded before him. Its surface was smooth and cool, but as he laid his palm upon it, intricate patterns emerged, ridges that felt like rolling hills and soft, mossy patches that felt like hidden valleys. The story it told was one of stillness and deep-rooted contentment. Another leaf brushed his other hand, its surface rough and pebbled, telling a tale of harsh winds and struggle. Lyra pulsed, her light interpreting the tactile language. They are showing us their memories, but the echo of pure joy is not here. It is a memory that must be felt, not just remembered. Kaelen nodded, understanding. He thanked the leaves with a gentle touch, and they shivered in response, their scent intensifying for a moment in a fragrant farewell. The guiding spark led them onward, descending now through a layer of mist that smelled of ozone and cold stone. They arrived at the entrance to the caverns of the silent Aurora. It was a gaping maw in the side of a colossal, floating mountain, but it was not dark. As they stepped inside, Kaelen gasped. The cavern was immense, its ceiling lost in a shimmering haze. But the walls were alive. Rivers of light flowed across them, violet, emerald, and cerulean, swirling in a silent, majestic dance. It was an aurora trapped within the stone, painting the entire cavern in its dreamlike glow. The air was cool and carried the clean, electric scent of a storm just past. When Kaelen reached out to touch the wall, the light rippled away from his fingers, feeling like cool silk and static energy. The inhabitants of this realm were the chroma weavers, slender, graceful beings made of the very light they tended. They moved through the aurora currents, their touch guiding the colors into more vibrant patterns. They communicated through the shifting hues of their own forms. As Kaelen and Lyra approached, a weaver drifted down, its body a cascade of questioning, pale yellow. Lyra chimed her purpose, her own light translating their mission into a spectrum of color and need. The chroma weaver responded by flowing around Kaelen, its light brushing against him. It felt like a cascade of cool, colored water. It showed him images in its light, scenes of breathtaking beauty, of celestial dances and formations of pure color. It was awe-inspiring, magnificent, but it was grandeur, not joy. It was the wonder of the universe, not the simple, warm happiness of a single heart. Kaelen felt the distinction deeply. He bowed his head. "It is beautiful beyond words," he said, "but it is not what we seek." The chroma weaver shimmered in understanding, a soft, sad indigo, and pointed a beam of light toward a far archway in the cavern, from which their little spark was already drifting. The next part of the journey was a disorienting drift through the spire of unwritten tales. This was the library between dimensions, a place that was not a room but a feeling. There were no physical books. Instead, stories hung in the air like fragrant incense, waiting to be inhaled. Kaelen breathed in, and the scent of a sea breeze and hot sand filled his lungs, the beginning of an adventure tale. He breathed out, and the taste of peppermint and old paper lingered, a mystery. The textures here were of unfinished thoughts, like cobwebs against his mind, teasing and elusive. Lyra moved through this realm with reverence, her light absorbing the unwritten hopes and dreams. So many stories of almost joy, she chimed softly. The joy of a surprise nearly discovered, the happiness of a reunion almost happened, but the echo is a memory that was, not one that might be. It was here that Kaelen felt a pang of his own longing. He thought of his grandmother's cottage, of the crackle of the fireplace and the smell of gingerbread. He held his river stone tighter, its solid, smooth surface a comfort in this place of intangibility. He was helping Lyra, but he was also understanding his own heart better. His home was not just a place, it was a collection of feelings, of small, perfect moments. Finally, their spark led them to a place that felt both utterly foreign and deeply familiar. It was a small, floating garden, adrift in a quiet corner of the sky. It was called the Hearth of Moments. Here there were no magnificent landmarks, no dazzling lights or epic tales. There was only soft, silver grass that felt like kitten fur underfoot, and a single, ancient tree with bark that felt like wrinkled, kindly skin. The air smelled of warm bread and vanilla. At the center of the garden was a small, still pool. But it was not filled with water. It held liquid light, quivering and gentle. This was the well of remembered sunshine, and around the pool were the echo keepers. They were the most gentle creatures Kaelen had ever seen. They had no eyes, no mouths, only soft, fur-covered bodies and long, sensitive ears. They communicated through touch alone. One of them approached Kaelen, its movements slow and deliberate. It raised a paw and gently placed it on his chest, right over his heart. In that instant, Kaelen was not just hearing or seeing, he was feeling. He felt the memory of a child's first successful step, the wobble and the triumphant giggle. He felt the cozy warmth of a blanket shared on a chilly evening. He felt the simple, profound happiness of a shared smile with a loved one. These were not his memories, but he experienced their emotional texture as clearly as he felt the grass beneath his feet. They were small, quiet, personal moments of pure, unadulterated joy. Tears welled in Kaelen's eyes. This was it. This was the echo. Lyra drifted to the edge of the pool, her light reflecting in the liquid sunshine. She chimed a soft, questioning note. The late echo keeper, its fur the color of moonlight, turned its head toward the well. It then turned back to Kaelen and gently took his hand. It guided his hand, the one still clutching the river stone from his grandmother's creek, toward the pool. Understanding dawned on him. The echo was a memory, but it needed a vessel to be carried back. It needed something real, something solid that was already imbued with the feeling of home and heart. He opened his hand and looked at the simple, gray stone. It was worn smooth by water and time, by the countless days it had spent in the world he loved. It was plain, but it was his tether. It was his piece of home. He knelt and with great care dipped the stone into the well of remembered sunshine. The liquid light did not soak the stone. Instead, it clung to it, covering it in a soft, golden glow that pulsed with a gentle, warm rhythm, like a sleeping heartbeat. The echo keepers made soft, rustling sounds of approval, their ears twitching. Their work was done. The journey back was a quiet, peaceful glide. The little spark that had guided them now burned with a renewed, golden vigor. When they emerged from the layers of mist and returned to the floating city of Aethoria, a change was already taking place. The sickly silver sparks had vanished. In their place, the central hearth of the city blazed with a warm, buttery light that spread through the cloud streets, making the towers gleam and the gardens shimmer. The luminas throughout the city brightened, their songs becoming clear, joyful harmonies that filled the air with music. At the grand perch, Kaelen stood once more, Lyra by his side. He opened his hand. The river stone still glowed, a tiny, captured star of remembered joy. "You do not need to let it go," Lyra chimed softly. "The act of bringing it here was enough. The echo is shared. It is in the air now for everyone." Kaelen looked at the stone. Its glow was slowly fading, seeping back into the city, but a soft, warm light remained deep within its core. It was no longer just a memory of his home below. It was now a part of the home he had helped save above. He felt a profound sense of peace. He had ventured into wondrous foreign realms and faced no monsters, only different kinds of beauty and sadness. He had learned that the greatest wonders were often the simplest feelings, and that the most important discoveries were about the home you carry inside your own heart. That night, as Kaelen drifted to sleep in his cloud-top room, the air smelled of apples, rain, and a new, gentle scent, that of warm, golden light and contentment. The city of Aethoria floated on, serene and glowing, its connection to all things magical and good restored. its heart beating once more with the quiet, steady rhythm of a simple, happy memory, carried home in the hand of a kind-hearted boy and his ordinary, extraordinary stone. Story 2. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its light dancing across the room in gentle, shifting patterns. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, in this warm circle of light, all was safe and still. So settle in, my dear listener, and let me tell you a tale not of roaring bonfires, but of a quiet, steady glow, the kind that lives not just in the hearth, but in the heart. Our story begins with a boy named Leo, who lived in a small cottage at the edge of a vast, whispering wood. Leo was a quiet child, with a mind full of wondering and eyes that noticed things others often missed. He felt most at home in the in-between places, the threshold of the door at dusk, the bank of the stream where the meadow met the forest, the moment just before sleep when the world is soft and blurred. And he was lonely. Not in a loud, aching way, but in a quiet, persistent manner, like a single, unanswered note played on a far-off flute. His parents were kind but busy, their minds and hands full with the work of tending their home and small garden. Leo often spent his days wandering the edges of the wood, collecting smooth stones and interesting leaves, his only conversations the ones he held with the rustling trees. One afternoon, as the sun began to bleed orange and purple into the sky, Leo was following the path of a particularly determined squirrel when he stumbled upon something unusual. Half buried in the soft, damp earth at the base of an ancient, gnarled oak was a small wooden box. It wasn't grand or ornate. It was simple, carved from a dark, rich wood that felt warm to the touch, even in the cool evening air. There were no hinges, no latch. It seemed to be a single, solid piece. Intrigued, Leo brushed the dirt from its surface. As his fingers traced the grain of the wood, he felt a faint, answering warmth, a soft vibration, like the purr of a contented cat. He turned it over and over in his hands. It was perfectly smooth, save for one side. On that side, nestled into the wood as if it had grown there, was a single, closed seed pod, the color of old honey and the size of his thumbnail. He sat there for a long time, the shadows lengthening around him, just holding the box. It felt companionable. A soft click broke the silence, so faint he almost thought he'd imagined it. He looked down. The seed pod had split open, and from within there bloomed a light. It was not the bright, sharp light of a candle flame, nor the cold gleam of a star. It was the color of warm amber, of maple syrup in sunlight, of the heart of a dying ember. It pulsed gently, rhythmically, casting a soft, golden halo around the box in Leo's hands. It was a light that felt alive. He cupped his hands around it, and the light glowed a little brighter, a little warmer, as if pleased by the shelter. He didn't understand what it was, this ember box, as he came to think of it, but he felt no fear. Only a deep, quiet wonder. He carefully placed it in the pocket of his worn jacket, the soft glow a secret warmth against his side, and made his way home as the first stars pricked the violet sky. That night he placed the ember box on the small table beside his bed. Its gentle, pulsing light painted the ceiling with shifting, golden patterns, and for the first time in a long time, Leo did not feel the quiet ache of loneliness as he fell asleep. The soft, rhythmic glow was a presence, a silent, watchful friend. The next day and the days that followed, Leo carried the box with him. He discovered its light was a strange and wonderful thing. It didn't just illuminate darkness, it seemed to respond to it. When he felt a pang of sadness, the light would dim sympathetically, then glow with a determined warmth, as if to say, "I am here." When he was curious or happy, exploring a new patch of moss or discovering a bird's nest, the light would brighten, shimmering with shared excitement. One evening, a week after he found it, he was sitting on his windowsill, watching the woods deepen into a pool of indigo. The ember box was in his lap, glowing steadily. A movement at the tree line caught his eye. It was a fox, a small, slender creature with a coat of fiery red and clever, dark eyes. It wasn't fleeing. It was sitting on its haunches, watching him, or rather, watching the soft light in his lap. Slowly, so as not to startle it, Leo raised the box. The fox's ears twitched forward. It took a tentative step closer, then another, its movements fluid and silent. It stopped just a few feet from the window, its nose quivering. The light from the box seemed to reach out, painting the fox's fur in strokes of gold. The animal let out a soft, chuffing sound, not of alarm, but of recognition. Then with a last long look, it turned and melted back into the shadows. Leo's heart beat a little faster. The fox had not been afraid of the light, it had been drawn to it. The next night the fox returned, and this time it was not alone. Perched on its back so small Leo had almost missed it, was a little brown owl with wide, solemn eyes. They sat together at the edge of the garden, two silent figures in the twilight, watching the glow of the ember box. This became their ritual. As dusk fell, Leo would sit by his window with a box. The fox, whom he secretly named Rowan for its red coat, and the owl, Pip for its small, round body, would appear. They never came too close, but they were always there, a quiet audience for the box's gentle performance of light. A strange and wonderful friendship began to grow, woven from silence and shared glances and the soft, golden glow that connected them. One night a heavy rain fell, lashing against the window pane. Rowan and Pip did not appear. Leo felt a sharp disappointment. He held the ember box, but its light seemed dimmer, muted. He realized with a start that he missed them. His loneliness, which the box had soothed, had been replaced by a new feeling, the emptiness that comes from missing a friend. The rain stopped near midnight. A full moon broke through the scudding clouds, silvering the wet world. Leo, unable to sleep, saw a flicker of movement. It was Rowan, standing in the moon-drenched garden. The fox looked directly at him, gave a sharp, soft bark, and then turned and trotted purposefully towards the woods. It stopped once, looking back as if to say, "Follow." This was new. They had never asked him to follow before. A flutter of nervousness mixed with excitement in Leo's chest. He pulled on his boots and his thickest jacket, pocketing the ember box. Its light brightened as he stepped out into the cool, damp night, as if it, too, knew they were embarking on a journey. Rowan led him deep into the woods, along paths only animals knew. Pip swooped silently from branch to branch above them, a small, feathered scout. The forest at night was a different world. It was alive with sounds, the drip-drip of water from leaves, the scuttling of unseen creatures, the sigh of the wind in the high branches. The moon provided a cold, blue light, but the ember box cast a warm, golden pool around Leo, making the shadows feel friendly, the darkness less immense. They walked for what felt like an hour, until they came to a part of the wood Leo had never seen. The trees were older, thicker, their trunks massive and twisted. Rowan stopped before a great, ancient willow tree, its long, trailing branches like a curtain of silver-green hair. The fox nosed its way through the branches and disappeared. Pip gave a soft hoot from a nearby branch and then followed. Taking a deep breath, Leo pushed the weeping branches aside. The world changed. He stepped not into a denser part of the forest, but into a hidden glen. It was a perfect, circular clearing, sheltered by the ring of ancient trees. The air here was warmer, smelling of rich earth, sweet clover, and something else, something like cinnamon and old books. And it was filled with a soft, multicolored light. The light came from thousands of tiny, glowing fungi that grew in clusters on the mossy ground and up the trunks of the trees. They pulsed with a gentle internal radiance, soft blues, gentle greens, warm yellows, and rosy pinks. In the center of the glen was a small, crystal-clear pond, its surface as still as glass, reflecting the fungal stars above. It was the most peaceful, beautiful place Leo had ever seen. And he was not the only one there. Sitting on a smooth, gray stone by the pond was an old woman. She was small and bent, wrapped in a shawl the color of moss and twilight. Her hair was long and white, flowing over her shoulders like a silvery waterfall. In her hands she held a staff of gnarled wood, and at its top, nestled in a twist of branches, was a light that pulsed in perfect, synchronized rhythm with the light from Leo's own ember box. She looked up as he entered, and her face, etched with 1,000 kindly wrinkles, broke into a smile. Her eyes were the color of the deep woods, and they held a knowing, gentle light. "Ah," she said, her voice like the rustling of leaves. "You've come. I wondered when you would find your way here, Keeper." Leo stood frozen, his heart thumping. "Keeper," he managed to whisper. The old woman gestured for him to come closer. Rowan curled up at her feet, and Pip landed softly on her shoulder. "Of the hearth ember," she said, nodding to the box in his hand. "It has chosen you. I am Alara, the warden of this glen, and you have brought a piece of its heart back to it." Hesitantly, Leo walked forward and sat on the moss before her. He held out the box. "I found it," he said, "under the old oak." Alara nodded. "It was time. The embers grow dim if they are kept in one place for too long. They need to be found, to be carried, to share their light with a new heart. They are seeds of warmth, you see, seeds of connection." She reached out a gnarled finger and touched the box. The light within swelled, bright and joyful, and all around the glen, the glowing fungi seemed to brighten in response. For a long time, Alara continued, her gaze soft and far away. This glen was the brightest place in all the wood. The hearth embers were many, and their light sustained this hidden world, but the world outside grew louder, faster. People stopped listening to the quiet things, stopped looking for the gentle lights. One by one the embers grew dim and were lost. "This," she said, tapping her staff where the central ember glowed, "and yours are the last two." Leo looked at the box in his hand with a new sense of awe and a heavy weight of responsibility. What do I do?" "You have already begun," Alara said kindly. "You did not hide its light away. You did not try to sell it or break it open to see its secret. You simply let it glow, and in doing so you warmed your own heart, you attracted friends." She gestured to Rowan and Pip. "You followed its prompting and found your way here. That is the purpose of an ember. It does not blaze to conquer the darkness. It glows to guide others to warmth, to reveal the hidden paths to friendship and wonder." She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "But now, Keeper, it needs your help. My light is old, and it is tied to this glen. It cannot leave, but yours can. The forest is growing colder in places, not from winter's chill, but from a chill of the spirit, loneliness, fear, forgetfulness. There are other quiet souls, other hidden places, that need the warmth your ember can bring." Leo looked down at the box. The gentle, pulsing light seemed to be waiting for his answer. He thought of his own loneliness before he found it. He thought of the way Rowan and Pip had been drawn to its warmth. He thought of the beautiful, secret glen, a place of light that needed to be protected. "I'll help," he said, his voice firm. "What must I do?" Alara's smile was like the sun breaking through clouds. "You must journey. You must carry the light into the cold places. You must listen and watch, and when you find a heart that has forgotten its own warmth, or a place that has grown shadowed, you must simply be there. Let the ember glow. The light will do the rest. It is a quiet magic, a slow and gentle transformation." And so, Leo's true journey began. It was not a quest with swords and dragons, but a pilgrimage of the heart. Guided by Rowan and Pip, and with the ember box safe in his pocket, he ventured into the deeper, older parts of the forest. He found a badger, grizzled and solitary, who had walled himself off in his set after losing his family. Leo didn't try to speak to him. He just sat near the entrance for 3 evenings in a row, the ember box glowing softly on his lap. On the third evening the badger emerged, his dark eyes reflecting the golden light. He didn't speak, but he sat with Leo for a long time, sharing the silence, and a little of the loneliness in his old heart seemed to melt away. He found a small, shaded creek that had been choked with fallen branches and sorrow, its waters sluggish and silent. Leo spent a day carefully pulling the debris away, his hands getting muddy and scratched. As he worked, the ember box glowed, its light dancing on the newly freed water. By the time he was done, the creek was babbling again, a happy, chattering sound, and the ferns on its banks seemed to stand a little taller, a little greener. In a hollow he found a young deer, trembling and lost, separated from its herd. It was frozen with fear. Leo sat very still, holding the box out. The light pulsed, warm and steady. Slowly, the deer's trembling ceased. It took a tentative step towards the light, then another, until it was close enough to feel its warmth. It stayed with Leo through the night, and in the morning its mother found them, her calls answered by the fawn's joyful leap. With each act, each shared moment of quiet companionship, Leo felt himself changing. The boy who had once wandered the woods alone, collecting solitary treasures, was becoming a part of the forest's tapestry. He was no longer just Leo, he was the boy with the gentle light. His confidence, which had been a small, flickering thing, now burned steady and true. He learned the language of the woods, not in words, but in the shift of the wind, the track of an animal, the quality of the silence. In the ember box, it grew brighter. Its light was no longer just the color of amber, but now held flecks of the badger's steadfast courage, the creek's renewed joy, and the deer's trusting innocence. It was collecting warmth, as surely as Leo was. Weeks turned into months. He would return to Alara's glen to share his stories. She would listen, her old eyes shining, and her own ember seemed to burn a little brighter with each tale. The glen itself flourished. New kinds of glowing fungi appeared, and the air hummed with a contented, peaceful energy. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves were turning to fire, Leo came to the glen to find Alara looking tired, her form seeming frailer than before. The light in her staff pulsed weakly. "The time has come, little keeper," she said, her voice thin. "My watch is ending. My light must join the heart of the glen to sustain it for another age." A lump formed in Leo's throat. But what will happen? She gestured for him to bring his box forward. He did, placing it on the stone beside her. She laid her staff across it. "The forest is warmer now because of you," she said. "But it needs a new warden, a warden who can walk between the hidden world and the other, who can carry the light out into the wider woods. It needs you, Leo." She placed her hands over his on the box and the staff. "My light will pass into yours. It will be a greater weight, but also a greater warmth. You will be the connection, the bridge." A great, soft sigh escaped her. The light from her staff flowed, like liquid gold, into the ember box. The box glowed with an intensity Leo had never seen, a warm, brilliant, joyful light that filled the entire glen and made the fungal stars shine like a cascade of diamonds. For a moment, Alara was silhouetted in that glorious radiance, smiling. Then she slowly faded, her form dissolving into a shower of soft, golden motes that settled onto the moss in the pond and the trees, becoming a part of the glen itself. Leo was alone, but he was not lonely. He felt a profound connection to everything around him, to the moss under his feet, the water in the pond, the trees standing guard, and the two faithful friends, Rowan and Pip, who now came to sit beside him. The ember box in his hands was warm and heavy, thrumming with a deep, powerful light. It was no longer just a box, it was a small, portable hearth. He was the warden now. He stood for a long time in the quiet glen, feeling the new responsibility settle onto his shoulders not as a burden, but as a mantle of purpose. He knew his work was not over, it had only just begun. There would always be cold places to warm, lonely hearts to comfort, hidden paths to reveal. But for now he turned and made his way home, the combined light of the two embers casting a wide, warm circle around him, banishing the shadows not with force, but with an undeniable, gentle presence. Rowan and Pip walked with him to the edge of the wood, then sat and watched as he crossed the meadow to his cottage, a solitary figure carrying a world of warmth within a small wooden box. He placed the box on his bedside table. Its light was no longer a soft pulse, but a steady, unwavering glow like a captured star or a heart that had found its true home. It filled the room with a profound sense of peace and safety. Leo climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to his chin. He looked at the ember box, now a part of him, as he was a part of the forest. He had been transformed as surely as fire transforms wood, from a lonely boy into a keeper of light, a weaver of friendship, a warden of hidden wonders. And as he drifted into sleep, guided by that steady, comforting glow, he knew that his dreams would be full of whispering trees, silent, understanding friends, and the endless, gentle journey of sharing light in a world that so often forgets to look for it. The story was not ending, it was simply pausing, waiting for the dawn and the new day's gentle adventures. And so, dear listener, may your own heart be a kind of ember box, glowing with warmth and kindness, and may your dreams be as peaceful and deep as the hidden glen under a starlit sky. Sleep well. Story 3. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered in soft, swirling clouds and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers across the velvet darkness, there drifted a small, forgotten moon. Its surface was smooth and pearlescent, and deep within its heart lay a hidden cavern that glimmered with gentle, crystalline light. This was the Starlight Hollow, a sanctuary known only to two very different souls. The first was a being from the planet Luminara, a world where the inhabitants communicated not with words, but with the shifting colors and patterns that danced across their soft, gelatinous forms. His name was Kor, and he moved with a gentle, flowing grace, his body glowing with soft hues of twilight blue and dawn gold. When Kor was happy, his skin shimmered with flecks of silver. When thoughtful, it deepened to the rich purple of distant nebulae. He had come to the moon seeking solitude, a place to watch the slow, graceful dance of the galaxies without distraction. The second was a creature from the crystalline world of Sonara, a planet where life resonated with music. Her name was Lyra, and her body was composed of interlocking, translucent plates that chimed softly with every movement. Her voice was not spoken but sung, a delicate harmony of chimes and bell-like tones that expressed her every emotion. She had journeyed to the moon to listen to the silent songs of the stars, melodies only her kind could hear. Their first meeting was one of startled wonder. Kor, exploring the caverns, had rounded a bend and come upon Lyra, who was tracing patterns in the soft, glowing moss that carpeted the floor. Startled, Kor flushed a bright, surprised crimson, while Lyra let out a flurry of sharp, discordant notes. For a long moment they simply stared, each taken aback by the other's strangeness. But then Kor, remembering the gentle ways of his people, softened his colors to a warm, welcoming amber. He extended a tendril-like hand, and from its tip bloomed a small, floating orb of light, a traditional Luminaran greeting. Lyra, understanding the gesture as one of peace, responded by humming a low, soothing chord that vibrated through the crystals around them. It was the beginning of a friendship that would grow as deep and vast as the cosmos itself. Together, they decided to make the Starlight Hollow their shared sanctuary. Kor, with his ability to manipulate light, wove strands of captured starlight into glowing tapestries that hung from the cavern walls, depicting scenes of swirling galaxies and dancing comets. Lyra, with her musical gifts, encouraged the growth of singing crystals that resonated with the harmonies of the universe, filling the hollow with a soft, ever-present music. In the center of the cavern, they cultivated a garden of bioluminescent flora, flowers that pulsed with soft light in time with Lyra's melodies, and shrubs whose leaves changed color in response to Kor's moods. Their days were spent in quiet companionship. Each morning they would meet by the garden, and Kor would show Lyra the new colors he had learned from the sunrise, while Lyra would share the melodies the solar winds had whispered to her during the night. They developed their own way of communicating, a beautiful blend of color and sound that transcended the need for words. A soft blue-green glow from Kor, paired with a gentle, rising scale from Lyra, meant, "Shall we watch the stars tonight?" A pulse of warm gold and a harmonious chord expressed joy at a shared discovery. But as with any friendship born of different worlds, there were misunderstandings, each one teaching them more about the other. One afternoon, Kor noticed that Lyra seemed quieter than usual, her chimes subdued and her movements slow. Concerned, he glowed a soft, questioning pink, the luminaire color for "Are you well?" Lyra, misinterpreting the pink as the color of frivolity, for on Sonara, pink was associated with light-hearted festivals, chimed a slightly annoyed sequence, meaning, "This is no time for play." Kor, thinking she was dismissing his concern, dimmed his light in sadness. For a little while, a quiet tension hung in the air. Then Lyra, feeling the shift in the cavern's atmosphere, approached Kor. She hummed a melody of questioning concern, and Kor responded by projecting an image from his memory, a time on Luminara when his sister had glowed pink while caring for him during an illness. Understanding dawned on Lyra, and she chimed a soft, apologetic arpeggio. She then showed Kor, through a series of resonant vibrations, how on her world, pink was a color of celebration, not care. They both shimmered and chimed with laughter, the misunderstanding melting away like mist in starlight. Another time, Lyra arranged a beautiful, complex melody to welcome Kor back from a journey to collect stardust. To her, the music was a gift of joy and welcome. But Kor, upon hearing the rapid, high-pitched notes, recoiled and turned a pale, anxious gray. On Luminara, such quick, sharp sounds were associated with alarm and danger. Seeing his reaction, Lyra immediately softened her song into a slow, deep lullaby, and Kor's color returned to a calm, steady blue. He then taught her the gentle, pulsing rhythms that his people used to express welcome and safety. Through these moments of confusion and clarity, their bond deepened. They learned that kindness required patience, that friendship meant seeking to understand even when things were unfamiliar, and that every difference was an opportunity to learn something new about the universe and about each other. Their favorite ritual was the evening watch. As the moon rotated to face the deepest parts of space, they would settle on a smooth, obsidian bench that Kor had shaped, nestled among the singing crystals. Lyra would hum a soft, continuous drone, a note so low and steady it seemed to anchor them to the cosmos. Kor would let his body glow with the soft, slow-moving colors of the nebulae outside, mauves and deep blues speckled with silver and gold. Together they would watch the stars. Not as distant, cold points of light, but as living entities, each with its own story. They saw supernova bloom like radiant flowers in the darkness, their light taking eons to reach the hollow. They traced the paths of comets, their tails like brushstrokes of diamond dust across the void. In those quiet hours, words were unnecessary. Kor's colors would shift in time with Lyra's harmonies, a silent conversation of awe and wonder. They felt the universe not as a cold, empty space, but as a living, breathing entity of which they were a cherished part. One night, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky, Lyra chimed a sequence of notes that held a question. Kor, understanding, glowed a soft, affirmative green. They had been thinking the same thing. Their sanctuary was too beautiful to keep to themselves. They decided to create a beacon, a call woven from light and sound, that would invite other lonely travelers to find solace in the starlight hollow. For cycles of the moon, they worked together. Kor learned to solidify light into delicate, floating lanterns that pulsed with gentle rhythms. Lyra taught the crystals to hold sustained notes that harmonized with the planetary alignments. They created a welcoming signal, a soft, pulsing glow of coral and teal, accompanied by a three-note chord that repeated like a heartbeat. They set it at the entrance of the cavern, a silent invitation to any who needed a place of peace. It wasn't long before their first visitor arrived, a small, timid being from a world of floating mountains, who communicated by shifting the patterns on its feathery wings. It was hesitant at first, but Kor's warm, golden light and Lyra's soothing lullaby soon put it at ease. The being joined them in the garden, adding its own unique beauty to the sanctuary. Over time, more travelers found their way to the hollow. Each being was different, each with its own way of seeing and speaking and being. But in the Starlight Hollow, those differences became a tapestry of wonder. They learned to understand the scent-based poetry of a floral being from a jungle world, the dance-like gestures of a creature made of swirling gas, and the temperature-changing signals of a being from an ice planet. And at the center of it all were Kor and Lyra, the first friends, who continued their evening watches. Their quiet moments of connection remained, a constant in the ever-growing community. They had learned that while the universe was vast and its inhabitants incredibly diverse, the language of kindness was universal. A gentle glow, a soft chime, a welcoming gesture, these were understood by every heart, no matter its origin. As the nebula outside bloomed into a new, magnificent shape, Kor and Lyra sat together in the garden, their forms blending light and sound into a single, peaceful existence. They had built more than a shelter. They had built a home, a family, a tiny pocket of the cosmos where every star, every being, and every moment was woven together by the simple, profound power of friendship. And in the quiet of the Starlight Hollow, surrounded by the gentle hum of the universe, they knew that no distance was too far and no difference too great for a bond forged in starlight and song. Story 4. The fire crackles softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls, and you settle deeper into your cushions, letting the warmth seep into your bones. Tonight the story is about a boy who felt too small for his world, and the quiet, glowing magic that showed him just how vast he truly was. In a village nestled in a valley shaped like a sleeping cat, there lived a boy named Leo. Leo was a quiet child with a heart that noticed things others often missed, the way dew clung to a spider's web each morning, the particular sigh the old oak tree made in the wind, the secret paths of shy, scuttling beetles. But in a village known for its sturdy woodcutters and loud, cheerful festivals, quietness was often mistaken for timidity, and noticing things was not considered a real skill. Leo often felt like a smudge of charcoal on a piece of bright white paper, present but not quite part of the picture. His grandfather, a man with hands like knotted wood and a voice as soft as falling snow, understood. He lived in a small cottage at the edge of the village, where the tame, clipped fields gave way to the wild, whispering woods. One evening, as the sun bled orange into the purple hills, Leo's grandfather called him to the hearth. The fire was a living thing, breathing light and heat into the room, and the old man's eyes reflected its gentle dance. "Leo," he said, his voice a low rumble. "I have something for you, it's time." From a small, carved wooden box that always sat on the mantelpiece, he drew out an object strung on a simple leather cord. It was a locket no bigger than a walnut, carved from a dark, smooth wood that felt warm to the touch. But it was not the carving that caught Leo's breath, it was what lay within. Set into the center of the locket was a stone, or perhaps a piece of hardened sap, that glowed with a soft, pulsing light, the deep orange red of embers in a dying fire. "This is an ember light," his grandfather said, placing the cord around Leo's neck. The locket settled against his chest, and a comforting warmth spread through him, as if he'd swallowed a sip of hot, honeyed milk. "It belonged to my grandfather and his before him. It does not shine to push back the darkness, but to help you see within it. It responds to true intention, to a seeking heart. It will glow for you when you are on the right path, and its light will reveal what is hidden to those who rush. Leo held the locket in his palm, watching the ember glow pulse slowly, in time with his own heartbeat. "What is it for?" he whispered. "For the journey," his grandfather replied, his gaze drifting toward the dark line of the forest. "There's a place deep in the whispering woods known as the Sunken Valley. It is a hidden world, a place of ancient peace. But its heart, a great singing stone called the Hearthstone, has grown quiet. The valley is dimming and its magic is fading. I am too old to make the journey now. The woods need a quiet heart to listen and a gentle hand to help." And so, with the ember light warm against his skin and a satchel of bread and cheese from his grandfather, Leo set out the next morning. The mouth of the whispering woods seemed to swallow the daylight whole. The trees stood tall and close, their canopy weaving a roof of shifting green shadows. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and something else, something old and secretive. At first the path was clear, a ribbon of packed earth worn by generations of hunters. But his grandfather's instructions were not to follow the known paths. He was to listen. So Leo walked, not with the determined stride of a woodsman, but with the hesitant steps of a listener. He paid attention to the way the moss grew thicker on one side of the trees, to the subtle pull in his chest that seemed to guide him, a pull that grew stronger when the ember light pulsed a little brighter. For days he walked. The woods were not frightening, but they were immense. He felt his smallness with every step. He missed the noise of the village, the certainty of his own bed. At night he would build a small, safe fire and hold the locket, its steady glow his only companion. He watched the smoke curl up into the star-dusted sky, its patterns a silent, mysterious language he could almost, but not quite, understand. It was on the third day that he met Finn. Leo had stopped by a stream to drink, the water so cold it made his teeth ache. As he cupped his hands, he saw a flash of russet tread on the other bank. It was a fox, but unlike any he had ever seen. Its fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes were not the sly, calculating eyes of a chicken thief, but large, intelligent, and flecked with gold. One of its front paws was held gingerly off the ground, trapped in the cruel jaws of a rusty, forgotten hunter's trap. The fox looked at Leo, and there was no fear in its gaze, only a deep, weary pain. Moving slower than a creeping frost, Leo approached. He spoke in a low, soothing murmur, the way his grandfather spoke to skittish horses. "It's all right, I'm not going to hurt you, I want to help." The fox watched him, unmoving. Leo's hands, usually so clumsy with axes and hammers, were surprisingly deft. He found the mechanism of the trap, and with a firm, careful push, he sprung it open. The fox pulled its paw free with a soft whimper. The wound was ugly, but not deep. From his satchel, Leo took his last clean cloth and his water skin. He cleaned the wound as best he could, then tore a strip from his own shirt to make a bandage. The fox endured the ministrations with a quiet dignity. When Leo was finished, the fox didn't run. Instead, it limped forward and gently nudged Leo's hand with its nose. "A thank you." "I'm Leo," he said. The fox gave a soft, chuffing sound. And from that moment they were friends. Leo named him Finn, and Finn, with his keen senses and innate knowledge of the woods, became his guide. The journey transformed from a lonely pilgrimage into a shared adventure. Finn would scout ahead, his limp fading with each passing day, and lead Leo to the safest paths, to hidden berry patches, to dry shelters when the rain came. Their friendship was built not in grand speeches, but in small, authentic moments. The shared warmth of a fire on a chilly night, Finn curled trustingly at his side. The way Finn would bring him a particularly interesting pine cone or a smooth, round stone, a simple gift. The silent understanding that passed between them as they walked, a boy and a fox, two quiet souls in a vast, whispering world. Leo felt himself changing. The feeling of being a smudge began to fade. Out here, his quietness was not a weakness, it was a tool. His ability to notice things was what kept him safe and on the right path. He learned to read the forest, to understand the warning in a sudden silence among the birds, the promise of water in the type of ferns that grew. The ember light was his constant reassurance, its glow a silent confirmation that he was exactly where he was meant to be. One evening, as they navigated a particularly tangled grove of silver birch trees, the ember light began to pulse more rapidly, its light shifting from a deep ember glow to a brighter, more urgent amber. Finn gave an excited little bark and darted ahead, disappearing between two large moss-covered boulders that leaned together like old friends sharing a secret. Leo squeezed through the narrow gap and stopped, his breath catching in his throat. He had found the sunken valley. It was a vast circular depression, hidden from the world above by a natural bowl of stone and a canopy of ancient weeping willow trees whose long, silver leaves shimmered with a light of their own. The air was warmer here, thick with the scent of night-blooming flowers and wet stone. Soft, phosphorescent mosses carpeted the ground, casting a gentle, blue-green radiance. In the center of the valley stood the hearthstone. It was a monolith of obsidian, twice as tall as Leo, and it should have been humming with a deep, resonant song. His grandfather had described the sound as the feeling of contentment you get sitting by a fire, translated into music. But the stone was silent, and its surface, which should have been gleaming with trapped starlight, was dull and matte. The whole valley felt hushed, like a library after a tragedy. The magical light from the moss and the willows was faint, flickering uncertainly. The hidden world was dying. This was the gentle mystery he had to solve. Why had the hearthstone fallen silent? He approached the great stone, Finn at his heels. He placed his hand upon its cool, smooth surface. He felt nothing. No vibration, no echo of power, only a profound and sorrowful stillness. He walked around it looking for a crack, a clue, anything. The ember light at his chest glowed steadily, but it offered no new insight. Frustrated, Leo sat at the base of the stone, leaning his back against it. Finn curled up beside him, resting his head on Leo's knee. The boy closed his eyes and did the only thing he knew how to do. He listened. He listened to the soft sigh of the wind through the willow leaves. He listened to the trickle of a hidden spring. He listened to the beat of his own heart and the soft, steady breathing of his friend. He let the quiet of the valley fill him, not fighting it, but becoming a part of it. And in that deep, receptive silence he heard it. Not a sound, but a feeling. A thread of loneliness so profound it felt like a physical ache. The hearthstone was not broken. It was lonely. Its song was a conversation with the world, and for too long no one had been there to listen, to answer. The magic of the valley was a symbiotic one, a shared warmth, and it had been left to burn alone for generations, until its fuel of connection had run out. Leo understood loneliness. He didn't try to shout or to sing a grand song. He simply opened his heart. He thought of his grandfather's kindness, of the weight of the ember light, of the trust in Finn's golden eyes. He focused on the warmth of friendship, the comfort of a shared journey, the simple, steady truth of not being alone. He poured these feelings out, not as a demand, but as an offering, a silent conversation directed at the stone. He felt a faint tremor beneath him. He opened his eyes. The ember light was blazing now, not with a fierce fire, but with a glorious, golden radiance that poured out over the obsidian surface of the hearthstone. Where the light touched, the stone began to change. The matte darkness shimmered, clearing like ice melting to reveal the deep, star-filled night sky within. And then the sound began. It started as the lowest of hums, a vibration that rose up through the soles of his feet and into his bones. It grew into a deep, resonant chord that was not heard with the ears, but felt with the soul. It was the sound of roots drinking deep from the earth, of stars turning in their celestial dance, of a fire crackling in a hearth on a cold night. It was the song of the world, warm and alive and profoundly comforting. As the song swelled, the valley responded. The phosphorescent mosses brightened, their blue-green light becoming a brilliant tapestry underfoot. The willow leaves shimmered like liquid silver, and new flowers, glowing with soft pinks and yellows, unfurled from the earth. The hidden world was waking up, its heart beating strong and true once more. Leo had not fixed the stone with strength or cleverness. He had healed it with empathy. He had offered it the one thing it needed, a friend. He sat there for a long time, with Finn warm beside him, bathed in the gentle light and the soothing song of the hearthstone. He felt a peace so complete it was like sinking into a warm bath. He was no longer the quiet boy who felt too small. He was Leo who had crossed the whispering woods. He was Leo, friend to a fox. He was Leo who had listened to a stone's lonely heart and answered with his own. The journey back was different. The woods seemed to welcome him, the paths opening easily before him. He and Finn reached the edge of the woods too soon. At the tree line, Finn stopped. He looked at Leo, then back into the deep woods. This was where they parted. The fox belonged to the wild, and the boy to the village. There were no grand goodbyes, just a last soft nudge of a nose against a hand, a look of deep understanding, and then Finn turned and melted back into the shadows, a flicker of russet in the green gloom. When Leo walked into his grandfather's cottage, the old man was sitting by the fire, as if he had not moved. He looked at Leo, and his eyes, old and wise, saw everything, the new confidence in his stance, the peace in his face, the memory of magic in his gaze. He saw the ember light which now glowed with a soft, perpetual warmth, no longer pulsing but simply shining. "You found it," his grandfather said, a statement, not a question. Leo nodded. "I did." He didn't tell the story of the traps or the long walks or the fear. He simply said it was lonely. His grandfather smiled, a slow, deep smile that reached his eyes. "And so were you," he said gently. "And now neither of you are." That night, as Leo lay in his own bed, the familiar sounds of the village settling into sleep around him, he held the ember light in his hand. He could still feel the echo of the hearthstone's song in his chest, a low, warm hum of belonging. He had gone into the woods feeling like a smudge, and had returned feeling like a vital part of the great, beautiful picture. He had learned that the greatest transformations are not always in the world around us, but in the landscape of our own hearts, and that the truest magic glows from the steady, enduring warmth of friendship and understanding. And as the last of the fire's embers winked out in the hearth, leaving the room in soft darkness, Leo closed his eyes, the ember light's gentle glow a tiny, steady star against his skin, and drifted into a sleep full of peaceful dreams of silver willows, golden eyes, and a song that never truly ends. Story 5. The old house on Willow Lane had always held its breath in quiet corners, but in the attic the silence felt different. It was a living silence, thick with memories and dust motes dancing in the slanted afternoon light that pierced through the single round window. It was here, on a day when the rain whispered secrets against the roof, that a young girl named Cora found herself seeking shelter from a world that sometimes felt too loud. She'd been sent to fetch a spare quilt, but the attic, with its labyrinth of trunks and towering stacks of forgotten things, had a way of making one forget their original purpose. Cora traced the carved lion's head on an old wardrobe, her fingers leaving trails in the fine, silken dust. A soft thump-thump-thump echoed from a nearby stack of books as the house settled around her, a sound as familiar and comforting as a heartbeat. It was behind a leaning tower of hat boxes, tucked beneath a drift of yellowed lace curtains, that she found the trunk. It wasn't large or ornate, just a simple leather-bound chest with tarnished brass clasps. It smelled of cedar and thyme. With a gentle click that seemed to echo in the hushed space, Cora undid the clasps. The lid opened with a long, sighing creak, releasing a breath of ancient, sweet-scented air. Inside, nestled in a bed of faded velvet, was a pocket watch. It was not a flashy thing. Its silver case was dull with age, its chain a simple, braided thread of metal. But when Cora lifted it, it felt unexpectedly warm in her palm, as if it had been resting in a sunbeam. She pressed the tiny button on its crown. The lid sprang open with a soft, precise snick. Instead of numbers, the clock face was a delicate painting of a moonlit forest. A tiny, silvery moon sat where the 12 should be, and a golden sun glowed at the 6. But the most remarkable thing was that the watch had only one hand, a slender, pearl-inlaid pointer that was perfectly, utterly still. It did not tick. It did not talk. It simply was. Just then, a floorboard groaned. Cora jumped, nearly dropping the watch. A moment later, a large, ginger-striped cat emerged from behind a rolled-up carpet. He had one ear that tipped charmingly to the side, and eyes the color of ancient amber. "Hum," the cat rumbled, his voice a low, purring vibration. "I haven't seen that in a dog's age." He sat, wrapping his tail neatly around his paws, and regarded Cora with a look of deep, feline wisdom. "That's the still point watch, that is." "It doesn't tick," Cora whispered, her voice full of awe. "Of course it doesn't," the cat replied, blinking slowly. "It doesn't measure minutes, it measures moments. My name is Barnaby, by the by, keeper of this particular corner of quiet." Cora introduced herself, her gaze fixed on the silent watch. "What does it do?" "It shows you the way," Barnaby purred, "when you're lost. Not lost in the woods, mind you. Lost in here." He gently tapped a soft paw against his own chest. "It points to the thing your heart needs most to find its way back to calm." As if on cue, a tiny, squeaky voice piped up from a hole in the wainscoting. "Is it a brave heart quest? I do love a brave heart quest." A small, bright-eyed mouse with remarkably large ears scurried out, wiping his whiskers with a minute handkerchief. "Pippin's the name, official note-taker and morale officer. Delighted, I'm sure." Cora couldn't help but smile. "I'm not sure I'm on a quest, Pippin." "Nonsense," squeaked Pippin, puffing out his chest. "You found the still point watch. That means you're looking for something. The question is, what?" Cora looked down at the watch in her hand. The single, still hand seemed to be waiting. And she realized with a sudden, quiet certainty what she was lost from. It was a feeling that had been growing in her all week, a tight, tangled knot of worry in her stomach. The school play was in 3 days, and she had a single, solitary line to speak. To everyone else, it was nothing. To Cora, who felt her voice shrink to a whisper in front of a crowd, it was a mountain she could not climb. She was lost in a forest of her own fear. I need to find my courage," she confessed, her voice so soft it was almost carried away by the rustle of an old oak tree outside the window. Barnaby gave a slow, understanding blink. "Then the watch will show you the way, but the journey is not measured in miles. It is measured in breaths, in small, brave steps." Just then the pearl hand on the watch gave the faintest, almost imperceptible shimmer. It quivered, then slowly, deliberately began to move. It didn't swing wildly, it drifted like a leaf on a pond, until it pointed directly at the attic's round window. "Well, what are we waiting for?" Pippin chirped, scrambling onto Barnaby's broad back. "The moment is pointing onward." Their first destination was not some far-off land, but the window seat just beneath the round attic window. The rain had softened to a gentle pit-pat on the glass. The hand of the watch now pointed downward at the old, cushioned seat itself. "What is it?" Cora asked, peering at the faded floral cushion. Barnaby sniffed the air. Patience, he rumbled. Look with more than your eyes. Cora sat, running her hands over the fabric. Then she felt it, a slight lump beneath the cushion. She lifted it and found a small, cloth-bound book. Its cover was blank. She opened it. The pages were filled with beautiful, looping handwriting. It's a diary, she breathed. Read a page, Pippin suggested, his squeak now hushed with reverence. Cora turned to a random page. Today I had to recite a poem for the whole town, the entry began. Cora's heart gave a sympathetic thud. My knees were shaking so hard I thought they might knock together like branches in a storm, but I looked at my grandmother in the front row and she gave me the tiniest of smiles. I took a deep breath, imagined I was just saying the words to her, and I spoke. My voice didn't shake at all. It was my own. The words settled over Cora like a warm blanket. The writer had been afraid, too, and they had found a way through. It was a small, quiet story of bravery, and it made the knot in Cora's stomach loosen just a little. The pearl hand of the watch shimmered again. It drifted from the window seat and pointed toward the steep, narrow attic staircase. The next moment awaits. Pippin declared, and their peculiar little procession descended into the dimmer, cooler air of the second-floor hallway. Here the watch led them to a closed door, the door to the music room. From within they could hear the soft, hesitant notes of someone practicing the piano. Plink, plunk, plink, it was Cora's older brother, Leo, who was learning a new, complicated piece. The watch pointed insistently at the door. We must go in. Cora asked, her old fears prickling. What if she disturbed him? The watch doesn't point to a place, Barnaby murmured, his purr a steady, calming engine. It points to a moment. Perhaps this one isn't for you to take, but to give. Understanding dawned on Cora. She pushed the door open gently. Leo was hunched over the keys, his brow furrowed in frustration. That sounded lovely, Leo, Cora said softly. He looked up, surprised. It's full of mistakes. But the parts in between the mistakes are beautiful, she said, and she meant it. It's like you're telling a story. Leo's shoulders relaxed. A small, grateful smile touched his lips. Thanks, Cora. He turned back to the keys, and this time the notes flowed a little more smoothly, a little more confidently. Cora stepped back into the hall, closing the door quietly. She felt a warmth spread through her chest, a feeling entirely different from the cold grip of fear. It was the warmth of having helped someone else feel a little less lost. She looked at the watch. The hand was moving again, pointing now toward the kitchen. The kitchen was the coziest room in the house. A fire crackled merrily in the hearth, and the smell of baking bread filled the air with a scent of pure comfort. Cora's grandmother was there, kneading dough on a floured board, her movements slow and sure. The watch's hand pointed directly at her. Come, child, her grandmother said without looking up, her voice as warm as the fire. These old hands could use a rest. Would you like to finish the kneading? Cora set the watch carefully on the kitchen table and washed her hands. She took over the dough, pushing and folding, feeling the live, springy resistance beneath her palms. It was hard work, but satisfying. Her grandmother sat, sipping her tea, the china cup making a soft clink against the saucer. You look like you're working out a puzzle, her grandmother observed gently. Cora told her about the play and the fear and the strange, silent watch that was leading her on a journey. Her grandmother listened, her eyes kind. Courage, my dear, she said, is not the absence of fear. It is like this bread. It's not one giant magical act. It is made of small, patient steps. The measuring of the flour, the patience of the rising, the strength of the kneading. You don't eat the whole loaf at once. You enjoy it one comforting slice at a time. As Cora placed the dough into a bowl to rise, covering it with a clean cloth, she felt the truth of those words settle into her bones. Her quest wasn't about becoming suddenly, dramatically brave. It was about the small, quiet acts, reading a comforting story, giving a kind word, doing a simple, grounding task. She picked up the still-point watch. The pearl hand was moving once more, spinning slowly before coming to a final, resolute stop. It pointed directly at Cora's own heart. She understood. The journey was over. The thing her heart needed to find wasn't in a trunk or a book or a kind word. It was already inside her, waiting to be acknowledged, to be trusted. It was the small, steady flame of her own quiet bravery. That night, as a cool breeze whispered through the willow trees outside, carrying with it the distant, silvery chime of the town clock, Cora prepared for bed. The still-point watch lay on her nightstand, its face glowing softly in the moonlight. Its hand was still once more, its purpose fulfilled. On the day of the play, as she stood in the wings, the old, familiar fear tried to wrap its cold fingers around her throat. The audience was a sea of murmuring faces. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She closed her eyes for a second and thought of the attic's cozy silence, of Barnaby's purr, of Pippin's cheerful squeak, of her brother's grateful smile, of her grandmother's wise words about bread. She took a deep breath, the kind that fills you from your toes to the top of your head. When it was her turn, she stepped onto the stage. The lights were bright, but she didn't look at the crowd. She imagined she was just in the attic, telling the story to her friends. And she spoke her line. Her voice was clear. It was calm. It was her own. It was only one small, perfect moment in a long and wonderful life, but it was a moment she had found, and in the finding, she had found a piece of herself. And back in the attic, nestled in its velvet bed, the still-point watch rested, its quiet magic waiting for the next heart that needed to find its way home. Story 6. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk upon the earth, and the stars threaded their light through the canopy, there existed a forest ancient beyond memory. It was a place where time moved not in hours, but in seasons, and where the very air hummed with a quiet, magical resonance. The trees, gnarled and grand, stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries. Moss thick and velvety clothed their roots, and the stones that lay scattered like sleeping giants. On this particular night, as a gentle breeze whispered secrets through the pine needles, and the distant babble of a stream provided a constant, soothing murmur, a young fox named Rowan sat at the edge of a starlit clearing, his heart heavy with a restless unease. Rowan was a creature of the dusk, his coat the color of autumn leaves kissed by the setting sun. But lately a strange disquiet had settled in his spirit. The world felt too loud, even in the profound quiet of the night. The hustle of the diurnal creatures preparing for winter, the frantic gathering, the hurried goodbyes, it all felt like a storm he couldn't escape. He longed for the deep, restorative silence he remembered, the kind that wasn't empty, but full of a different, more ancient kind of music. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft, phosphorescent glow. A cluster of foxfire mushrooms at the base of an old oak tree pulsed with a gentle, greenish light, their illumination breathing in time with the forest itself. As he watched, a tiny, winged figure alighted upon one. It was a moon moth, its wings dusted with what looked like captured starlight. "Your thoughts are loud tonight, little brother," the moth chimed, its voice like the faint ringing of a crystal bell. They rustled the air like dried leaves. Rowan sighed, his breath a small cloud in the cool night. "I cannot find the quiet lumina. The forest is preparing to sleep, but my mind will not rest. It chatters and worries like a squirrel with too many nuts." Lumina's wings shimmered. "The quiet you seek is not the absence of sound, but the presence of a deeper listening. You must learn to hear the forest's heartbeat, not just its voice." She fluttered closer. There is one who might guide you, the elder of the midnight oak. He has watched 1,000 seasons turn. His wisdom is as deep as the roots of the mountains. Hope, a fragile, fluttering thing, stirred in Rowan's chest. Where can I find him? Follow the path of the moonbeams, Lumina whispered. Listen for the language of the stream, for it carries messages from the high peaks to the low valleys, and pay heed to the stones. They remember everything. With a grateful nod, Rowan set off. The path of moonbeams was not a physical trail, but a dappled route of silver light that fell between the branches. He stepped softly, his paws making no sound on the carpet of fallen needles. The forest embraced him. The wind sighed through the leaves overhead, a sound like a mother hushing her child. Somewhere nearby, water trickled over smooth stones, a constant, bubbling lullaby. After a time, he came to the stream Lumina had spoken of. It was not wide, but it was deep, its water so clear he could see the pebbles on its bed, each one worn smooth by time and current. He knelt to drink, and as he did, he heard it. Not with his ears, but with his heart. The stream was singing. It wasn't a song of words, but of feeling, a story of its journey from the cold, high glaciers, through sun-dappled meadows, and into the dark, embracing earth. It sang of patience, of allowing the current to carry you, of the beauty of simply being. Let go, the waters seem to murmur. The forest knows how to rest. Why do you fight it? Encouraged, Rowan pressed on. He passed a family of hedgehogs, their prickly backs dusted with dew, who nodded sleepily as he passed. A badger, busy organizing its set for the long sleep ahead, paused to wish him well with a grunt of solidarity. The further he went, the more the bioluminescent wonders of the forest revealed themselves. Glimmering fungi painted the undersides of logs in ethereal blues and greens. Will-o'-the-wisps, playful spirits of light, danced in the misty hollows, their glow ebbing and flowing like the breath of the world. Eventually, the trees began to change. They grew older, their trunks wider, their branches weaving together to form a cathedral ceiling high above. And then he saw it. The midnight oak. It was the most magnificent tree he had ever beheld. Its trunk was so vast that a dozen foxes could have stood nose to tail around its base and not met. Its branches, like great, benevolent arms, spread wide, holding a small piece of the starry sky within their grasp. And nestled in a crook where two great limbs met was an owl. His feathers were the color of weathered bark, and his eyes held the soft, profound light of the full moon. This was the elder. Rowan approached slowly, his head bowed in respect. The great owl blinked slowly, his gaze both ancient and infinitely kind. "You have been listening," the owl said, his voice a low, resonant rumble, like stones shifting deep underground. It was not a question. "I have tried, elder," Rowan replied, his own voice small. "The stream spoke to me of letting go, but my mind is a tangled thicket. I see the others preparing for the great sleep, and I feel left behind, awake in a world dreaming." The elder shifted slightly, and the leaves around him rustled, a sound as soft as falling snow. "You are not separate from the cycle, little fox. You are a part of it. The forest does not die in winter, it turns inward. The sap slows in the trees, the bear dreams in her den, the seed waits in the frozen earth. This is not idleness. It is a profound and necessary work. It is the time when the roots drink deeply of silence and the soul mends its seams." He gestured with a wing towards the clearing around the great oak. "Look." As Rowan looked, he saw the magic of the season unfolding. A gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a soft, pattering shower. Each drop that landed on a leaf created a tiny, percussive plink, a natural music that was incredibly soothing. The rain kissed his fur, cool and clean. The wind picked up, humming a low note as it swept through the pine needles, a serene whisper that seemed to wash away his anxieties. "Listen to the rain," the elder murmured. It does not strive to be a river, it simply falls, trusting the earth to receive it. Listen to the wind. It does not fight the trees, it moves through them, and in doing so creates a song. Your restless thoughts are like young saplings fighting the wind. If you bend, you will not break. If you listen, you will understand. The owl then told Rowan a story, not with words, but by opening his awareness to the secret language of the forest. He showed him how the trees communicated through the subtle vibrations in their roots, sharing news of the sun and warnings of the frost. He showed him how the stones, warm from the day's sun, now released their heat slowly, humming a silent, grounding song of stability and time. The entire forest was a symphony of interconnected life, each part playing its role in the grand cycle of rest and renewal. The magic you seek, the elder said, his voice now barely a whisper, is not a spell to be cast, but a state to be embraced. It is the courage to be still. It is the wisdom to know that to rest is not to be lazy, but to gather strength for the new growth that will surely come. Your purpose right now is not to hunt or to build, but to dream, to let the moonlight cleanse your spirit and the starlight fill you with new hopes. As the owl spoke, Rowan felt the tangled thicket in his mind begin to loosen. The chatter softened, replaced by the gentle rhythm of the rain and the wind. He looked around at the moon-drenched clearing, at the bioluminescent fungi glowing in harmonious pulses, at the stream whose song was now a constant, comforting presence in his heart. He wasn't outside the cycle, he was poised at its most sacred moment, the turning point, the breath between the exhale of autumn and the inhale of spring. A profound peace settled over him, as soft and heavy as a velvet cloak. The seasonal magic was not something to be witnessed, but to be lived. He was part of the forest's dream. "Thank you," Rowan whispered, the words filled with a gratitude that went beyond language. The elder simply blinked, a slow, deliberate gesture of blessing. "The forest holds you, little fox, always, now rest." Rowan didn't journey back the way he had come. He found a cozy den at the base of a friendly yew tree, its entrance curtained by soft ferns. He curled up inside, listening to the final droplets of rain tap dance on the leaves above and the distant, faithful babble of the stream. The wind continued its gentle sigh, a lullaby older than time. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in a long time, he did not fight the drowsiness that crept over him. He welcomed it. He was not escaping the world, he was joining it in its most ancient and sacred ritual. As he drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he dreamed not of chasing or running, but of roots drinking deep from silent, dark waters, of seeds sleeping under a blanket of snow, and of a bright, promising sun waiting on the other side of the long, restful night. And in his dream he knew with absolute certainty that when he awoke he would be renewed, ready to greet the spring not with frantic energy, but with the quiet, steady strength of the forest itself. The magic had been inside him all along. He had only needed the gentle guidance of the night and its wise creatures to remember how to listen. Story 7. In the village of Stillwater, nestled in a valley where the river moved so slowly it seemed to be dreaming, there came a week when peculiar things began to happen. It started subtly, as such things often do. The village baker, a gentle man named Rowan, was the first to notice. He awoke before dawn, as was his habit, to light the ovens for the day's bread. But when he stepped outside to draw water from the well, he saw that the sky was not the deep, star-studded velvet it ought to be. Instead, it was a muted, starless expanse, as if someone had gently swept the heavens clean with a soft, invisible broom. The stars, you see, had gone missing. Not all of them, of course. The great constant guides, the North Star, the bold Orion, remained. But the smaller twinkling ones, the shy stars that sprinkled the darkness with diamond dust, had vanished. The village awoke to a sky that felt quieter, emptier, and strangely lonely. The second peculiarity was discovered by the weaver, a woman named Lyra, whose cottage was draped in flowering vines. Her prized midnight blue blossoms, which usually only opened under the light of the moon, had begun to change color. By day they were a soft, forgetful gray. By twilight they pulsed with a faint, silvery light. It was beautiful, but it was wrong. The rhythm of the garden was off its beat. And then there was the clock tower. The great old clock in the village square, whose chimes had marked the peaceful hours for generations, began to behave most strangely. Its hands, which usually moved forward with steady, reliable ticks, would occasionally shiver, stutter, and spin gently backwards for a moment, as if remembering a sweeter time. The chimes that followed were not the clear, single notes everyone knew, but soft, tangled chords that hung in the air like a half-remembered melody. The people of Stillwater were not frightened, for they were a folk of gentle hearts and quiet minds. But they were deeply intrigued. A soft murmur of curiosity hummed through the village, mingling with the sound of the gentle rain that had begun to fall, and the persistent, wistful ringing of the wind chimes hanging from every eave. It was a young mapmaker's apprentice named Aris who decided to investigate. Aris was a quiet boy with a talent for noticing things others missed, the way a shadow fell, the particular scent of the air before a storm, the hidden patterns in the cobblestones. He believed that nothing happened without a reason, and that most problems could be solved by listening and looking with a kind and patient heart. He began his investigation in the village square, sitting on a damp bench beneath the misbehaving clock tower. The rain was a soft percussion on the leaves, and the wind chimes sang their glassy, random song. He listened to the conversations of the villagers as they passed. "It's the work of the Grumble-Grumps from the western woods," declared the blacksmith, a kind man who was prone to inventing fantastical creatures to explain minor inconveniences. "Nonsense," said the herbalist. "It's the flowers, they're drinking the starlight, and it's confusing the clock. It's a matter of botany." Aris listened, but he didn't think either was right. He watched the clock. As its hands shivered backwards, he noticed a small, old sundial in the corner of the square. The rain had stopped for a moment, and a weak beam of sunlight broke through the clouds. The shadow on the sundial was pointing not to the correct time, but to a series of ancient, weathered carvings at its base, a spiral, a bird in flight, and a teardrop. This reminded Aris of something. He hurried to the village library, a cozy, round building that smelled of old paper and drying lavender. He pulled a large, leather-bound book of nursery rhymes from the shelf, a book every child in Stillwater learned by heart. He found the one he was looking for, the lullaby of the lost hour. When the clock tower sleeps and walks backwards, and the stars hide their faces away, follow the song of the silver-veined river, to the place where the memories play. Find the key in the raven's black feather, and the lock in the weeping willow's sigh, to open the door of forgotten weather, and return the lost light to the sky. The villagers had always thought it was just a charming, nonsensical verse. But Aris wondered. The clock was walking backwards. The stars had hidden their faces. It was a place to start. His first clue was the song of the silver-veined river. The Stillwater River was known for its sluggish, quiet flow. But that evening, as Aris walked its banks, he heard it. It wasn't a song of water, but of stone. Where the river bent around a great mossy rock, the water gurgled and whispered in a specific musical pattern. It was a melody, the same tangled chord the clock tower chimed. His next clue was the raven's black feather. He searched the river bank, finding only crow feathers, which were different. He was about to give up when he saw Old Man Hemlock, the reclusive painter who lived in a boathouse on the river. Hemlock was using a long, glossy black raven's feather as a brush, dipping it into pots of iridescent paint. "Ah, the curious boy," Hemlock said, his eyes twinkling. Looking for answers. He held up the feather. "A gift from a friend. She leaves me one every season, but lately she's been distracted. Your friend is a raven." Eris asked, his eyes wide. The raven, Hemlock corrected gently. She who collects shiny things and remembers everything. She's the keeper of lost things. This was a red herring, but a delightful one. Eris spent a wonderful afternoon with Old Man Hemlock, learning that the raven had been gathering the missing stars, not to be mischievous, but because they were fading, growing dim. She was trying to keep them safe, storing them in her nest high in the great oak, where they glimmered weakly amongst the trinkets and treasures. She wasn't the cause of the problem. She was trying to solve it in her own way. Eris thanked the painter and looked back at the rhyme. The lock in the weeping willows sigh. There was a famous ancient willow tree that grew where the river pooled, its long branches trailing in the water like green hair. As the evening breeze passed through it, the tree did seem to sigh. Eris approached it and saw that at the base of its massive trunk, nestled between two great roots, was a hollow. And in that hollow something glowed with a soft, internal light. It was a large, smooth stone, the color of a stormy sky, and within it, tiny lights swirled like captured stars. This was the door of forgotten weather. He had found the heart of the mystery. But what was the key? He had the raven's feather from Hemlock. He gently touched the feather to the stone. Nothing happened. He thought again. The rhyme said the key in the raven's black feather, not the feather itself. He looked closely at the quill. There, tucked into the hollow shaft, was a tiny silver sliver, no bigger than a pine needle. It was a fragment of a star, one that had not faded, but burned with a steady, determined light. As he pulled it out, the silver sliver grew warm in his hand. He pressed it against the glowing stone. There was no loud noise, no flash of light. Only a deep, resonant hum that seemed to come from the earth itself. The swirling lights within the stone pulsed, grew brighter, and then streamed out, not as beams, but as soft, luminous tendrils that drifted up through the branches of the willow, into the evening air, and up towards the darkening sky. One by one, the missing stars winked back into existence. They were brighter than before, shimmering with a newfound vitality. The sky was once again a masterpiece of glittering light. And as the stars returned, the other peculiarities began to right themselves. Lyra's flowers, bathed in the proper starlight, returned to their steady, midnight blue. The clock tower gave one final, soft, backward shiver, chimed a single, perfect, clear note that hung in the air like a blessing, and then its hands began to tick forward once more, steady and true. The mystery was solved. The fading of the stars had been a slow, cosmic melancholy, a forgetting of their own light. It had echoed down to the village, affecting the flowers that loved them and the old clock that kept time by the heavens. The raven had tried to help by gathering them, and the ancient magic of the willow tree and the nursery rhyme had been a safeguard, a way for the village to heal itself when the time came. Eris hadn't used magic or force. He had used observation, empathy for a raven just trying to help, and the shared memory of a nursery rhyme. That night, the entire village gathered in the square. They didn't celebrate with a loud festival, but with a quiet, joyful communion. They brought blankets and cushions and lay on the cobblestones, looking up at the restored sky. The gentle rain began again, but no one moved. They simply opened umbrellas or pulled up hoods, listening to its peaceful patter mix with the steady, comforting tick of the clock and the distant, happy chuckle of the river. The community was closer for the shared mystery and its gentle resolution. They had remembered that they were all connected, the baker, the weaver, the painter, the raven, the stars, and the quiet boy who knew how to listen. And as they drifted off to sleep under the brilliantly lit sky, their dreams were filled with the gentle, reassuring certainty that even when things go missing, even when time stumbles, there is always a way, guided by kindness and a watchful heart, to find the light again. Story 8. The old house on Willow Lane had a way of holding secrets in its quiet corners, but none so precious as the one waiting in the attic. It was there, on a rain-softened afternoon, that a young boy named Leo discovered something extraordinary tucked behind a dusty trunk, draped with a faded quilt. Creak went the attic stairs as Leo climbed, each step a soft protest in the sleepy silence. Rain tapped gentle fingers against the circular window, and the air smelled of cedar and forgotten things. Leo had been sent to find his grandmother's old recipe box, but his attention was captured by a small wooden chest half hidden in the shadows. It was no larger than a loaf of bread, carved with patterns of twisting vines and curious creatures, and it hummed with a warmth that felt both strange and familiar. He brushed away the dust, and the wood seemed to sigh, as if grateful for their attention. With careful fingers, Leo lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet the color of midnight, lay a small silver compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Instead of pointing north, its needle, a slender sliver of moonstone, drifted and danced, pointing toward, well, Leo wasn't sure what. It seemed restless, as if searching for something lost. Just then a soft thump and a rustle came from a pile of old curtains. A ginger cat with fur the color of autumn pumpkins emerged, blinking slow, golden eyes. This was Barnaby, the house's self-appointed guardian of all things quiet and dusty. "A seeker, are you?" Barnaby's voice was a low, rumbling purr. He didn't speak in words exactly, but in feelings and images that bloomed in Leo's mind like watercolor paintings. That is the heart's compass. It doesn't find places, it finds what is missing. Leo, who was usually quite shy and hesitant about new things, felt a spark of curiosity light within him. "What is it missing?" he whispered, his voice barely disturbing the dusty air. Barnaby stretched, his tail curling into a question mark. "Its song, the compass, is lonely. It needs to be whole again to remember its purpose." And so began Leo's journey, a journey not across mountains or seas, but through the landscape of his own courage. His challenge was not to fight a dragon, but to quiet the nervous flutter in his own chest and ask for help. His first helper was found in the sun-dappled quiet of the garden shed. Mr. Abernathy, the elderly gardener, was potting seedlings, his hands as gnarled and wise as the roots of the old oak tree. The shed was a cozy cave of earthy smells, with watering cans and trowels hanging in orderly rows, and the distant clink-clong of a wind chime made from seashells drifting through the open door. "Ah, the wandering compass, mister," Abernathy said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. His voice was like the rustle of leaves. "My grandmother spoke of it. Its needle is drawn to kindness, you see, but it's stuck like a record skipping. It needs its counterpart, the listening key." "Where do I find the key?" Leo asked, his small hand tight around the warm compass. Mr. Abernathy pointed a soil-dusted finger not toward the horizon, but toward the center of town. "You must listen for the music that has no sound. You must be brave enough to be still." This was the first test of Leo's courage. The town square, with its bustling market and chattering crowds, felt overwhelming. But the compass in his pocket pulsed with a gentle warmth, a silent encouragement. He took a deep breath, the scent of rain on pavement and fresh bread from the bakery filling his senses, and stepped forward. He wandered through the market, the compass needle spinning wildly whenever he passed someone who looked lonely or sad. It would point to an old woman sitting alone on a bench, or a child who had dropped their ice cream. Each time, Leo's mission was forgotten as he felt a pull to help. He sat with the old woman and listened to her story about her pet sparrow. He shared his pocket money with the child for a new ice cream. With each small act, the compass grew warmer, and Leo's own nervousness began to melt away, replaced by a quiet sense of purpose. It was near the old stone fountain, with its soothing plink-plonk of water, that he met his second helper. A little girl with bright, observant eyes and two long, dark braids was sitting on the edge, carefully drawing in a sketchbook. Her name was Alara, and she noticed everything. Your pocket is glowing, she stated simply, not looking up from her drawing of a pigeon wearing a tiny hat. Startled, Leo pulled out the compass. The moonstone needle was now glowing with a soft, milky light, and it was pointing directly at Alara's wicker backpack. "It's pointing at you," Leo said. Alara finally looked up, her head tilted. "No," she corrected gently. "It's pointing at this." She reached into her bag and pulled out a small, polished stone with a hole in the center. It was smooth and cool, and when she held it up to her ear, she smiled. "I call it my listening stone. I can hear the river's memories in it." The moment the stone was in the open air, the compass needle leapt toward it and held steady, humming with a clear, high note that only Leo and Alara seemed to hear. "The key isn't a key at all," Alara said, her voice full of wonder. "It's a listener. The compass seeks and the stone listens. They are a pair." But the compass was still not complete. Though it had found its partner, the needle still quivered, unable to find peace. The faint, melodic chime it was supposed to produce was silent. "It still needs its song," Leo murmured, the weight of the journey settling on his small shoulders. He felt he had come so far, yet the most important part was still missing. Alara, who was clever and loved puzzles, tapped her chin. "If the compass finds what's missing and the stone listens, maybe the song is what happens when they work together. Maybe we need to help them remember how." Their final challenge led them to the town's clock tower, a tall, friendly structure with a great brass bell that rang out the hours. They climbed the winding stairs, their footsteps echoing in the hollow space, until they emerged at the top. The world spread out below them like a patchwork quilt, and the air was cool and fresh. The compass was now so warm it was almost hot, and the needle was spinning in frantic circles. "It's confused," Leo said, his heart sinking. "There's too much to find, too much that's missing." It was then that Leo remembered Mr. Abernathy's words. "You must be brave enough to be still." He had been brave in talking to strangers, brave in asking for help. Now he needed a different kind of bravery, the courage to be patient and to trust. He sat down on the sun-warmed wooden planks of the bell tower, cross-legged. He placed the compass on the floor between him and Alara. She, understanding without words, placed her listening stone beside it. "Let's just be quiet," Leo said. "Let's just listen." So they sat. They listened to the wind sighing through the tower rails, a lonely, whispering sound. They listened to the distant clang of the blacksmith's hammer, a steady, rhythmic beat. They listened to the chatter of sparrows under the eaves, a cheerful, bustling melody. Leo closed his eyes and listened to the sound of his own breathing, in and out, a calm and steady rhythm. He poured all of his focus not into finding something, but into feeling the quiet connection between the two objects and the kind, quiet world around them. He thought of the old woman's smile, the child's laughter with his new ice cream, the rustle of Mr. Abernathy's plants, the purr of Barnaby the cat. He gathered all these small, kind moments and held them in his heart. As he did, something magical began to happen. The compass needle slowed its frantic dance. It drifted toward the listening stone, and the stone began to glow with a soft, golden light. The needle gently touched the stone's surface. Ding. A single perfect bell-like note hung in the air, clear and sweet as starlight. It was a note of pure belonging. Then a melody began to flow from the two objects, a soft, lullaby-like tune that wove together the sound of the wind, the rhythm of the blacksmith's hammer, and the chatter of the sparrows. It was the song of the town itself, the music of 100 quiet, kind moments happening all at once. It was the song of home. The compass was whole. Its purpose was not to find treasure or fame, but to find connection. To remind anyone who held it that the greatest adventures are the ones that help us find the kindness in ourselves and others. Leo picked up the compass. It was no longer warm, but cool and calm in his hand, the needle pointing steadily and peacefully at his own heart. He and Alara descended the clock tower steps, the beautiful, silent song lingering in their hearts. When Leo returned home, the rain had stopped, and a fire crackled in the hearth. He placed the compass and the stone back in their chest, now understanding they were guardians of a simple, profound secret. That night, as Leo lay in bed, the soft tick-tock of the hallway clock and the gentle pitter-patter of a returning rain on the roof were the only sounds. He felt different. The world felt softer, kinder. He had journeyed not across the land, but deep into the territory of his own spirit, and he had returned with a treasure no map could ever reveal. The quiet, unshakable knowledge that the bravest thing a person can do is to be still, to listen, and to be kind. And from the attic, if one listened very closely, a faint, happy hum could be heard, a gentle music that promised all was well, and that no heart, no matter how small or shy, was ever truly lost. Story 9. The night air was cool and carried the scent of distant rain and damp earth. Above, the stars were not merely points of light, but a shimmering tapestry, so close it seemed one could reach up and run a hand through their silvery dust. It was on such a night, as the last embers of a campfire sent lazy sparks dancing up to meet the constellations, that a young girl named Anya felt a peculiar pull in her heart. It was a gentle tug, like the end of a silken thread tied to her soul, drawing her gaze not to the stars, but to a soft, luminous patch of mist that had gathered at the edge of the whispering woods. Anya was a quiet child, with a spirit as curious as it was kind. She carried with her always a small, worn patch of a quilt, stitched by her grandmother's hands. It was a mosaic of faded blues and gentle creams, and when she pressed it to her cheek, it smelled faintly of lavender and old books, the very essence of home. It was this patch she clutched now as she rose and stepped toward the glowing mist. The moment she crossed its threshold, the world shifted. The crunch of pine needles under her feet became the soft, resilient spring of living cloud. She stood upon a pathway of condensed moonlight, a bridge of pearlescent vapor that wound through a city sculpted from the very stuff of the sky. Towers of cumulus swirled with ribbons of gold and rose, their surfaces soft and cool to the touch, like the finest velvet. This was Nimbus, the city in the air, and the air itself was filled with a symphony of scents. Ozone from a recent high-altitude shower, the sweet, clean fragrance of morning dew, and the subtle, spicy aroma of stardust. The inhabitants of Nimbus were the Lumen, creatures of pure, gentle light. They had no mouths with which to speak, but communicated through the soft, rhythmic pulsing of their inner glow. A warm, amber pulse was a greeting. A slow, blue throb conveyed curiosity. One such lumen, a being of soft silver, floated toward Anya. It pulsed a question in a pattern of gentle gold. Anya, though startled, felt no fear. She held up her quilt patch. I was called, she said, her voice a whisper in the vast, quiet city. The silver lumen pulsed in understanding. It drifted closer, and with a tendril of cool, soothing light, it touched the patch. An image blossomed in Anya's mind, a great, silent bell in the highest spire of the cloud city, a bell that usually chimed with the music of the spheres, now dark and still. The lumen's light dimmed with a palpable sadness. The music of their city, the harmony that held its form and filled its citizens with joy, had faded. They were slowly growing quiet, their lights dimming. The reason for her calling was clear. Anya's heart, attuned to the quiet melodies of the world, was needed. The lumen showed her another image, a place deep below the world, the underground Aurora caverns, where the primal source of all resonant light was said to be found. To rekindle the great bell's song, she would need to find a shard of that light. And so her journey began. The lumen guided her to the edge of their city, to a landmark known as the Starlight Stair. It was not a stair of stone, but of swirling nebulae and captured comet tails, each step singing a soft, crystalline note as she descended. The air grew warmer, carrying the scent of ancient stone and cool, clean water. The soft clouds underfoot gave way to the smooth, polished rock of a vast cavern entrance. She descended for what felt like both a moment and an age, until she emerged into a cavern so immense its ceiling was lost in darkness. But the darkness was not empty. It was alive. Ribbons of light, emerald, violet, sapphire, and gold, danced and swam through the air in a silent, breathtaking ballet. This was the underground aurora. The light did not merely glow, it had texture. As a ribbon of cerulean blue swept near, Anya reached out a hand. It felt like cool silk and static electricity, sending a pleasant tingle up her arm. The air hummed with a deep, resonant frequency that she felt in her bones more than heard with her ears. Here the inhabitants were the chroma, gentle beings shaped from the auroral light itself. They communicated through touch, their forms shifting and blending to convey complex emotions and ideas. A chroma of deep violet and green approached, its form flowing like liquid light. It extended a shimmering tendril, and when Anya tentatively touched it, a flood of understanding washed over her. She felt its concern. The great aurora was weakening. Its dance was growing sluggish, its colors less vibrant. The central heart of the light, the prism well, was becoming clouded. Anya knew then that her quests were intertwined. The silence in Nimbus and the fading of the aurora were connected. She showed the chroma her quilt patch, pouring all her feelings of home, comfort, and the memory of her grandmother's songs into the touch. The chroma rippled with a warm, yellow light, recognition. It knew of the prism well, and it would guide her. They moved deeper into the cavern, past landmarks of pure wonder. They passed the crystal choir, a forest of slender, singing stalactites that chimed softly as the aural light brushed against them, filling the air with a fragmented, angelic melody. They waded through the river of memory, a shallow stream that felt like warm milk and smelled of vanilla and old roses, its waters showing fleeting, beautiful images of times long past. Finally, they reached the prism well. It was a pool of what seemed to be liquid light, from which the aural ribbons originated. But its surface was still and murky, like a dusty mirror. A large, opaque shard of obsidian sat in its center, blocking the light's flow. The chroma gestured helplessly. They could not remove it, their touch only passed through the solid stone. Anya looked at the dark shard, and then at the quilt patch in her hand. She thought of home not just as a place, but as a feeling of connection, of love, of a melody that ties all things together. She understood. The shard was not a physical obstacle to be forced, but a manifestation of disconnection, of silence. It needed to be reminded of song. She knelt by the edge of the well, her knees sinking into the soft, mossy bank that smelled of rich loam and damp petals. She didn't try to push or pull the shard. Instead, she began to hum. It was a simple, wordless lullaby her grandmother used to sing, a tune woven from comfort and safety. She poured the memory of the crackling fireplace, the scent of lavender on her quilt, the feeling of being held and loved into that soft, steady hum. As she hummed, she gently laid her quilt patch upon the surface of the well. The liquid light did not soak it. Instead, the patch seemed to float, and the familiar, homely scent of lavender bloomed strongly in the air. The faded blues and creams began to glow with a soft, internal light, a tiny, brave echo of the grand aurora above. The opaque shard in the center of the well began to tremble. A tiny crack appeared, from which a sliver of brilliant white light emerged. Then another and another. The hum of the cavern grew louder, harmonizing with her lullaby. The chroma beings gathered around, their forms pulsing in time with the music, adding their own silent, joyful energy to the symphony. With a sound like 1,000 tiny bells, the dark shard shattered, not into pieces, but into a million motes of light that swirled up to join the aurora. The prism well erupted in a fountain of pure, resonant color. The ribbons of light danced with renewed vigor, their colors deeper, their movements more joyous than before. The entire cavern thrummed with a powerful, healing music. The violet and green chroma flowed toward Anya, and from the heart of the newly freed well, it gathered a single, shimmering shard of condensed light, a tiny, perfect star that felt both warm and cool in her palm and hummed with a gentle, constant tone. It was a piece of the world's song. Her guide led her back to the starlight stair, which now seemed to glow with an internal fire. As she ascended, the music of the spheres grew clearer. When she stepped back onto the cloud-paved streets of Nimbus, the silver lumen was waiting, its light pulsing with anxious hope. Anya walked to the highest spire and stood before the great, silent bell. She took the humming shard of light and with a deep breath pressed it against the bell's cool, dark surface. The moment it touched, the bell did not just chime, it sang. A single, pure note that was both a sound and a feeling of profound peace rolled out over the cloud city. It was the sound of connection, of home, of a story finding its happy ending. The lumen beings erupted in a festival of light, their pulses becoming a synchronized, joyful dance, painting the air with colors of celebration. Her task complete, the silver lumen led her back to the patch of mist at the edge of Nimbus. It pulsed a final, grateful farewell, a warm gold that felt like a hug. Anya stepped through and found herself back at the edge of the whispering woods, the scent of pine and earth familiar and dear. The campfire was now just warm ashes, and the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. She looked down at her hand. The shard of light was gone, its work done. But her quilt patch remained, and as she brought it to her face, she smelled not only lavender and old books, but a new, faint scent. The clean, sweet fragrance of morning dew on high clouds, and a lingering hint of ozone from a celestial ray. She smiled, wrapping the patch around her shoulders like a shawl. She had helped a wondrous realm find its voice, and in doing so she had learned that the truest magic, the most powerful song, was the one that connected all things, the melody of a kind heart, the rhythm of a helping hand, and the everlasting, comforting chord of home. And as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in familiar hues, Anya knew she carried a little piece of that enchanted music with her always. Story 10. Deep in the heart of the world, where the sun's final rays surrendered to the velvet night, lay the ancient forest of whispering moonbeams. Here the moonlight didn't simply fall, it wove itself through the canopy of ancient oaks and silver birches, stitching patterns of liquid silver upon the mossy floor. The air hummed with a soft, ancient magic, a vibration felt more than heard, like the distant memory of a lullaby. It was in this forest that a young badger named Juniper made his home. Unlike his fellow badgers who slumbered peacefully in their sets, Juniper was a creature of the night, drawn to the forest's nocturnal symphony. His fur was the color of dark earth sprinkled with starlight, and his eyes held the quiet curiosity of one who listens more than he speaks. On this particular night, a restlessness stirred within him. The forest felt different. The usual gentle whispers of the leaves carried a note of urgency, a soft, rustling plea. The stream that carved a silvery path through the forest didn't just babble, it murmured fragments of a story, words like fading and forgotten caught between the pebbles. Guided by the soft, pulsing light of the emerald-green foxfire fungi that clung to the tree roots, Juniper followed the stream's path. He paused, placing a paw upon a large, moss-covered stone. It was warm, thrumming with a deep, slow energy. He closed his eyes and listened, not with his ears, but with his heart. The stone's language was one of patience and memory. It spoke of countless moons, of seasons turning, and of a delicate balance that was trembling. The silver leaf wanes, the stone seemed to sigh through the moss. The heart song grows faint. Juniper didn't understand, but a sense of purpose settled upon his small shoulders. He knew where to go for answers. Deeper into the forest he ventured, to the starlit clearing, where the canopy opened to a vast tapestry of twinkling lights. In the center stood the elder tree, an oak so ancient its bark was etched with the runes of time. High in its gnarled branches lived Alastair, the great gray owl. As Juniper entered the clearing, a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a soft pattering that kissed the leaves, each drop a tiny drumbeat in the night's quiet melody. Alastair glided down on silent wings, landing on a low-hanging branch. His feathers were the color of wood smoke, and his eyes were two pools of molten amber, holding depths of ancient knowledge. "You have heard the whisper, little one," Alastair said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that blended with the sound of the rain. It wasn't a question. "The stones speak of a fading," Juniper replied, his voice small. "And the stream seems sad." Alastair blinked slowly. "The forest speaks a language of cycles, Juniper, of blossoming and slumber, of giving and receiving. The silver leaf of the moondust maple is the anchor of our seasonal magic. It catches the first and last light of each moon, storing its energy, but its glow has dimmed these past cycles. It is forgetting how to shine." He explained that the moondust maple stood in the highest grove, its leaves normally shimmering with captured starlight. Its magic was one of renewal, a promise that after every period of rest, a new beginning awaited. But if its light faded completely, the forest's deep, restorative sleep of winter would become an endless, silent slumber. The gentle magic that allowed the streams to sing, and the stones to remember would slowly seep away. "The leaf is not sick," Alastair murmured, as the wind whispered through the elder tree's leaves, a soothing shhhhh sound. "It is lonely. Its magic is a conversation with the world. It has been too long since it heard the forest's heart song." Juniper's quest was clear. He had to journey to the highest grove and remind the silver leaf of the forest's song. It was not a quest of strength, but of listening and sharing. His path led him up winding trails, accompanied by the friendly flicker of will-o'-the-wisps, who bobbed like cheerful, blue-white lanterns, illuminating his way. He walked until he came to the Singing Stones, a circle of smooth, gray rocks arranged by a forgotten stream. He pressed his ear to the largest one. At first, there was only silence. Then, as he breathed in time with the forest, he heard it, a deep, resonant hum, the bedrock melody of the earth itself. He committed the vibration to memory, a low, comforting C-note of pure stability. Further on, he reached the whispering reeds that lined a quiet pond. As a gentle night breeze stirred them, they didn't just sway. They released a soft, sibilant chorus, a harmony of gentle shhhhs and sighing melodies that spoke of flexibility and flow. Juniper listened, letting the watery rhythm wash over him. He gathered more songs as he traveled. The percussive plink, plink, plink of the last raindrops falling from the leaves of a sleeping willow. The crisp, rustling crackle of dry autumn leaves under his paws, a sound like gentle applause. The soft, almost silent flutter of moth wings against his fur as they danced in the beams of moonlight. Finally, he reached the highest grove. There, standing alone in a pool of celestial light, was the moondust maple. It was beautiful, but Alastair was right. Its famous silver leaf, a single heart-shaped leaf that grew at the very apex of the tree, was dull, its luminous sheen reduced to a faint, gray glimmer. Juniper sat at the base of the tree, closed his eyes, and began to share what he had gathered. He didn't sing or shout. He simply remembered, and in remembering, he broadcast the heart song back to the leaf. He focused on the deep, enduring hum of the singing stones, the foundation of everything. He layered upon it the gentle, flowing whisper of the reeds. He added the delicate percussion of the rain and the rustling crackle of the leaves. He let the memory of the moth wings flutter and the babbling brook story weave through it all, a tapestry of sound and sensation, of life and connection. For a long moment, nothing happened. The grove was silent. A flicker of doubt crossed Juniper's mind. But then a single pure note rang out, high and clear, from the silver leaf. It was the sound of a single dewdrop falling onto a still pond. The leaf began to pulse, softly at first, then brighter. It drank in the symphony Juniper offered, and as it did, it remembered its purpose. A beam of pure liquid moonlight shot from the leaf, arcing across the sky and showering the entire forest in a rain of soft, silver sparks. Below, Juniper heard the forest sigh in relief. The stream's babble grew joyous, the leaves' whispers turned to laughter, and the stones hummed with contentment. The magic of renewal was restored. The coming winter would be a time of deep, peaceful rest, not an eternal silence, because the promise of spring now shone brightly in the highest grove. Alistair landed silently beside him. "You see, little one," the owl said, his voice softer than ever. "The greatest magic is not in grand gestures, but in listening closely enough to hear the world's heartbeat and being brave enough to echo it back." Juniper made his way home as the first hints of dawn tinged the horizon. The forest was settling into its daytime slumber, but its song was strong and clear in his heart. He curled up in his cozy set, the gentle, rhythmic sounds of the waking world, the distant brook, the sighing wind, the rustle of 1,000 leaves, lulling him to sleep. He knew with a certainty that warmed him from the inside out that the forest would always whisper its secrets to those who were quiet enough to listen, and that its magic, like the cycles of the moon, would forever renew itself, a timeless, comforting promise in the heart of the night. Story 11. The little village of Oakhaven rested in a gentle valley, cradled by ancient, whispering woods. It was a place where the extraordinary was simply part of the everyday tapestry. The cobblestone streets were swept clean each morning by Mrs. Higgins, who hummed old folk tunes, and the air was perpetually scented with the comforting aroma of baking bread from Mr. Abernathy's oven and the sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine. High in the old clock tower, the great brass bell chimed each hour with a soft, resonant bong that rolled through the dells, a sound as familiar as a heartbeat. Our story begins on an evening painted in shades of lavender and deep blue. A gentle, persistent rain had started to fall, its patter a soothing rhythm on the slate roofs and leafy canopies. From porches and open windows, the delicate, random music of glass wind chimes danced on the damp air. But as the sky darkened, a peculiar thing happened. The stars, one by one, began to vanish. It was not a sudden, alarming blackout. It was a slow, deliberate fading, as if a great, invisible thumb were smudging them out. First, the tip of the dragon's tail disappeared. Then, the bright eye of the shepherd. The townsfolk, stepping out to listen to the rain, noticed the growing darkness above. A soft murmur of confusion rippled through Oakhaven. The one who noticed the pattern was a quiet, thoughtful young woman named Anya. She was the village stargazer and map mender, with eyes the color of twilight and a mind that loved to trace connections. While others saw random dots of light, Anya saw stories and maps written in the heavens. She was sitting on her cushioned window seat, a cup of chamomile tea warming her hands, when she saw the first star wink out. Her brow furrowed not in fear, but in deep curiosity. The next morning, the village was abuzz with theories. Old Man Hemlock, who tended the glass house of exotic orchids, declared it the work of sky gnomes, polishing the stars for the winter. The baker, Mr. Abernathy, was certain it was a strange new weather pattern. Perhaps a very high fog, he'd say, dusting flour from his apron. But Anya said nothing. She spent the day observing. She noticed that the flowers in the village square, a patch of vibrant, day-blooming heartsease, had overnight begun to shift their colors. The deep purples were now pale yellows, and the bright blues had softened to a gentle peach. It was beautiful but strange. It felt like a clue. That afternoon, as the rain eased to a drizzle, Anya went to visit the village's oldest resident, a kind-eyed woman named Alara, who lived in a cottage that seemed to be woven from living willow branches. Alara was singing a soft, half-remembered nursery rhyme to a family of robins nesting in her eaves. When the silverfish swims upstream and the heartsease forgets its dream, follow the path the spider weaves to find what the sleeping sky bereaves. Anya's ears perked up. Alara, where did you learn that song? Alara smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Oh, it's just an old thing, my dear. A skipping rhyme from when I was a girl. Probably doesn't mean a thing. But to Anya, it meant everything. The heartsease forgets its dream. The changing flowers. What the sleeping sky bereaves. The missing stars. It was a puzzle box, and she had just found the first key. Her next clue came from an old map of the valley she was restoring for the village archive. It was drawn on vellum, so old it felt like soft leather. In the corner, where most maps have a compass rose, this one had a delicate drawing of the constellation known as the Weaver, a pattern of stars that, according to legend, wove the fabric of the night. Last night, the Weaver had been one of the first constellations to fade. As Anya traced the lines of the map, her finger caught on a nearly invisible indentation. Holding it up to the light of her oil lamp, she saw it. A tiny, perfect spider was embroidered in silver thread onto the vellum, so fine it was almost part of the paper itself. Follow the path the spider weaves. The spider on the map was positioned at the edge of the Whispering Woods, right where a forgotten footpath was marked, leading to a place called the Starlight Glade. Anya had never been there. Most people avoided that part of the woods, not out of fear, but because it was said to be a place for quiet things and sleeping memories. The following evening, armed with a warm cloak and a lantern with a friendly golden glow, Anya set out. The rain had stopped, leaving the world washed clean and smelling of damp earth and pine. The wind chimes in the village faded behind her, replaced by the crunch of her boots on wet leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. She followed the overgrown path, her lantern light casting long, dancing shadows that seemed more like playful companions than ominous specters. After a while, she came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a magnificent, ancient grandfather clock, taller than the oldest oak, its face pale as a moonbeam. But its hands were not moving. They were frozen, one pointing to the 11, the other to the 3. And around its base, flowing in a perfect, silent circle, was a stream. But the water in the stream was flowing backwards, away from the wider river it should have been feeding, rippling gently upstream towards the clock. Backwards flowing time. Anya knelt by the stream, her mind racing. The nursery rhyme, the changing flowers, the stopped clock, the backward stream, the missing stars. They were all connected, but how? She felt a tug of frustration. This was the red herring, a delightful and magical discovery that nonetheless led her no closer to the heart of the mystery. As she sat there, she noticed something else. The silence. It was profound. No crickets chirped, no frogs croaked. It was as if the very sound of life was being withheld. And then she saw them. Tiny, shimmering creatures, no bigger than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight. They were huddled under a large fern, their light dim and flickering. They looked sad, their tiny shoulders slumped. Anya's heart, which had been so focused on observation and clues, now swelled with empathy. She approached slowly, not with the brisk step of a detective, but with the gentle care of a friend. "Hello there," she whispered, her voice soft as the rustle of a moth's wing. "What's the matter?" One of the creatures fluttered its wings weakly. It didn't speak in words, but a feeling washed over Anya, a feeling of profound loneliness and a deep, resonant silence. They were star tenders, she realized. Their task was to gather the sounds of the world, the laughter of children, the songs of birds, the whisper of the wind, and used them to polish the stars, keeping them bright. But they had lost their own song. A great sadness had settled over their queen, and without her melody to lead them, their work had stalled. The stars were going out because they were losing their light. The backwards flowing time, the color-changing flowers, they were not the cause but symptoms. The entire glen was reflecting the Startenders' sorrow, their world literally running in reverse. "You've lost your music," Anya said, understanding flooding her. The clues hadn't been about finding a thing, but about understanding a feeling. She sat with them for a long time, not trying to solve anything, just sharing the quiet. She told them about Oakhaven, about the chime of the clock tower, the tinkle of the wind chimes, Mr. Abernathy's cheerful whistling as he baked. She poured the memory of these sounds into the quiet glade, a gift of sympathy. Inspired, she had an idea. She wouldn't find their song for them. She would help them make a new one, a song built from the heart of their community. She returned to Oakhaven as the first hints of dawn tinged the sky. She didn't speak of sky gnomes or weather patterns. Instead, she went from door to door, speaking softly to her neighbors. She asked the children to remember their best games and their loudest laughter. She asked the musicians to bring their gentlest instruments, a flute, a harp, a set of carefully tuned bells. She asked everyone to think of their most cherished memory of Oakhaven's sounds. That evening, their entire village, led by Anya, walked the path to the starlight glade. They found the Startenders still huddled, their light almost gone. Without a word, the villagers formed a wide circle around the glade. The flutist began to play a melody that sounded like a bubbling stream. The harpist wove in chords that felt like a soft embrace. The bell ringer created a cascade of clear, pure notes. The children began to laugh, a sound as bright and sudden as new pennies. And the adults joined in, humming the old folk tunes, whispering stories of home. It started as a murmur, then grew into a symphony of community, a tapestry of sound woven from shared lives and simple joys. In the center of the circle, the Startenders slowly lifted their heads. Their dim light began to brighten, pulsing in time with the music. Their tiny queen, who had been silent for so long, slowly opened her mouth. And from her came a single perfect note, clear and sweet as a raindrop on a crystal glass. It rose, joining the symphony, giving it a center, a soul. The other Startenders joined her, their voices creating a harmony that seemed to stitch the very air back together. As they sang, they rose into the darkening sky, their bodies becoming trails of shimmering light. They flew up, 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 until they were among the faded stars. And one by one, the stars returned. Not just as they were, but brighter, clearer, and more brilliant than anyone in Oakhaven could remember. The Weaver constellation blazed back to life, its silver threads gleaming. The dragon's tail flickered with new fire. The shepherd's eyes shone with benevolent warmth. The grandfather clock in the glade gave a deep, resonant click. Its hands shuddered and then began to move forward once more, the correct time chiming softly through the woods. The stream, with a happy gurgle, reversed its flow and began running in its proper direction. The heartsease flowers in the village square, seen by no one but the moon, gently shifted back to their original, vibrant hues. The mystery was solved. The stars had not been stolen, they had been grieving. And they had been healed not by a single brilliant detective, but by the collective, empathetic heart of a community that knew how to listen, both to the world and to each other. The villagers of Oakhaven walked home under a sky ablaze with light, their hearts full and their spirits warm. The gentle rain began to fall again, and the wind chimes on every porch sang their glassy songs, now part of a grander, cosmic melody. And as they settled into their beds, listening to the comforting bong of the clock tower marking the hour, they knew that the stars above were not just lights in the sky, but old friends, listening back and shining all the brighter for the love they had been shown. And in that knowing, they drifted into the most peaceful and dream-filled of sleeps. Story 12. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its light dancing across the walls of the small, cozy room. It painted shifting patterns of gold and orange upon the faces of those gathered near, and in its warm glow, a storyteller settled into a worn, comfortable chair, a gentle smile gracing their lips. "Come closer, all who seek a tale to carry them into dreams," the storyteller began, their voice a soft, melodic murmur that blended with the hiss and pop of the burning logs. "Tonight we journey to a place not so far from here, a place where the woods grow deep and old, and where secrets are kept in the hushed whispers of the leaves. In a small cottage at the very edge of those ancient woods lived a young boy named Kaelen. He was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of the forest floor after a rain, and a heart that often felt too big for his small chest. Kaelen was, by most accounts, a little lonely. The village children were boisterous and quick, their games of chase and tag a blur of noise that left him feeling breathless and out of place. He preferred the company of the quiet living things, the patient old oak tree that shaded his home, the busy ants marching in a line along the garden path, and the soft, mossy stones that lined the creek. But most of all, Kaelen was fascinated by fire. Not the wild, destructive fire of a forest blaze, but the gentle, contained fire of the hearth. He would sit for hours, his chin propped on his knees, watching the flames dance. He saw stories in their flickering shapes, castles and dragons, sailing ships and far-off mountains. He learned the language of the fire, the cheerful crackle of dry birch, the steady, deep-throated rumble of oak, and the sudden, bright spark of pine that would leap like a tiny, eager star into the darkness of the chimney. And Kaelen had a secret. A small, strange, and wonderful secret. When he looked into the heart of the flames, if he was very still and let his breathing become slow and deep, he could see a soft, pulsing light deep within the embers. It was a light that seemed to have a life of its own, a gentle, ruby glow that pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping heart. It was warm not just with the heat of the fire, but with a different kind of warmth, a warmth that felt like kindness or like a memory of being perfectly safe and loved. He called it the ember glow, and though he never spoke of it to anyone, it was his most cherished companion on long, quiet evenings. One afternoon late in the autumn, a peculiar restlessness settled over Kaelen. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and wood smoke from distant cottages. The sun began its early descent, painting the sky in shades of violet and burnt orange. As was his habit, he built a small, neat fire in the hearth, sitting before it as the room deepened into twilight. He sought the comforting pulse of the ember glow, but tonight it was different. The light within the embers was not its usual steady, sleeping rhythm. It flickered urgently, brightening and dimming, like a message he couldn't quite understand. He leaned closer, his brow furrowed. As he watched, a single tiny ember, glowing with that distinctive inner light, popped free from the log and landed, still shimmering on the stone hearth before him. It didn't fade to gray ash as embers usually do. It continued to pulse, and as Kaelen watched, mesmerized, it began to move. It rolled slowly, deliberately, toward the cottage door. It stopped, pulsed 3 times very brightly, and then rolled another few inches. Kaelen's heart beat a little faster. This was no ordinary happening. He pulled on his warmest woolen jacket, its rough fabric familiar against his skin, and slowly, carefully, opened the cottage door. The ember rolled out into the deepening dusk, a single, ruby star in the gloom of the garden path. It paused, waiting for him. And so, a most extraordinary journey began. Kaelen followed the little ember as it led him away from the safe, warm circle of his home, past the sleeping vegetable garden, and toward the dark line of the ancient woods. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches weaving a tangled canopy against the darkening sky. The ember glow moved forward, its light just enough to illuminate the path immediately at his feet, a path of soft, fallen needles and moss that he had never noticed before. It was as if the forest itself was making a way for him. The air grew colder, and Kaelen pulled his jacket tighter. The sounds of the cottage, the creak of the floorboards, the sigh of the wind in the chimney, were gone, replaced by the sounds of the forest at night. It was not a silent place. It was alive with a soft, rustling music, the scuttle of unseen creatures in the underbrush, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle sigh of the wind through the pine needles high above. The little ember cast just enough light to see the gnarled roots that threatened to trip him, and the low-hanging branches he needed to duck. It felt less like following a light, and more like being guided by a thoughtful, silent friend. They walked for what felt like a long time, the path winding deeper and deeper into the heart of the woods. Kaelen was no longer afraid. The ember glow's presence was a constant, warm reassurance in his palm, for he had carefully picked it up, finding it was not hot, but only pleasantly warm, like a sun-warmed stone. Finally, they came to a place where the path seemed to end at a solid wall of intertwined ivy and thick-growing bramble. The ember pulsed in his hand, its light flaring. Kaelen, understanding, reached out and gently pushed aside the curtain of vines. What he saw on the other side stole his breath away. He was standing at the edge of a hidden clearing, a secret world nestled within the forest's embrace. In the center of the clearing grew the most enormous tree he had ever seen. Its trunk was wider than his cottage, and its branches, laden with silvery leaves, spread out like a canopy over the entire space. But the most magical thing was the light. The entire clearing was illuminated by a soft, golden radiance that seemed to emanate from the tree itself, and from hundreds of little lanterns that hung from the lower branches, glowing with a gentle, living fire. They were not made of glass and metal, but of woven reeds and polished birch bark, and within each one danced a tiny, friendly flame. And the clearing was full of life. Small, furry creatures with bright, intelligent eyes peered from behind toadstools. Shy, deer-like animals with coats the color of moonlight stepped delicately through the moss. And everywhere there were lights, little floating motes of warmth that zipped and drifted through the air like benevolent fireflies, each one adding its own small note to the symphony of soft light. But the most remarkable creature of all was sitting at the base of the great tree, looking directly at him. It was a fox, but unlike any fox Kaelen had ever seen. Its fur was the color of a banked fire, a deep russet red tipped with silver, as if dusted with ash. Its eyes were not the sharp, cunning eyes of a wild fox, but were large and gentle, and they held the same warm, pulsing light as the ember in Kaelen's hand. The fox did not startle or run. It simply tilted its head and gave a soft, chuffing sound that was not unlike the murmur of a contented fire. Hesitantly, Kaelen stepped fully into the clearing. The air here was warmer, carrying the scent of honey, damp earth, and something else, something like cinnamon and old books. It was the most comforting smell he had ever encountered. "Hello," Kaelen whispered, his voice seeming very small in the vast, quiet space. The fox stood and gave a graceful, dipping bow. "Welcome, Kaelen," it said, and its voice was a soft, crackling whisper, the very sound of a well-tended hearth. "We have been waiting for you." Kaelen was too astonished to be afraid. You can talk, and you know my name." The fox's mouth seemed to curl into a smile. "I am Fen," it said. "And of course I know you. You are the one who listens. You are the one who sees the true glow within the fire, not just the flame that consumes." Fen gestured with its nose toward the ember, which was now pulsing in Kaelen's hand in perfect time, with the light in the fox's own eyes. "You have brought a piece of the hearth pulse back to us. It has been growing weaker in your world. Fewer and fewer people take the time to truly see it." The hearth pulse. Kaelen asked, looking down at the warm, glowing fragment. It is the heart of all friendly fire, Fen explained, leading Kaelen closer to the great tree. The warmth of community, the comfort of home, the light of stories shared. This tree, the ember oak, is its source. The lights you see here are its children, little sparks of warmth and memory. Fen sighed, a sound like wind stirring dry leaves. But lately a coldness has been creeping in, a forgetfulness. The hearth pulse grows dim, and with it the light of this place fades. As Fen spoke, Kaelen noticed what he had not seen at first. Some of the lanterns hanging from the tree's branches were indeed flickering weakly. Some had gone out completely, their little lanterns dark and cold. And in the farthest corners of the clearing, a thin, gray mist was gathering, a mist that seemed to leach both warmth and sound from the air it touched. The gloom, Fen said, following his gaze. It feeds on loneliness and silence. It cannot stand the warmth of a shared story or the light of a friendly laugh. Kaelen's heart ached. He knew that coldness, that loneliness. He had felt its chill on the edges of his own life. What can be done? He asked. The hearth pulse must be rekindled, Fen said. But it is not a simple task. It requires a journey to the heart of the ember oak itself, to the very first spark. It is a journey of memory and feeling. And Fen's warm eyes grew solemn. It is a journey that can only be taken by one who carries a true spark of its warmth within them. One like you, Kaelen. Kaelen looked from the kind, weary face of the fox to the dark, cold patches in the clearing, and then down to the pulsing ember in his hand. It glowed a little brighter, as if in answer. He thought of his quiet evenings by the fire, of the stories he saw in the flames, of the deep, abiding comfort he found there. He didn't feel brave or important. He felt small. But he also felt a fierce desire to protect this gentle, hidden world and its strange, wonderful guardian. I'll try, he said, his voice firm despite the tremor in his hands. Fen's whole body seemed to relax with relief. Then we shall go together, the fox said. The way is not through the woods, but through the memories the tree holds. Fen led Kaelen to the base of the immense ember oak. Up close its bark was not rough, but smooth and warm, like old, polished wood. Set into the trunk was a door so cleverly fitted that it was nearly invisible, woven from living roots and vines. Fen nudged it with his nose, and it swung inward without a sound, revealing not a dark hollow, but a passageway illuminated by the same soft, golden light. Remember, Kaelen, Fen whispered as they stepped inside. The tree does not remember facts and dates. It remembers feelings. It remembers warmth. Your task is not to fight the gloom, but to remind the tree of what it has forgotten, to rekindle its heart with your own. The inside of the tree was not what Kaelen expected. It was a vast, quiet space, like a great cathedral. The walls seemed to be made of solidified golden honey, and they pulsed with a soft, slow light. The air was thick with the scent of sap and nostalgia. But threading through the golden light were veins of that same cold, gray gloom. It clung to the walls in patches, silencing the inherent pulse of the place. As they walked deeper, the gloom grew thicker. The warm light dimmed, and a profound silence fell, broken only by the sound of their own breathing. Kaelen felt a deep, penetrating cold seep into his bones, a cold that whispered of isolation and doubt. You are alone, it seemed to sigh. You are too quiet, too different. What can you possibly do? He clutched the ember in his hand, focusing on its steady, warm pulse. I am not alone, he thought back fiercely. He looked at Fen, who walked beside him, a steady, russet presence in the growing dimness. Then they came to a place where the gloom was almost a solid wall. The light from the walls was barely a flicker. In the center of this space was a pedestal, and upon it rested the source of the hearth pulse. It was a single perfect ember, but it was gray and cold, its light almost completely extinguished. This is the heart, Fen said, his voice barely a whisper. You must light it again. But how? Kaelen asked, his own voice small in the oppressive silence. With your memories, Fen urged gently. With the warmth you carry, share it. Kaelen stepped forward, his heart pounding. He felt the gloom pressing in on him, feeding on his uncertainty. He closed his eyes, pushing the cold whispers away. He thought not of grand, heroic deeds, but of small, authentic moments. He thought of the warmth of his mother's hand on his forehead when he was sick. He thought of the taste of hot cider on a cold day. He thought of the sound of his father humming while he repaired a chair by the fire. He poured these memories into the cold ember, but it remained dark. The gloom seemed to laugh, a soundless, chilling mockery. He was failing. The small, lonely boy from the edge of the village wasn't enough. Then he thought of Fen. He thought of the unexpected friendship that had warmed his heart from the moment he saw the fox. He thought of the trust in Fen's eyes, the shared purpose. He thought of the hidden clearing, a world that had welcomed him without question. He wasn't just Kaelen the quiet boy anymore. He was Kaelen the friend. Kaelen the listener. Kaelen who saw the true glow in things. He opened his eyes and looked at the cold ember not as a task to be completed, but as a friend to be comforted. He didn't push his memories at it. He offered them. He held the warm, pulsing ember from his own hearth in his hand and spoke, his voice clear and steady in the silence. I remember the stories in the flames, he said. The castles and the ships. I remember that warmth is not just a feeling in the air, but a feeling in the heart. I remember that a single, small light can hold back the deepest dark, and I remember that I am not alone. As he spoke, the ember in his hand flared, brighter than it ever had before. A beam of pure ruby light, warm and kind, shot from it and touched the cold, gray ember on the pedestal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a single tiny spark appeared deep within the dead heart of the hearth pulse. It flickered, wavered, and then caught. A wave of warmth exploded outwards, silent and powerful. It was not a heat that burned, but a warmth that healed. Where it touched the gray gloom, the mist dissolved with a soft hiss, not in defeat, but in release, like a burden being lifted. The veins of cold on the walls vanished, and the golden light returned, pulsing strong and steady, filling the vast chamber with a radiant, peaceful glow. The hearth pulse was alive again. It glowed on its pedestal, a steady, confident heart of fire, its light echoing in the ember in Kaelen's hand and in the joyful eyes of Fen the fox. They walked back out of the tree, and the change in the hidden clearing was immediate and glorious. Every lantern blazed with light. The floating motes of warmth zipped through the air in exuberant dances. The silvery leaves of the ember oak themselves seemed to shimmer with an inner radiance, casting a dappled, beautiful light over everything. The air was once again filled with the soft, happy sounds of the clearing's inhabitants, a gentle chorus of chirps, chitters, and sighs. Kaelen stood with Fen, looking at the world they had saved together. He didn't feel like a hero. He felt whole. The lonely space inside his chest was filled with a new, steady warmth. You have done more than restore the light, Kaelen, Fen said, nudging the boy's hand with a warm, soft nose. You have remembered its purpose, and you have found a part of it within yourself. You will never truly be lonely again, for you now carry the hearth pulse with you always. It was time for Kaelen to return home. The journey back through the woods felt different. The path seemed brighter, the sounds of the forest more musical. The little ember in his pocket was now a steady, calm glow, no longer leading, but simply accompanying him. He slipped back into the cottage just as the first hints of dawn tinged the sky. The fire in the hearth had burned down to ashes, but the room did not feel cold. He felt the new warmth inside him, a constant, gentle pulse against his heart, From that day on, Kaelen was changed. He was still quiet, still thoughtful, but the loneliness was gone. He began to share the stories he saw in the fire with the other village children. He didn't shout or run, but he would gather them close and speak in his soft, steady voice, and they would listen, captivated. He showed them how to see the shapes in the flames, how to listen to the fire's song. He brought the warmth of the hidden clearing into his own world, and in doing so, he rekindled a little of the hearth pulse in the hearts of those around him. And sometimes, on the edge of his vision, he would catch a glimpse of a russet-red tail disappearing into the woods, or see a particularly friendly flame dance in a way that reminded him of a fox's bow. He would smile, and the ember in his heart would glow a little brighter, a steady, faithful light to guide him through all his days and all his dreams. The storyteller's voice faded into the soft crackle of the fire. The last word hung in the warm air, a gentle conclusion to the long and winding tale. The woods still stand deep and old, the storyteller murmured, their voice now barely a whisper. And if you are very quiet, and if you learn to listen not just with your ears, but with your heart, you might just feel the steady, comforting pulse of a friendship that warmed the world. You might just find that your own heart holds a similar glow, a small, brave ember against the dark, ready to be shared. So tend to your own inner fire, dear listener. Keep it warm, keep it bright, for that is the truest magic of all. A log settled in the hearth, sending a final shower of golden sparks up the chimney, a silent, beautiful amen to the end of the story. In the cozy, firelit room, surrounded by the gentle rhythm of sleeping breaths, the world felt safe and kind and full of quiet, hidden wonders, just waiting for the right moment to be found. Story 13. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, sending dancing shadows across the walls of the quiet room. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, within these walls, all was warm and safe. So gather close, dear listeners, and let me tell you a story about a boy who learned that the smallest light can chase away the greatest darkness, and that the truest warmth often comes from the most unexpected places. In a small cottage at the edge of a vast, whispering forest lived a boy named Kaelen. He was a quiet child with thoughtful eyes and hands that were always slightly cold, no matter how close he sat to the fire. You see, Kaelen carried a quiet loneliness inside him, a hollow space that even the warmest blanket or the kindest word from his grandmother could not quite fill. His parents had journeyed to a distant city when he was very young, promising to return when they had made their fortune. The seasons had turned many times since their departure, and though his grandmother cared for him with boundless love, Kaelen often felt as translucent and forgotten as a ghost. His only comfort was the forest itself. He knew its secret paths, the gnarled roots that made good seats, and the clearings where sunlight fell in dappled pools. But he never ventured too far, for his grandmother had warned him of the deep, uncharted heartwood where the ancient trees grew so close together they blocked out the sun, creating a perpetual twilight. One afternoon in the late autumn, when the world was painted in shades of gold and crimson, a peculiar restlessness settled over Kaelen. The loneliness felt heavier than usual, a cold stone in his chest. He watched a flock of geese arrow across the sky, flying to some warmer, communal home, and the sight tightened the hollow feeling inside him. Without really thinking, he walked beyond his usual markers, past the familiar oak with the face in its bark, and into the deeper, quieter parts of the wood. The air grew cooler. The cheerful chirps of sparrows were replaced by the solemn hush of the deep pines. He walked until the light faded to a soft, green gloom, and the path beneath his feet became a carpet of moss so thick it swallowed the sound of his footsteps. It was then that he saw it, a flicker of light, not the gold of sunlight, but a deep, pulsing amber, like a captured ember from a dying fire. Curiosity, a warmer feeling than the loneliness, stirred in him. He pushed aside a curtain of hanging ivy and found himself at the mouth of a small cave, almost entirely hidden by the roots of a great, ancient willow. And there, in the darkness of the cave, the light pulsed again. It came from a small, smooth stone, no larger than a robin's egg, that lay nestled in a bed of velvety moss. As he crept closer, he saw that the stone wasn't merely reflecting light. It was generating it from within, glowing with a gentle, rhythmic warmth. Hesitantly, Kaelen reached out and picked it up. The moment his cool fingers closed around the stone, a wonderful thing happened. A wave of gentle heat flowed up his arm, spreading through his entire body, chasing the perpetual chill from his bones. The hollow feeling in his chest didn't vanish, but it felt warmer, as if someone had lit a very small, very kind candle inside it. The stone's glow brightened in response to his touch, pulsing in a slow, steady beat that felt strangely like a heartbeat. He tucked the warm stone into his pocket and turned to leave, but a sudden movement caught his eye. A fox was watching him from between the trees. It was a beautiful creature, its coat the color of autumn leaves with hints of silver at the tips, as if dusted by frost. But one of its front paws was held gingerly off the ground, and its intelligent, dark eyes were wide with pain and fear. Most foxes would have fled, but this one stood its ground, its gaze fixed not on Kaelen, but on the pocket where the stone rested, now emitting a soft, amber light through the fabric. "Are you hurt?" Kaelen whispered, his voice barely disturbing the forest's silence. The fox let out a soft, whimpering chuff. Slowly, so as not to startle the creature, Kaelen knelt. He didn't know what to do, but the warmth of the stone in his pocket gave him a strange courage. He held out his empty hands, showing he meant no harm. The fox limped a step closer, then another, its nose twitching. It wasn't afraid of him. It was drawn to the warmth. After a long, silent moment, the fox lay down a few feet away, tucking its injured paw close to its body. Kaelen, acting on an impulse he didn't understand, took the glowing stone from his pocket and placed it on the moss between them. The amber light swelled, illuminating the fox's pained face. The creature looked from the stone to Kaelen, and then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the forest itself, it laid its head on its good paw and closed its eyes. Kaelen sat there as the afternoon deepened around them. He didn't speak, and the fox didn't move. He simply watched the light from the stone pulse softly, and felt a connection to this wild, injured creature that was deeper and more real than any he had felt with the children in the distant village. He had found a companion in his solitude. When the first stars began to prick the twilight sky, Kaelen knew he had to return home. His grandmother would be worried. He stood up, and the fox's eyes opened instantly. "I have to go," Kaelen said softly. "But I'll come back. I'll bring you some food." He picked up the stone, its warmth a comforting presence in his hand, and began the walk home. He glanced back once to see the fox still watching him, a silhouette against the deepening blue of the evening. The next day, Kaelen returned with a chunk of bread and a piece of dried meat from the pantry. The fox was there, waiting at the edge of the clearing. It was still limping, but it ate the food gratefully, while Kaelen sat with the glowing stone between them. He started to talk tentatively at first, then in a steady stream. He told the fox about his grandmother, about his parents and the empty place they left, about the loneliness that followed him like a shadow. The fox listened, its ears twitching, its intelligent eyes never leaving Kaelen's face. It was the most listened to Kaelen had ever felt. He began to visit every day. He named the fox Ember for its coat and for the glowing stone that had brought them together. He learned to read the subtle shifts in Ember's expression, the flick of an ear that meant curiosity, the soft blink that meant contentment. He brought herbs his grandmother used for poultices and with infinite patience managed to gently clean and bind the fox's wounded paw, all while the glowing stone sat nearby, its light a silent, comforting participant. As Ember's paw healed, their friendship deepened. They explored the forest together, Ember leading Kaelen to places he never knew existed. A hidden spring where the water tasted of mint and minerals, a meadow of moon-pale flowers that only bloomed at dusk, and the great, hollow trunk of a fallen cedar that echoed like a cathedral when you whispered inside it. The stone always glowed brightest when they were together, its warmth spreading through Kaelen until he felt truly, completely warm for the first time he could remember. The mystery of the stone, however, lingered in his mind like the gentle, unanswerable patterns of smoke rising from a fire. Where had it come from? Why did it respond to him? One evening, as he sat with Ember in their root cave, the stone in his lap, he noticed something new. The pulses of light were forming faint, shimmering patterns in the air above it, swirls and lines that looked almost like a map. "Ember," he whispered, "do you see that?" The fox nudged the stone with its nose, and the patterns shifted, coalescing into the clear image of a towering, solitary mountain with a single, star-like light at its peak. Kaelen had heard tales of the Sunspire, a mountain so high its peak was said to scrape the sky, but he had always thought it was just a story. The image held for a moment, glowing with a soft insistence, before fading away. The stone itself seemed to grow slightly cooler. It was an invitation. A quest. He told his grandmother he was going on a camping trip, a notion that made her frown with worry, but she saw a new light in his eyes, a firmness in his posture that hadn't been there before. She packed him a satchel with enough food for 3 days, a warm blanket, and a kiss on his forehead that felt like a blessing. The next morning, with Ember trotting confidently at his side and the glowing stone a steady beacon in his pocket, Kaelen set out. The journey was the true beginning of his transformation. The forest path was not a straight line, but a meandering stream of challenges and wonders. They had to cross a swift, cold river on stepping stones made slippery by spray. Kaelen's feet were unsure, but Ember bounded across with a healed grace, waiting on the other side with an encouraging bark. The sight gave Kaelen the courage to follow. They navigated a thicket of brambles that seemed to clutch at their clothes. Kaelen, using a stout stick, carefully held the thorny branches back for Ember to pass, his hands getting scratched in the process. It was a small act, but it was born of a desire to protect his friend, and with each scratch, the lonely hollow inside him felt a little more filled. They slept under the stars, huddled together for warmth, the glowing stone a tiny, private campfire between them. Kaelen learned to read the signs of the forest, the way the moss grew thicker on the north side of trees, the warning cry of a jay that signaled a predator nearby. The stone was their guide. When they came to a fork in the path, Kaelen would take it out, and its light would pulse more strongly in one direction. As they traveled, the stone's warmth seemed to seep into Kaelen's very spirit. The boy who had started the journey, the one with cold hands and a hollow heart, was being left behind on the path. In his place was someone more capable, more observant, and far less alone. After 2 days of walking, the trees began to thin, and the ground began to slope upwards. They had reached the foothills of the Sunspire. The air grew thinner and sharper. The final ascent was the hardest part. The path was steep and strewn with loose scree that slid treacherously underfoot. Kaelen's muscles ached, and the cold began to seep back into his bones. Doubt whispered in his ear. What was he doing here? What if this was all a foolish dream? He stopped, breathing heavily, and looked at Ember. The fox was looking back at him, its eyes steady and sure. Then it nudged Kaelen's hand where he held the stone. The glow was faint now, its warmth diminished. It had given its energy to guide them here. Kaelen felt a surge of determination. He had not come this far to give up. He had not found a friend only to fail him. "Come on, Ember," he said, his voice firm. "We're almost there." The last 100 feet were a sheer climb. Kaelen had to use his hands, finding cracks and crevices for his fingers and toes. Ember, lighter and more agile, scrambled up ahead of him, waiting on ledges, a silent, encouraging presence. When Kaelen finally hauled himself over the final ledge, he collapsed onto the flat, windswept summit, gasping for breath. He was on top of the world. The entire forest lay spread out below him like a rumpled blanket of green and gold, and the sky was a vast, deep blue bowl. And there, in the very center of the summit, grew a single, magnificent tree. It was not tall, but its branches spread wide and low, and its leaves were not green, but a shimmering, metallic silver. And hanging from one of its branches, glowing with the same soft, amber light as his stone, was a fruit that looked like a perfect miniature sun. The stone in Kaelen's pocket gave one last, feeble pulse and fell dark and cool. He understood. This was the source. This was where the stone's power came from. He walked to the tree, Ember at his heels. As he approached, the tree seemed to hum with a silent energy. He reached out and gently touched the glowing fruit. It was warm, and the moment his fingers made contact, a vision filled his mind. He saw the forest not as it was now, but as it had been long ago, a place of deep, interconnected magic. The tree was the sunspire's heart, and the glowing stones were its seeds, scattered to find those who needed its light. They were not meant to grant wishes or great power. They were meant to guide the lonely, to warm the cold-hearted, to help friendships blossom in barren soil. The stone had chosen him not because he was special, but because he was in need. Its purpose was not to be kept, but to be used to kindle a light within himself. The vision faded. Kaelen looked at the fruit, then at the dark, cool stone in his hand. He knew what he had to do. He carefully plucked the glowing fruit from the branch. It was surprisingly heavy and warm. He then placed his own stone into the small, cupped hollow where the fruit had been growing. The moment he did, the tree seemed to sigh. A wave of gentle, golden light rippled out from its trunk, flowing down the mountain and through the forest below. The silver leaves chimed softly in a wind that wasn't there. On the branch, his stone began to glow again, brighter than ever before, its light now a permanent part of the tree. The fruit in his hand, however, began to dim. Its light flowed into him not as heat, but as a deep, profound understanding. He looked at Ember, and he knew the fox was not just a fox, but a guardian of this place, a spirit of the forest who had been wounded protecting it from a careless hunter. The stone had led Kaelen not just to heal Ember, but to return the light he had borrowed, completing a circle. He had come on a journey to solve a mystery, but he had found the answer within himself all along. The warmth he had been seeking wasn't in a stone or in the return of his parents. It was in the courage to be kind, the strength to be a friend, and the quiet joy of no longer walking alone. The journey back was different. The forest seemed to welcome them, the path feeling easier, the air sweeter. When they finally arrived at the edge of the woods, near his grandmother's cottage, Kaelen turned to Ember. He knew the fox would not be coming with him into the world of cottages and villages. That was not its nature. He knelt down, and Ember pressed its warm, furry head against his chest, a final, profound gesture of friendship. "Thank you," Kaelen whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Ember gave a soft bark, then turned and melted back into the shadows of the forest, a flash of autumn-red fur, and then gone. Kaelen walked back to the cottage, the hollow in his chest now completely gone, filled to the brim with the warmth of his journey and his friendship. His grandmother was waiting for him at the door, her face lined with worry that melted into relief and then surprise as she saw him. "You look taller," she said, pulling him into a hug. "And your hands are warm." That night, as Kaelen lay in his bed, he thought of Ember under the starlit forest canopy, and of the glowing stone now forever a part of the silver tree on the mountain peak. He was still just a boy in a small cottage, but he was also a boy who had climbed a mountain, healed a friend, and learned how to kindle his own inner light. The loneliness was a memory, a story from long ago. And as you, dear listener, feel the warmth of this fire and the soft weight of your blankets, remember Kaelen's story. Remember that even on the darkest nights, there are lights to be found, both in the world and within ourselves. There are friendships waiting in quiet places, and journeys that change us in ways we can't imagine. The embers in the hearth are fading now, their light growing soft, just as your day is done and sleep begins to gently pull at your eyelids. Let the warmth of this story travel with you into your dreams, a gentle, glowing companion for the night. Sleep well. Story 14. The fire crackled in the hearth, its flames dancing like old memories given form. In the quiet of the evening, when the world outside had settled into a deep blue hush and the stars began their silent watch, there lived a young person named Rowan, who felt strangely unmoored in their own life. Rowan lived in a small cottage at the edge of a whispering wood, a place passed down through generations, but one that felt more like a museum of someone else's past than a home. They felt a quiet ache, a sense of being a branch without a root, a story without a beginning. One afternoon, while clearing the attic of dust and shadows, Rowan found a chest carved of dark, fragrant wood, tucked beneath the eaves where the light barely touched. Its clasp was a tarnished silver moon. Inside, folded with exquisite care, lay a quilt. It was not a grand, pristine thing, but a tapestry of wear and love. Its patches were of every conceivable fabric, velvet the color of wine, rough-spun linen, faded floral cotton, and even scraps of silk that shimmered like captured moonlight. It was heavy not just with its own weight, but with the weight of years. As Rowan lifted it, a faint, familiar scent of lavender and old wood rose to meet them. They spread the quilt on the floor, and in the dim light, it seemed to map a constellation of lives lived long ago. That first night, Rowan slept beneath it, seeking warmth. And that was when the dreams began. It was not a single dream, but a series of them, vivid and deep, as if the quilt were a door and each patch a different key. In the first dream, Rowan stood in a sun-drenched field. A woman with hands calloused from the earth, and a smile as warm as the summer sun was humming a tune while she stitched. The tune was simple, a looping melody that wove itself into the air. "Remember, remember," she hummed, her needle dipping in and out of a patch of blue gingham. "The root and the crown, the field and the town. Remember, remember, lest we fall down." She was planting seeds, but she was also stitching this patch, and Rowan understood that the seeds and the stitches were the same thing, acts of faith for a future she would not see. The dream shifted. Now Rowan was in a cozy kitchen, steamy and rich with the smell of baking bread and simmering soup. A man with kind eyes and flour dusted on his apron was singing the same tune, but with different words as he carefully attached a patch of cream-colored wool. "Nourish the body, comfort the soul, a story in the making makes the spirit whole. Remember, remember." He was stirring a pot, and with every stir, the fabric seemed to soak in the warmth and the love. Another shift, another patch, this one of dark green velvet. A young person, not much older than Rowan, sat by a window, looking out at a stormy sea. They were humming the tune, a sadder, lonelier version. They held a letter, their tears falling onto the fabric. "Remember, remember," they whispered, "across the wide sea, you are still a part of me." They stitched the green patch with slow, deliberate movements, weaving their loneliness and their longing into the quilt's growing story. Night after night, Rowan journeyed through these nested stories. They met a musician who stitched a patch of gold brocade while playing a lullaby on a wooden flute, a gardener whose hands, stained with berry juice, added a patch of deep purple, a storyteller who mended a torn corner with a piece of leather from a beloved book, whispering tales of brave badgers and kind giants to a circle of wide-eyed children. These were their ancestors, their guides. They appeared not as ghosts, but as vivid presences in a shared dreamscape, each one teaching a lesson through the simple, profound act of their living. The humming tune, the lullaby of "Remember, remember," was the thread that connected them all. Yet one patch remained a mystery, a small, stark piece of black silk placed near the center. It felt cold to the touch, and no dream came from it, only a sense of silence and sorrow. It was a void in the otherwise vibrant tapestry. Rowan began to wake with the phrases of their ancestors on their lips. While making tea, they'd hum, "Nourish the body, comfort the soul." While walking in the garden, they'd whisper, "The root and the crown." They started to bake the bread from the dream kitchen, using a recipe they somehow knew by heart. They planted lavender by the front door, just as the woman in the field had done. They began to notice the constellations the storyteller had spoken of, tracing them in the night sky. One evening, a terrible storm raged outside. The wind howled like a forgotten grief, and the rain lashed against the windows. Rowan, feeling a familiar anxiety, wrapped the quilt tightly around their shoulders and sat by the fire. The black patch seemed to pulse with a cold energy. As the storm reached its peak, Rowan fell into a fitful sleep. This dream was different. It was quiet and still. Rowan stood in a room they recognized as the cottage's main room, but it was barren, devoid of the warmth they had come to associate with it. A figure sat in a chair by a cold hearth, a woman with a stern, closed-off face and eyes that held a deep, frozen hurt. In her lap was the quilt, but it was only half finished. The black patch was in her hand, a needle poised above it. "You're the one," Rowan said softly, not with accusation, but with understanding. The woman didn't look up. "I am the break," she said, her voice like the crack of ice. "I was the one who stopped the song. The memories were too heavy. The love felt like a chain. I thought if I closed the door, the pain would stay outside." She gestured to the black patch. "This is my regret, my silence. I thought I was protecting those who came after by not burdening them with the past. I see now I only left them in the cold." Rowan knelt before her. "The song didn't stop," they said. "It was just waiting. It's in the bread I bake. It's in the lavender I planted. It's in the stories I tell myself under the stars. You thought heritage was in this object," they said, touching the quilt. "But it's in the actions. It's in the remembering, even when it's hard." The woman finally looked up, and a single tear traced a path down her cheek. It fell onto the black patch, and where it landed, the fabric began to change. It did not become colorful, but it began to shimmer with a soft, silvery light, like the surface of a pond under the moon. It was no longer a void, but a mirror, reflecting all the other patches around it. "Finish it," the woman whispered, her sternness melting into a profound, weary relief. She handed Rowan the needle and thread. "Add your patch." When Rowan woke, the storm had passed, and the dawn was breaking in shades of rose and gold. The quilt was still wrapped around them. The black patch was now a soft, shimmering gray woven into the whole, its story of silence and regret now acknowledged and integrated, a necessary part of the family's history. Rowan went to the chest and took out a small scrap of fabric from a favorite, well-worn shirt. They sat by the window as the sun rose, and with a needle and thread they began to stitch their own patch onto the quilt. As they sewed, they hummed the old, familiar tune, adding their own quiet words. "Remember, remember the joy in the sorrow, the hope for tomorrow. A thread in the pattern, a note in the song, a place where the heart has always belonged." The quilt was now complete, but Rowan understood the deeper truth. The real heirloom was not the quilt itself. The real heirloom was the bread baking in the oven, the lavender blooming by the door, the lullaby hummed to a sleeping cat, the story shared with a friend. It was the active choice to remember, to nourish, to comfort, to love. That evening, Rowan sat by the crackling fire once more, the completed quilt draped over their knees. They felt no longer unmoored, but deeply, peacefully rooted. They were a branch, yes, but now they could feel the vast, strong, beautiful tree from which they grew, its rings containing every joy, every struggle, every song, and every silence. The fire whispered its ancient secrets, and in its light, Rowan knew that they were home, not just in a cottage, but in a story that had always been waiting for them to take their place within it. And the soft, hypnotic refrain echoed in the cozy room, a promise passed from generation to generation. Remember, remember. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a land where the sky was not a ceiling but a tapestry of endless possibilities, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home was a village nestled in the rolling hills, where the air always carried the scent of blooming night bells and the soft murmur of streams. Lyra carried with her a small, smooth stone from the riverbank near her cottage. It was no ordinary stone. When she held it, it warmed gently against her palm, a constant reminder of home, and it seemed to hum with a quiet melody only she could feel. This stone was her anchor, a piece of her world that traveled with her wherever she went. Lately, a strange stillness had settled over Lyra's village. The night bells were losing their fragrance, and the streams whispered less joyfully. The elders spoke of a fading wonder, a magic that had always woven through their lives like thread through cloth, now unraveling. Lyra, with a heart full of curiosity and a soul that yearned to understand, decided she must seek the source of this enchantment. Her journey was not for glory, but to help her people and to uncover a truth about herself, that even the smallest heart can hold great courage. Her path led her to the stairway of clouds, a gentle ascent that appeared only at dawn, when the first light kissed the mist. The stairs were not of stone or wood, but of condensed vapor, soft and yielding underfoot, like walking on a warm, fluffy quilt. With each step, Lyra felt a slight bounce, and the air grew cooler, carrying the clean scent of rain-washed sky. She climbed higher until the ground below became a patchwork of greens and browns, and she entered the realm of the cloud cities. The first city was Aethoria, a place woven from light and mist. Buildings floated like delicate bubbles, connected by bridges of shimmering gossamer. The inhabitants were the luminals, creatures of pure light who communicated through gentle pulses and glows. They had no voices, but their movements created a symphony of colors that danced in the air. Lyra watched as a luminal approached her, its form shifting from gold to silver. It extended a tendril of light that brushed her hand, and in that touch she felt a question: "Why have you come?" Lyra held up her warm stone, and the luminal glowed brighter, understanding her purpose. It led her to the heart of Aethoria, a great, swirling vortex of clouds that hummed with energy. Here the luminals gathered to share stories through light, and Lyra learned that their city was a waypoint for lost wonders, a place where memories of joy were stored. But lately the light had dimmed and the stories were fading. The luminals showed her that the magic was connected to a deeper realm, one where the roots of wonder grew. Guided by the luminals, Lyra descended through a soft tunnel of clouds that felt like sliding down a blanket of velvet. It led her to the underground Aurora caverns, a world beneath the earth where the walls were not dark, but alive with swirling colors. The air here was thick with the scent of ancient minerals and cool, damp earth, and the ground was smooth, polished by time, like walking on glass. Strange, glowing plants grew in clusters, their leaves emitting a soft, melodic chime when touched. The creatures of this realm were the sonorous, beings made of sound and vibration. They communicated through music, each movement creating notes that wove into harmonies. Lyra met a sonorous named Melody, who had a form like a swirling ribbon of air. Melody played a tune on the crystalline flowers, and the music told Lyra of a great library where all knowledge was kept, but its doors were sealed because the key, a song of unity, had been forgotten. Lyra's stone warmed in her hand, and she hummed the little melody it seemed to hold. To her surprise, the sonorous gathered around, their music blending with hers. Together they created a bridge of sound that arched over a glowing river, leading to the next landmark, the library between dimensions. This library was not a building of wood and paper, but a living entity where books floated like leaves on a breeze, and the shelves were made of intertwined light and shadow. The scent here was of old parchment and fresh ink, mixed with a hint of starlight. The librarian was a gentle giant called the Keeper, a being who communicated through touch, its hands like soft moss that could impart wisdom with a caress. The Keeper explained that the magic of the world was fed by stories of kindness, and that a shadow of forgetfulness had crept in, causing the wonder to fade. To restore it, Lyra needed to find the echoing heart, a place where all good deeds resonated. With the Keeper's guidance, Lyra traveled through the library's corridors, which shifted and changed like dreams. She passed the Hall of Whispers, where voices of the past murmured secrets, and the Garden of Scents, where each flower held the fragrance of a different emotion. Her stone glowed brighter now, and she realized it was not just a reminder of home, but a key to understanding. It held the essence of her own kindness. Finally, she reached the echoing heart, a cavern where the walls were made of crystal that reflected every act of friendship. Here she saw that her journey itself had already begun to reweave the magic, as each creature she helped had added a thread of light. Lyra stood before the heart and shared her story, not with words but with the warmth of her stone and the memory of her village. The crystals shimmered, and a wave of renewal spread through the realms. The luminals glowed brighter, the sonorous music grew richer, and the library's books fluttered with new tales. Lyra understood then that the magic was not something to be found, but something to be nurtured through connection and care. She returned home, her stone now humming with a joyful tune, and found her village revived, the night bells fragrant once more. As she lay in her bed, the stars outside seemed to wink in gratitude, and she drifted to sleep, knowing that wonder was always within reach, carried in the heart like a warm, smooth stone. Deep within the heart of the world lay the ancient forest of Lumenwood, a place where moonlight wove itself into the very fabric of existence. Here the night did not bring darkness, but a soft, silver-touched glow that painted the world in shades of pearl and shadow. The air hummed with a quiet magic, the kind that settles in your bones and whispers of forgotten dreams. On such a night, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves found herself unable to sleep. She padded softly through the mossy undergrowth, her paws making no sound on the velvet carpet of fallen pine needles. Above her, the branches of the elder trees swayed gently, their leaves murmuring secrets in a language only the forest understood, a soft rustling that spoke of faraway winds and starlit journeys. She came to a clearing where moonlight pooled like liquid silver, and here she paused, listening. The forest was alive with sound, the gentle patter of dew beginning to form on leaves, the distant babble of a stream conversing with smooth, water-worn stones, and the occasional soft hoot of an owl from the highest branches of the great oak, the oldest tree in Lumenwood. It was this owl that the young fox sought. She had heard tales of his wisdom, of how he understood the secret languages of all things, the whispered stories of stones, the singing of streams, and the deep, slow dreams of trees. As if summoned by her thoughts, a feather-soft sound rustled above, and the owl descended on silent wings to perch on a low-hanging branch. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes held the patience of countless seasons. "You are restless, little one," he said, his voice like the stirring of leaves in a gentle breeze. The fox nodded, her whiskers trembling. "The forest feels different tonight. There's a tension in the air, like the world is holding its breath." The owl blinked slowly. "The seasons are turning. Autumn's gold is giving way to winter's slumber. The forest knows it is time to rest, but change is always accompanied by a certain quiet unease." He gestured with his beak toward a cluster of glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a soft, blue-green light. "Watch," he whispered. As they watched, the bioluminescent fungi began to brighten and dim in a rhythmic pattern, casting dancing shadows on the tree trunks. It was a language of light, a silent conversation between earth and root. "They are sharing memories of summer," the owl explained, storing its warmth and light for the long sleep ahead. The young fox tilted her head. "But how does that help? The cold will still come." "Ah," said the owl, "that is where the magic lies. The forest does not fight the cycles, it embraces them. It understands that rest is not an ending, but a gathering of strength." As if to illustrate his point, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves with a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. Each droplet carried with it the promise of renewal, whispering to the roots below of the life they would nurture come spring. "Listen to the rain," the owl murmured. "It speaks the language of hope. Each drop is a story waiting to be told to the sleeping seeds." The fox closed her eyes, and in the gentle percussion of rain on leaves, she heard it, a soothing, rhythmic melody that eased the restlessness in her heart. "Come," said the owl, spreading his wings. "There is more to see." He led her to the banks of the whispering stream, where the water chuckled over smooth, dark stones. The fox watched as the stones seemed to absorb the moonlight, glowing with a soft, internal radiance. "The stones remember," the owl said. "They have witnessed countless turnings of the seasons. They know that after every winter, without fail, the spring returns." One particularly large stone, moss-covered and ancient, seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth. The fox approached it cautiously and laid her paw upon its surface. To her surprise, she felt a deep, resonant hum, the stone's slow, steady heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the earth itself. "It's comforting," she whispered. The owl nodded. "That is the wisdom of the stones. They teach us constancy, patience. They remind us that some things endure through all changes." As the night deepened, the rain ceased, and the clouds parted to reveal a tapestry of stars. The clearing where they stood began to shimmer as thousands of fireflies emerged, their golden lights weaving intricate patterns in the air, a living constellation mirroring the one above. The fireflies write the stories of the night sky upon the air, the owl explained. They are the scribes of the starlight, reminding us that even in darkness there is beauty and guidance. The young fox watched, mesmerized, as the light patterns shifted and danced. She noticed how they sometimes formed shapes she recognized, a curling fern, a falling leaf, a snowflake, each a promise of the season to come. "I think I understand now," she said softly. The unease I felt, it wasn't fear, it was just the forest preparing to dream. The owl's eyes gleamed with approval. "Exactly so, the tension you sensed is like the moment between breaths, necessary, natural. Without the quiet of winter, the exuberance of spring would have no meaning." As they stood together in the starlit clearing, the forest seemed to sigh contentedly. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves in a soothing lullaby, while the stream continued its gentle babbling, a constant, reassuring presence. "Remember this night," the owl said, his voice growing softer as the first hints of dawn tinged the eastern sky with pale rose and lavender. "Remember that rest is not emptiness but fullness in waiting. That darkness is not absence but a different kind of presence." The young fox nodded, feeling a peace settle over her that was as deep and sure as the roots of the ancient trees. She watched as the bioluminescent fungi gradually dimmed their lights, storing their glow for another night. The fireflies settled among the dewy grasses like fallen stars. "Thank you," she whispered to the owl, but when she turned, he had already taken flight, a silent shadow against the brightening sky. Alone but not lonely, the fox made her way back to her den. As she curled up in her soft bed of dried ferns and moss, she listened to the waking forest, the first birds beginning their morning songs, the gentle creak of trees stretching in the dawn light, the distant murmur of the stream still sharing its stories with the stones. And she understood, as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, that she was part of something vast and beautiful, a cycle of rest and renewal that would continue long after her seasons had turned. The magic of Lumenwood wasn't just in the glowing mushrooms or whispering trees. It was in this understanding, this deep, abiding peace that comes from knowing that every ending is a beginning in disguise, and that even in the deepest rest, the world is dreaming of new wonders yet to come. Outside her den, the first snowflake of the season drifted down, catching the morning light like a tiny prism before settling softly on a moss-covered stone, a perfect, quiet promise of the peace that winter brings. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust settled like glittering snow, there lived two beings from different worlds. On the crystalline planet of Luminar, there was a gentle creature named Kaelen, whose skin shimmered with the colors of his emotions, and whose long, slender fingers could weave light into soft, glowing patterns. On the rust-colored world of Veridia, there lived a small, round being named Rin, who communicated through melodic hums that vibrated with meaning, and whose feet left faint, phosphorescent trails wherever they walked. Their friendship began by accident, when both of their small exploration vessels were caught in the gentle pull of a wandering comet's tail and guided toward a forgotten asteroid. There, nestled within a crater veiled by curtains of slow-drifting cosmic dust, they found a place that would become their sanctuary, a vast, natural cavern whose walls were embedded with softly pulsing crystals that hummed in harmony with the distant stars. Kaelen, upon first seeing Rin, had flushed a nervous silvery blue, his light-weaving fingers trembling. Rin, in turn, had emitted a low, warbling hum of caution. They were so different. Kaelen expressed joy in bursts of gold and understanding in deep, calm violet. Rin expressed curiosity in a rising scale of notes and comfort in a steady, low thrum. They had no words in common, only the silent, vast language of the cosmos around them. Their first project was the garden. The cavern was beautiful but barren. Kaelen, using his innate connection to light, gathered luminous mosses from the asteroid's surface and encouraged them to grow along the walls, their soft blue and green glow providing a gentle, perpetual twilight. Rin, whose humming could resonate with the vibrations of matter, coaxed dormant seeds from the asteroid's soil. Strange, bell-shaped flowers emerged, their petals chiming softly when the air shifted. Together they created a haven, a space station garden of otherworldly beauty, where light and sound lived in harmony. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One afternoon, Kaelen, feeling particularly fond, wove a complex tapestry of warm, orange light and floated it toward Rin as a gift. In Kaelen's culture, this was the highest form of affection. But Rin, seeing the advancing orb of light, interpreted it as an aggressive gesture. On Veridia, sudden bright lights were warnings of predators. Rin let out a sharp, discordant shriek and retreated into a corner, their body trembling. Kaelen immediately dimmed to a soft, confused gray. He had caused distress and his heart ached. He slowly sat down, a respectable distance away, and began to pulse a very slow, very gentle rhythm of pale lavender light, the color of apology and patience on Luminar. For a long time, Rin just watched. Then tentatively, a single, clear note emerged, a question. Kaelen responded by shaping the lavender light into a simple, open circle. Rin understood. This was not an attack, it was an attempt to connect. A low, warm hum of forgiveness filled the cavern, and Rin slowly approached. They spent the rest of that cycle sitting side by side, Kaelen occasionally pulsing a soft gold, Rin answering with a contented drone. They had learned their first true lesson about each other. Their favorite pastime was to climb to the highest point of their crystalline cave, where a natural opening framed a breathtaking view of the nebula outside. They would sit for hours, watching the great swirls of magenta and cerulean gas, the distant suns being born in silent, brilliant explosions, and the slow, graceful dance of planets around their stars. During one such quiet moment, as a particularly vibrant shower of meteors painted streaks of silver across the void, Kaelen noticed Rin was unusually still. A faint, sad, grayish-pink hue was emanating from Rin's normally vibrant trail. Kaelen understood loneliness when he saw it. He didn't weave a grand light or make a sound. Instead, he simply reached out one shimmering hand and placed it gently on the cool, smooth surface of the crystal beside Rin. Rin looked at the hand, then at Kaelen's face, which was glowing with a steady, compassionate amber. In response, Rin began to hum a new melody, one Kaelen had never heard. It was a song of longing for the red deserts and singing sands of home, a melody of missing one's own kind. Kaelen listened, his colors shifting in empathy, and when the song was finished, he pointed a finger toward a particularly bright, steady star in the distance, the star that was Veridia's sun. Then he pointed to another, a twinkling blue one, for Luminar. Finally, he drew a slow, encompassing circle of soft white light around both of them, there in their shared cave. The message was clear: we are both far from home, but we are home for each other here. Rin's hum shifted into a tone of profound gratitude, and they leaned ever so slightly against Kaelen's side. In that moment there were no barriers of biology, no gaps in vocabulary. There was only the shared silence, the magnificent tapestry of the cosmos above, and the warm, unshakable certainty of friendship. They had built more than a garden or a shelter, they had built a bridge. A bridge made not of metal or code, but of patience, of laughter learned from missteps, of quiet companionship under alien stars. They had discovered that the most advanced technology in the universe was not a hyperdrive or a teleporter, but the simple, universal language of a kind heart. A language that needs no translation, that can be seen in a color, heard in a hum, and felt in the peaceful silence between two friends, forever connected across the starlit void. In the velvet of space, where stars hung like scattered diamonds on a tapestry of deepest indigo, there drifted a small, forgotten moon. It was a place the star charts had overlooked, a little haven of tranquility far from the bustling space lanes. And upon this moon, nestled within a crater that cupped it like a protective palm, was a garden. this was no ordinary garden. It was the shared sanctuary of two beings from worlds so distant from one another that their sons would have been strangers. The first was a creature from the crystalline world of Xylos. His name was Kaelen, and his body was composed of shifting, translucent plates that caught the light of the twin moons and fractured it into 1,000 tiny rainbows. He did not speak in words, but in color. A soft, pulsing amber meant contentment. A flicker of cerulean blue was a question. A warm, steady glow of rose pink was his laughter. He communicated his entire world through this silent, luminous symphony. The second was a being from the gaseous world of Aethoria. Her name was Lyra, and she was a creature of soft light and softer sound. Her form was nebulous, a gentle, humanoid-shaped constellation of swirling pastel hues that shifted with her mood. She spoke in harmonies, a delicate whisper-soft hum of curiosity, a resonant chord of joy, a minor key melody of sorrow. Her very presence was a lullaby. Their meeting had been one of cosmic chance. Kaelen's small exploratory pod had malfunctioned, its guidance systems charmed by the moon's strange, gentle magnetic field. Lyra, a solitary surveyor of nebulae, had been drawn by the same quiet power. They had found each other not with alarms or weapons, but with a tentative, shared wonder. Kaelen had flashed a pale, questioning silver. Lyra had answered with a chime like a distant bell. Their shared shelter was the heart of the garden. It was a grotto formed from living crystal that grew from the moon's very soil. The walls were not cold and hard, but warm to the touch, thrumming with a low, peaceful energy. They had cultivated the space together. Kaelen, with his delicate, crystalline fingers, had coaxed forth phosphorescent fungi that clung to the ceiling, casting a soft, mushroom light over everything. Lyra, with her ethereal touch, had nurtured floating seed pods that released gentle chimes when the air currents shifted, filling the grotto with a constant, quiet music. In the center was a small pool of impossibly clear water, which reflected not just the grotto's light, but the starfield above, so that to sit beside it was to be suspended between two heavens. Their days were a dance of discovery, filled with misunderstandings that were never frightening, only endearing. One afternoon, Kaelen was meticulously arranging smooth, black stones around a new patch of starlight moss. He worked with a quiet focus, his plates shifting to a steady, emerald green of concentration. Lyra, wanting to help, drifted over and began to hum a complex, beautiful melody, a traditional Aethorian song of growth. To her, this was the most helpful thing she could do. Her music was meant to encourage life. But to Kaelen, the sudden, intricate harmony was a distraction. On Xylos, deep focus was a communal silence, a shared wavelength of thought. This beautiful noise felt like someone was shining a bright, chaotic light in his eyes while he was trying to read. His plates flickered with a confused, sputtering orange. Lyra saw the orange, and her melody faltered. Orange, to her, was the color of a dying star's final flare, a sign of distress and endings. A sad, warbling note escaped her. Had she heard him? Seeing her light dim and her music turn sorrowful, Kaelen understood the misunderstanding. He quickly pulsed a soft, reassuring gold, the color of a Xylosian sunrise of all is well. Then he slowly, deliberately, picked up one of the black stones and held it out to her. He flashed a simple, patient green, then pointed to the moss, and then back to the stone. Lyra's form brightened. She understood. He needed quiet hands, not a singing heart. She reached out with a wisp of light and took the stone, her form chiming a single, clear note of apology and understanding. They spent the rest of the afternoon working in a new kind of harmony, Kaelen arranging in colorful silence, Lyra placing stones with soft, chiming precision. They had learned that her help and his focus were just different words for the same caring intention. Another time, Kaelen had prepared what he thought was a grand feast. He had gathered the most radiant, multi-hued minerals he could find, arranging them on a broad, flat leaf in a stunning mosaic of color. To him, this was a celebration of beauty and friendship, a meal for the senses. Lyra had drifted over, her form swirling with happy, eager pinks and yellows. But when she saw the offering, her light flickered in confusion. She hummed a questioning scale. On Aethoria, sustenance was drawn from light and sound. These beautiful, inedible crystals were like being offered a painting to eat. Kaelen, seeing her confusion, flashed a mortified violet. He had offered his greatest treasure, and it was useless to her. For a moment, his light dimmed almost to gray, but then Lyra understood. This wasn't about food. This was a gift. It was his way of saying, "You are beautiful to me." Her entire being swelled with a warm, rose-gold light, and she began to hum the most grateful, loving melody she knew, the symphony of a grateful heart. She didn't touch the minerals. Instead, she floated around the display, her music causing the crystals to vibrate and chime in sympathy, turning his static art into a living, singing performance. Kaelen's plates ignited in a brilliant, joyful crimson, the color of deep appreciation. They had learned that the greatest gifts are not what you need, but what the other wishes to give. Their favorite time was the quiet hour when the moon's rotation brought a perfect, unobstructed view of the silken nebula. They would sit side by side on a smooth, warm crystal bench at the edge of their pool, watching the cosmic clouds of violet and gold swirl in the eternal slow-motion dance. There were no colors flashed, no melodies hummed. In these moments they communicated in something purer, a shared, empathic quiet. Kaelen would let his mind grow still, projecting not specific colors, but a general feeling of warmth and safety, a deep, wordless contentment that seeped into the very air around them. Lyra would respond not with song, but by letting her light pulse in time with his feeling, a gentle, rhythmic glow that mirrored the peace in his heart. They would watch the stars being born in the nebula's heart and feel the vast, quiet friendship of the universe itself holding them. One evening, as they watched, a particularly bright star in a distant cluster began to flicker erratically. To Kaelen, it was a fascinating light show, a puzzle of physics. His plates shimmered with curious, analytical silver and blue. But Lyra grew still. Her light, usually so fluid, seemed to solidify into a somber, steady amethyst. A single pure, mournful note hung in the air, so full of sorrow it made the crystal walls of their grotto vibrate in sympathy. Kaelen turned, his own light dimming with concern. He pulsed a soft, questioning gold. Lyra didn't respond with a complex explanation. She simply let the feeling flow from her, a deep, ancestral grief. On Aethoria, such a flicker was the death song of a star, an event mourned across their entire species. It was a loss of light, of music, of an ancient companion in the dark. Kaelen received this wave of empathy, and his analytical colors vanished, replaced by a deep, compassionate violet. He didn't see a dying star, he saw his friend's sorrow. Slowly, he reached out a crystalline hand. Lyra, her form still heavy with sadness, extended a wisp of light to meet it. Where they touched, there was no solidity, only a sensation of warmth and understanding. Then, Kaelen had an idea. He focused, and from his core, he began to pulse not a single color, but a slow, repeating sequence. It was the same sequence of colors he had seen the star emit in its final moments, a brilliant white, a deep red, a flash of gold. He was replaying its last dance. But he was infusing each color with a new feeling, not an ending, but a tribute. The white was a memory of its brilliance, the red a celebration of its long life, the gold a promise that its light would travel on forever. Lyra watched, her amethyst glow softening. She understood. He was not dismissing her grief, he was sharing it and transforming it. He was showing her that an ending could also be beautiful. A new harmony rose from her, not mournful but grateful, a lullaby for a sleeping giant. Together they sat, one painting the star's story in light, the other singing its soul to rest, their shared shelter a tiny cathedral of comfort in the immense, silent night. The star finally winked out, leaving a tiny, dark patch in the tapestry. But in the grotto there was no darkness. Kaelen glowed with a soft, steady light, the color of enduring friendship. Lyra hummed a quiet, peaceful melody, the sound of a heart that has been understood. The gap between their worlds, their languages, their very natures, had been bridged once again, not by technology or force, but by the simple, universal language of a kindness that asked for nothing and gave everything. And in their cozy crystalline cave, with the chime seeds singing softly and the star-filled pool shimmering below, two friends from different suns watched the universe together and found it was a little less lonely and infinitely more kind. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. and whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. The night was a deep velvet blanket, pricked with silver stars, and from the hearth of a small, quiet cottage, a cascade of golden sparks spiraled upwards, joining their celestial cousins. It was on such a night, when the air itself seemed to hum with potential, that a young dreamer named Kaelen found his world gently tilting into wonder. He had been tracing the path of a particularly bright spark with his eyes when it did not fade, but instead grew. It swelled into a soft, shimmering doorway hanging in the air before him, its edges rippling like heat haze over a summer field. From it wafted a scent that was both foreign and deeply familiar, the crisp, clean aroma of high-altitude air, touched with the sweetness of honeydew and the faint, dusty perfume of old paper. Without a second thought, but with a heart full of quiet curiosity, Kaelen stepped through. The world dissolved into a swirl of muted gold and silver, and then resolved itself into something breathtaking. He stood on a pathway of what appeared to be solid, warm cloud, soft and springy beneath his bare feet. All around him, suspended in a twilight sky, were cities crafted from cloud stuff and captured starlight. Towers spiraled upwards, their surfaces shifting from pearlescent white to soft rose gold in the eternal evening. It was the sky realm of Aethoria, a place he had only ever glimpsed in the most vivid of dreams. From a small leather pouch at his belt, Kaelen drew his one piece of home, a small, smooth wooden bird carved by his grandfather. It was warm to the touch, its grain familiar under his thumb. He held it tight, an anchor in this sea of wonder. His reason for being here was a quiet, persistent longing. In his own world, a strange silence had begun to fall over the woods near his home. The colors seemed less vibrant, the songs of the birds more faint. He had felt a pull, a whisper on the wind, suggesting that understanding, and perhaps a solution, lay somewhere beyond the known. He had come to Aethoria not for treasure, but for a secret, a melody of restoration. His cloud path led him to the first great landmark, the Whispering Spires. These were not towers of stone, but of crystallized sound. As Kaelen approached, they began to hum, a low, resonant chord that vibrated not in his ears, but in his very bones. The music was a language. It asked a question without words, a simple, "Why do you journey?" Kaelen, unsure how to answer, simply held up his wooden bird and thought of the fading woods, of the muted birdsong. The spires understood. Their hum shifted, becoming a gentle, guiding melody that pointed him toward a bridge of woven light, arching toward a lower, darker part of the sky realm. The bridge deposited him at the entrance to the Glimmer Grottos, a network of caverns that held not darkness, but an underground aurora. As he stepped inside, his breath caught. The walls were smooth, cool obsidian, but upon them danced the borealis itself. Ribbons of emerald, violet, and sapphire light swam and swirled in a silent, graceful ballet. The air was cool and carried the scent of wet stone and ozone after a summer storm. Here, the inhabitants made themselves known. They were the luminals, creatures of pure, gentle light. They had no solid form, but floated like living will-o'-the-wisps, their colors shifting with their mood. They did not speak, but communicated through the patterns they painted in the air. One, a soft amber glow, drifted near Kaelen. It pulsed slowly, and a feeling of warm inquiry washed over him, as comforting as a blanket. He again showed his wooden bird and projected his thoughts of the silent forest. The luminal pulsed in understanding, then began to weave a story in light. It showed Kaelen an image of a great, crystalline tree in the very heart of Aethoria, the world hearth. This tree, it explained through its shimmering tableau, was connected to all living things. A crack had appeared in its core, and from that crack a slow drain of vitality was seeping away, affecting not just Aethoria, but touching distant worlds like his own. The music of existence was faltering. His path was clear. He had to find the world hearth. The amber luminal, whom he silently named Ember, chose to accompany him, bobbing faithfully at his shoulder, its light a constant, reassuring presence. Their journey led them next to the Library of Echoes, a place that existed between the dimensions of thought and reality. It was not a building of shelves and books, but a vast, open space where memories and stories hung in the air like fragrant blossoms on invisible trees. To find a story, you had only to breathe in its scent. Kaelen inhaled deeply and caught the fragrance of ancient rain on dry earth, of sun-warmed pine needles, and of deep, restorative sleep. This was the story of healing. He walked through the fragrant narrative, the words forming not in his mind, but as textures against his skin. He felt the rough bark of a resilient tree, the cool silk of healing water, and the final, soft warmth of a mended heart. The lesson was simple. To heal the world hearth, one did not need a powerful spell or a magical artifact, but a profound, selfless offering of a memory imbued with pure, unconditional love. It was a resonance that could seal the crack. With this knowledge held close, Kaelen and Ember pressed on, finally arriving at the Nexus glade where the world hearth stood. It was even more magnificent than the light painting had suggested. The tree was colossal, its trunk and branches seeming to be formed of clear crystal, through which flowed rivers of liquid gold and silver light. Its leaves were shifting prisms, casting tiny rainbows across the glade. But at its base was a painful sight, a jagged dark crack from which the luminous sap was slowly weeping, losing its light and falling as dull gray tears onto the moss below. The air, which should have been vibrant with energy, felt thin and melancholic. Kaelen knew what he had to do. He sat before the great tree, the wooden bird cupped in his hands. He closed his eyes and searched his memory for the purest love he had ever known. He thought of his grandfather, of sitting on his knee by the fireplace, listening to tales of his youth. He remembered the feeling of his grandfather's rough, warm hand on his head, a gesture of absolute safety and affection. He remembered the smell of wood smoke and baking bread, the sound of a deep, kind laugh. He poured all of this, the scent, the sound, the texture, the profound feeling of being loved, into the memory of the little wooden bird. It grew warm in his hands, almost hot, thrumming with the power of the recollection. He then gently pressed the bird, this vessel of a cherished memory, against the crack in the world hearth. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft, golden light began to emanate from the bird, seeping into the crystal. The light spread through the crack, not like a glue, but like a balm, soothing and merging. The jagged edges softened, smoothed, and finally sealed, until the trunk was whole once more. The gray tears on the moss below shimmered and reignited, rising back into the tree as motes of light. The world hearth gave a great, gentle pulse, and a wave of warmth and vitality radiated outwards, so potent that Kaelen could feel it tingling through his own body. High above, in his own world, the woods suddenly seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Colors deepened, and from the throat of a lone thrush, a clear, strong song rang out, soon joined by a chorus of others. Ember the luminal swelled with a brilliant, joyful gold, and spun in happy circles around Kaelen. Its light brushed against his cheek, and he felt an overwhelming sensation of gratitude and friendship, a touch as gentle as a sunbeam. His task was complete. The journey back was a peaceful blur. The whispering spires hummed a triumphant symphony as he passed. The luminals in the glimmer grottos painted the walls with spectacular displays in his honor. He arrived back at the shimmering doorway on the cloud path, feeling both weary and deeply content. He stepped back into his cottage, the wooden portal dissolving behind him into a few last, drifting sparks in the fireplace. The room was just as he had left it, but it felt different. It felt more alive. He looked at the small wooden bird in his hand. It was no longer warm, but it felt more. The grain seemed deeper, the carving more significant. It was no longer just a memento of home. It was a reminder of a journey taken, a heart shared, and a world healed. He placed it carefully on his windowsill, where the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky. As he settled into his bed, the cozy weight of his blankets felt like a gentle embrace. He had gone seeking a way to heal his world and had discovered that the greatest magic was not in grand gestures, but in the quiet, enduring power of a loving memory carried close to the heart. And as he drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he knew that both here and in a realm of cloud and crystal light, all was and would be well. In a quiet corner of the spinning galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle spirals and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers across the velvet darkness, there existed a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was here that two unlikely souls found one another, and in finding one another, discovered the true music of the cosmos. The first was a being from the watery world of Azura. His name was Kaelen, and he resembled a gentle, bipedal creature with skin that shifted through soft blues and greens like sunlit seawater. He did not speak in words, but in colors that shimmered across his skin, and in the delicate, bell-like chimes that resonated from the tiny, frilled fins behind his ears. When he was happy, his skin glowed with warm golds. When thoughtful, it deepened to violet, and when he sang, the air around him hummed with harmonies that could calm even the most turbulent star winds. The second was from the crystalline planet of Xylos. Her name was Lyra, and she was a slender being whose body seemed woven from living, translucent crystal. She communicated not with sounds or colors, but with vibrations, a symphony of resonant hums and pulses that traveled through the air and could be felt as much as heard. Her kind learned by touch, and when she was curious, her crystal form would shimmer with captured starlight, casting prismatic patterns on any surface nearby. Their meeting happened by chance, or perhaps by the quiet design of the universe. Kaelen's small, pearlescent podship had been damaged by a wandering comet's tail, forcing him to land on Lumen's surface. Lyra had been studying the moon's unique mineral formations when she felt the tremor of the crash through the very ground she stood upon. She found Kaelen not far from his vessel, his skin pulsing with anxious silver streaks, his chimes sounding like worried raindrops. At first, they could not understand one another. Kaelen's color speak meant nothing to Lyra, whose world was one of vibration and frequency. When he glowed a friendly, welcoming yellow, she misinterpreted the light as a threat. On Xylos, sudden bright lights often signaled danger. She answered with a low, warning hum that made the ground tremble slightly. Kaelen in turn read the vibration as hostility and flushed a nervous gray. But then something shifted. Kaelen, remembering his people's way of offering peace, slowly extended a hand, palm up, and let his skin soften into the pale, gentle blue of a calm sea. He did not move. He simply held the color, steady and kind. Lyra, feeling the shift in the energy around her, stilled her own vibrations. She reached out one crystalline finger and very gently touched his palm. In that moment, a bridge was formed. Through that touch, Lyra felt the gentle, melodic nature of Kaelen's spirit, not as color or sound, but as pure emotion. And Kaelen, through the contact, felt the resonant, curious hum of Lyra's being, not as vibration, but as warmth. They both pulled back, astonished. Then for the first time, Kaelen's skin flushed with a color Lyra understood instinctively, the soft rose gold of friendship. And Lyra answered with a vibration that felt, to Kaelen, like the first chord of a lullaby. They decided to build a shelter together, a place where both could feel at home while Kaelen's ship repaired itself. They chose a wide, shallow crater on Lumen's surface, protected by overhanging arches of moon rock. Kaelen used the organic technology of his people, coaxing luminescent mosses and gentle, glowing fungi to grow along the walls, their light shifting with his moods. Lyra used her innate connection to crystal and mineral, humming specific frequencies that caused the very stone to reshape, forming clear, quartz-like benches and shelves that caught and magnified the soft light. They called their creation the Starlit Haven. In its center, they made a garden. Kaelen cultivated pools of water brought from his ship, water that swirled with living, microscopic algae that glimmered like liquid constellations. Lyra grew crystal flowers that bloomed when certain star patterns aligned overhead, their facets tuned to the music of the spheres. It was a place of both liquid softness and crystalline structure, of shifting colors and constant, gentle vibrations. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One afternoon, Kaelen noticed Lyra looking particularly dim. Her natural shimmer had faded to a soft glow. Concerned, he brought her one of the glowing moss balls from the wall, thinking the light might cheer her. But on Xylos, offering light to someone who was dim was like shouting at someone who wished to be quiet. Lyra recoiled, her vibrations sharp with offense. Kaelen's skin flashed with confused orange spots. It was Lyra who figured it out first. She stilled herself, then pulsed a slow, questioning vibration toward the moss ball. Kaelen, understanding, dimmed the moss ball until it was just a memory of light. Then Lyra pulsed a warmer, grateful frequency. She was not sad, she explained through a series of touches and projected feelings. She was in a state of deep, peaceful contemplation, which for her people involved drawing their light inward. Kaelen glowed with understanding, his colors softening to a serene lavender. They had learned her quiet was not a cry for help, and his offer of light was not an intrusion. Another time, Lyra tried to share her joy by creating a complex, joyful harmonic that resonated through the entire haven. The vibration was so powerful it caused Kaelen's water pools to ripple violently, disturbing the delicate algae. He chimed in distress, his skin flickering with protective turquoise. Lyra fell silent at once, her form dimming with remorse. But Kaelen, after a moment, waded into the pool and began to sing, a low, calming melody that settled the water and soothed the tiny creatures within. He then showed Lyra, by guiding her hand just above the water's surface, how softly she needed to hum to create only the gentlest of ripples. Their laughter after was a symphony, his chimes like wind chimes, her vibrations like the purr of a contented star kitten. Their deepest connection, however, came during the long, tranquil nights on Lumen. They would sit together in their haven, watching the star-dusted tapestry of the cosmos wheel slowly overhead. Kaelen would point with a glowing finger to a particular star, and his skin would flush with the story it held for his people, a tale of navigators and ocean currents of light. Lyra would answer by humming the vibration that star emitted in her people's charts, a note that spoke of ancient light and constant, guiding presence. They didn't need a common language to share the wonder. They would sit in a silence that was full, Kaelen's colors slowly shifting like a lazy aurora, Lyra's form catching the distant starlight and casting tiny, dancing rainbows on the walls. In those quiet moments, the differences between water being and crystal being melted away. They were simply two friends, small and grateful, under the immense, beautiful sky. One evening, as a particularly brilliant nebula bloomed on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, Kaelen turned to Lyra. His ship was repaired. The call of his home ocean was a persistent, gentle pull in his heart. He did not need to show her with colors or sounds. She felt the bittersweet tremor in the air around him. Her own vibrations softened to a minor key, a hum of understanding and shared sorrow. But then, Kaelen did something new. He placed his hand over his own heart, and then pointed to Lyra, and then to the sky above them. The color that spread across his skin was one Lyra had never seen before, a deep, radiant gold, shot through with silver, the color of a timeless bond. It said without any doubt, "You are here in my heart. Wherever I go, you are with me." Lyra answered by placing her crystalline hand over the place where her own heart would be, and she hummed a single, pure, unwavering note. It was a vibration that held no sound, but carried the feeling of constancy, of a promise that would never fade. It said, "And you are in mine. This connection is forever." The next day, Kaelen boarded his pod ship. As it lifted silently from the moon's surface, Lyra stood in the crater of their Starlit haven. She did not wave, for that was not her way. Instead, she began to hum, the same gentle, calming frequency Kaelen had taught her for the water pools. She hummed it for him, for his journey, for their friendship. High above, Kaelen saw the haven shrink to a single, soft point of light. But then he saw something else. Lyra's hum, amplified by the crystalline structures they had built together, caused the entire haven to resonate. It began to glow, not with borrowed light, but with its own inner luminescence, a beacon of pure, kind energy, visible even from the depths of space. And Kaelen knew, as he charted his course for home, that he carried a piece of that light with him. In the quiet of his ship, his skin would sometimes flush with the rose gold of friendship, and he would hear, in the whisper of the star winds, the faint, familiar echo of a crystal hum. They had built more than a shelter. They had built a bridge across the stars, a testament that the simplest, purest language, the language of a kind and open heart, could truly unite the universe. And in a million star systems, in 1,000 different forms, that same language was being spoken, quietly, gently, knitting the cosmos together with threads of light and wonder. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived Fern, a young rabbit with fur the color of twilight shadows. This forest wasn't just trees and earth. It was alive with quiet magic, a place where the boundaries between creature and spirit, reality and dream, shimmered like heat haze on a summer's day. Fern knew the hidden pathways, the taste of dew-kissed clover at dawn, and the comforting scent of damp earth after a gentle rain. He knew, too, the secret lives that pulsed beneath the surface. The whispering woods thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony. The Badger clan, deep in their set, carefully turned the soil, ensuring seeds slept well. The Squirrel Council, high in the canopy, managed the dispersal of nuts and berries, their bushy tails flicking with purpose. Glimmerflies, tiny creatures woven from starlight and pollen, tended the night-blooming flowers, their soft hum a lullaby for the woods. And old grandfather Mossback, a turtle whose shell was etched with centuries of growth rings, was the keeper of the tides, sensing the subtle shifts in the forest's deep magic tied to the seasons and the weather itself. Fern's favorite time was the amber season, when autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke from unseen hearths and the sweet decay of fallen apples. One evening, as the setting sun stained the sky lavender and peach, Fern noticed something amiss. The gentle giggle of Crystal Brook, usually a constant companion near his burrow, had faded to a troubled gurgle. The glimmerflies, usually flitting like scattered embers near the water's edge, hovered anxiously, their light dimmer than usual. Even the leaves seemed to whisper with a note of worry, rustling secrets Fern couldn't quite grasp. Seeking wisdom, Fern hopped along the familiar, root-ribboned path to the mossy stone, where Grandfather Mossback basked in the last warm rays. The ancient turtle's eyes, deep pools of moss-green wisdom, opened slowly as Fern approached. Grandfather Mossback, Fern began, his nose twitching with concern. Crystal Brook sounds sick, the glimmerflies are sad, the air feels heavy, like before a storm that never comes. Mossback took a slow, deliberate breath, the scent of damp earth and ancient stone clinging to him. He extended his neck, tasting the air. "Ah, young Fern, your senses are keen. The balance shifts. The amber season's magic is waning, but this is different. A blockage, a knot in the forest's flow." He tapped his claw thoughtfully on the stone. The rains were heavy last moon. Perhaps the great roots of the sentinel oak shifted, or stones tumbled where they shouldn't. Crystal Brook cannot sing if her throat is choked. Fern's heart fluttered. What can we do? The forest feels wrong. Patience, little one, Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones grinding softly together. Harmony isn't a stillness, but a constant dance. The forest remembers its steps. We must find the source gently, wisely. Go to Willow at the bend where the ferns grow thick. She listens to the water's song like no other. Following the troubled brook upstream, Fern felt the unease deepen. The usual comforting scent of wet stone and watercress was tinged with stagnation. The playful sparkle on the water's surface was dulled. He found Willow, a water vole with fur like polished river pebbles, her small paws resting on a smooth stone, her eyes closed as she listened intently to the troubled water. "Willow," Fern whispered, not wanting to startle her. Her eyes opened, large and dark with worry. "Fern, the song it's choked. A great sadness sits upstream, near the sentinel's roots. Stones and mud have fallen, trapping the water. It cannot flow freely to nourish the lower pools or carry the moon's reflection to the sleeping fish." Just then a flurry of wings announced Pip, a sparrow as quick and bright as a sunbeam. "I saw it from above," he chirped, landing on a swaying reed. A whole tumble of rocks and earth, it's huge. The waters backed up, making a muddy pool where the forget-me-nots bloomed. Fern felt a pang of sorrow for the drowned flowers. "Grandfather Mossback said we need to help, but how? It looks too big." Willow patted the water gently. "Strength comes not from size alone, Fern, but from working together, like the roots beneath our feet." She looked at Pip. "Can you summon the Badger clan? Their strong paws are needed for moving the largest stones." Pip bobbed his head. "On my way." He shot into the air, a brown dart against the deepening twilight. "And Fern," Willow continued, "find the Squirrel Council. Their clever paws and strong teeth can weave roots and vines to hold the bank steady once the blockage is cleared." Fern raced through the gathering dusk, the scent of pine needles sharp in the cooling air. He found the Squirrel Council holding a hushed conference in the hollow of a venerable beech tree. Their leader, a gray squirrel named Acorn with a tail like a silvery plume, listened intently. "A blockage at the sentinel, that explains the restless whispers in the roots," Acorn mused, tapping a claw. "The waters feed the deep magic. If it stagnates, the amber season's gentle release into frost's embrace will falter. The glimmerfly's light dims already. We will come. Our young ones are swift. They will gather the strongest vines." By the time Fern returned to the blocked stream, guided by the worried hum of the gathered glimmerflies casting a soft, ethereal light, the Badger clan had arrived. Bracken, the largest, with powerful shoulders and claws like polished ebony, was already testing the largest boulder. His low grunts mingled with the gurgle of trapped water. Smaller badgers worked alongside, shifting smaller rocks and clumps of earth. "Careful now," rumbled Bracken, his voice thick with effort. "Don't let the mudslide downstream. Steady." The Squirrel Council arrived in a rustle of leaves and chattering instructions. Young squirrels scampered, their teeth working swiftly on tough, flexible vines. They wove them into strong nets and mats, directed by Acorn's sharp commands. "Anchor it there, yes, against that root. We must shore up the bank before the water rushes free." Fern felt small amidst the bustling activity. He saw a cluster of smooth, fist-sized stones near the water's edge, part of the blockage but accessible. He began to push them, one by one, rolling them away with his nose and paws. The mud was cool and slick between his toes, smelling deeply of the forest's hidden depths. Nearby, Willow used her strong teeth to gnaw through a stubborn tangle of water roots trapping smaller debris. The glimmerflies hovered close, their soft light illuminating the work, their gentle hum a constant, encouraging presence. The night deepened, painting the sky indigo and scattering diamond-bright stars. The air grew colder, carrying the promise of frost, but the work warmed them. Grandfather Mossback arrived, moving with slow, deliberate purpose. He settled near the growing pile of cleared debris, his presence radiating calm strength. He didn't lift stones, but his deep, resonant voice offered guidance. Ease that one to the left, Bracken. Let the water find its own path, don't force it. Willow, clear that channel for the flow. Good, the forest breathes easier already. Hours passed, measured by the slow wheel of stars above and the steady rhythm of working creatures. Muscles ached, paws were muddy, fur was damp, but a shared sense of purpose warmed them. Finally, with a concerted heave from Bracken and two other badgers, the last large boulder shifted, groaning as it rolled aside. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, a trickle of water found the new gap. It grew, bubbling over the cleared stones, giggling with newfound freedom. It rushed past the carefully woven vine mats holding the banks firm, carrying away the murky pool. Crystal Brook sang again, clear and bright, reflecting the myriad lights of the hovering glimmerflies like liquid stars. A collective sigh, warm and relieved, rose from the gathered creatures. Bracken sank back on his haunches, wiping mud from his snout. Acorn chattered happily, her tail twitching with satisfaction. The young squirrels bounced with glee. Willow dipped her paws into the flowing water, a smile spreading across her face. She sings true again. Grandfather Mossback nodded slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting the joyful light. Well done, children of the Whispering Woods, you have mended a tear in the great tapestry. Remember this night, the harmony we cherish is not a gift, but a responsibility shared by all who dwell here, great and small. When one part suffers, all feel the strain. When many work together with wisdom and kindness, the balance is restored. As if in response, a gentle breeze sighed through the trees, carrying the clean scent of flowing water and the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers revived by the glimmerflies. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by the forest's deep, peaceful hum. The leaves rustled a soft, contented melody. The creatures gathered on the banks, tired but content. Bracken produced a small clay jar of rich, dark earth honey. Acorn shared crisp autumn nuts. Willow offered tender waterroot stalks. Fern nibbled on a sweet clover leaf, the taste pure and clean. The glimmerflies danced above them, their light weaving patterns of gold and silver on the water and the faces of the friends. Grandfather Mossback spoke softly as they shared the simple feast under the watchful stars. See how the brook carries the fallen leaves. They are not lost, but become part of the earth downstream, nourishing new life. So it is with our actions. Tonight's work feeds the forest's future. The magic tied to the seasons flows strongest when the waters run free. The frost's embrace will come now, not with harshness, but as a gentle blanket, because the balance is kept. Fern snuggled into the soft moss beside Willow, watching the moonlight dance on the water. He felt the deep, steady thrum of the forest beneath him, the cool night air on his fur, the comforting warmth of friends nearby, and the sweet taste of honey on his tongue. The gentle wisdom of the ancient turtle, the strength of the badgers, the cleverness of the squirrels, the quiet dedication of the vole, the guiding light of the glimmerflies, it all wove together like the roots beneath the soil, holding the Whispering Woods in its timeless, harmonious embrace. The subtle magic of the place, the interconnected lives, the respect for the seasons and the elements, it wasn't a grand spectacle, but a quiet, enduring truth whispered on the wind and flowing in the water. As sleep began to pull at his eyelids, Fern understood. Caring for their shared home, listening to its needs, and acting together with kindness wasn't just a task. It was the very song the forest sang, a lullaby of belonging that would echo through generations, as enduring as the ancient oaks and as comforting as the moon's gentle light on a peaceful night. The forest breathed softly around him, whole and well, and Fern drifted into dreams cradled by its deep, harmonious peace. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting, with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelen and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelen, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelen nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelen remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the valley's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. "Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around." Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. "I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen." He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. "The whispering glade," Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. "Grandmother used to say it's a place where the valley's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours." The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kaelen bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. "Listen," she murmured. "Not just with your ears. Feel the forest breathe." As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the whispering glade. "All right," Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. "What do I do?" "Just be," Mara suggested. "Let the glade feel you as you feel it." Kaelen plopped down onto the moss. "Yeah, maybe try not trying." Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds, the rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kaelen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Silas like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Silas still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Silas didn't become like Kaelen, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Silas felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Silas stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kaelen and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kaelen exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Silas smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Silas, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. The attic above Oliver's bedroom was a kingdom of whispers and dust. It was a place he only visited on rainy afternoons, when the rhythmic patter on the roof made the rest of the world feel far away. On this particular afternoon, a steady, gentle rain had been falling since dawn, and the light that filtered through the single round window was the color of weak tea. Oliver, with a heart that often felt too big and too quiet for his small town, had decided it was the perfect day for exploration. The air in the attic was thick and still, smelling of cedar and forgotten things. Krieg. The floorboards sang their familiar song under his feet as he moved past a dressmaker's dummy, standing like a silent guardian, and a stack of trunks plastered with faded steamship labels. It was behind an old rolled-up rug, tucked into the shadowy corner where the roof slanted down to meet the floor, that he found it. It wasn't gleaming or humming with power. It was simply a small, hexagonal wooden box, no larger than his two hands put together. Its dark wood was smooth with age, and inlaid on its lid was a compass rose, crafted from what looked like mother of pearl, shimmering with a soft inner light. His breath caught. He wiped away a film of dust with his sleeve. There was no latch, no keyhole. He ran his fingers over the seams, and as he did, the box let out a soft, musical click, like a tiny, distant bell, and the lid lifted on its own. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its face was not marked with north, south, east, and west. Instead, it had four symbols: a softly glowing heart, a pair of open hands, a single, shining tear, and a closed eye. The needle, a sliver of polished moonstone, was perfectly still. As Oliver lifted it from its velvet nest, the needle gave a sudden, decisive shiver. It spun once, twice, and then settled, pointing not toward the attic door, but directly at the wall behind the dressmaker's dummy. A low, warm hum began to emanate from the compass, a sound that felt like a purr against his palm. His curiosity, a flame that had been merely smoldering, now leapt to life. This was no ordinary treasure. This was a mystery. And so, with the compass held carefully in his hands, Oliver began his journey. It was a journey that would not be measured in miles, but in the quiet, courageous beats of his own heart. The compass led him not out of the attic, but deeper into it. The needle pointed insistently toward a small, almost invisible door set into the wall, a door he had always assumed was just a panel. Today, however, the tiny brass knob turned easily in his hand. Click. Beyond was not a crawl space, but a winding staircase descending into soft, golden gloom. The air changed, becoming sweet with the scent of old paper and cinnamon. The stairs were steep, and he had to descend slowly, one hand on the rough-hewn wall for balance. The only sounds were the soft thump of his own footsteps, the gentle hum of the compass, and the distant, comforting plink-plink of water droplets falling somewhere in the darkness. The staircase ended in a circular room that took his breath away. It was a library, but a library grown wild. Bookshelves spiraled up into a shadowy ceiling, and between them, real trees, ancient oaks and slender birches, grew right through the floor, their leaves rustling in a breeze Oliver could not feel. Tiny, luminous mushrooms clustered at their roots, casting a soft, blue-green light. In the center of the room, curled on a large, velvet cushion, was a magnificent ginger cat. Its fur was the color of autumn leaves, and around its neck was a tiny silver bell. As Oliver stepped into the room, the cat opened one brilliant green eye. The bell on its collar gave a soft ting. "You're new," the cat said, its voice a low, rumbling purr. It stretched, its claws kneading the velvet. Most who find the compass of feeling just wander the attic for a bit and put it back. You followed the needle. That takes a certain kind of courage. Oliver, too stunned to be afraid, held out the compass. The compass of feeling. The cat, who introduced himself as Alistair, nodded. "It doesn't point to places, it points to needs. That needle is drawn to hearts in quiet distress. Right now it seems to be pointing that way." He gestured with his nose toward one of the many arched doorways leading from the library. From beyond it came a faint, rhythmic sound, like someone sniffling. "My role," Alistair continued, washing a paw with fastidious care, "is to be the keeper of comfort. I provide purrs, warm cushions, and the occasional sensible suggestion. It seems you are in need of the latter." He fixed his gaze on Oliver. "The first challenge is often the simplest and the hardest. It requires listening." Taking a deep breath, Oliver followed the compass through the archway. The room beyond was a cozy, cluttered study. A fire crackled in a large hearth, and shelves were crammed with curious objects, seashells, geodes, and tiny mechanical birds. Sitting in a large armchair, dabbing at his eyes with a vast, spotted handkerchief, was a stout, badger-like creature wearing a waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched on the end of his nose. He was the source of the sniffling. "Oh dear," the badger muttered to himself. Oh dear, it's all gone sideways." The compass in Oliver's hand was humming strongly, its needle fixed squarely on the badger. The symbol of the single, shining tear was now glowing more brightly than the others. "Excuse me," Oliver said softly, so as not to startle him. The badger jumped, his spectacles fogging up. "Goodness, a visitor, I'm Barnaby, Professor Barnaby, technically, though my professing hasn't been worth much lately." He blew his nose with a sound like a deflating balloon. "I'm the keeper of memories, you see. I maintain the Whispering Gallery." He gestured to a wall covered not with paintings, but with hundreds of small, filigreed frames, each holding what looked like a captured soap bubble, shimmering with faint colors. But my favorite memory, the one of my grandmother teaching me to bake her famous starseed cookies, has gone dim. I can't hear her song anymore. The memory is fading, and I can't for the life of me remember the final ingredient. Oliver looked at the compass. The needle hadn't moved. The need was still here. He thought about what Alistair had said. It requires listening. Could you tell me about the memory? Oliver asked, pulling up a small footstool and sitting down. What you do remember of it? Barnaby's face softened. He wiped his spectacles. Well, he began, his voice growing warmer. It was in her kitchen. The air was always full of flour and the scent of vanilla. The oven would click-clack as it heated up. She had a big blue mixing bowl, and she'd let me stir. He spoke for a long time, describing the feel of the wooden spoon, the sound of her humming, the way the starlight through the window would catch in the sugar, making it look like tiny diamonds. As he spoke, Oliver noticed something. One of the shimmering bubbles on the wall, which had been a dull gray, began to pulse with a soft, golden light. The more Barnaby spoke, the brighter it glowed. She always said the secret was in the breath of the honeybee. Barnaby finished, his voice thick with emotion. But I can't remember what that meant. Oliver looked from the glowing memory bubble back to the badger's distraught face. The answer wasn't in a forgotten ingredient, it was in the story itself. The memory wasn't broken, it was just lonely. It needed to be shared. Professor, Oliver said gently, I think the memory just needed you to visit it, to tell its story. Look. Barnaby turned. His jaw dropped as he saw the bubble glowing brightly, a faint, sweet humming now emanating from it. By my whiskers, you're right, the breath of the honeybee. It was her poetic way of saying a dollop of fresh honey, added right at the end. He beamed, his earlier sorrow completely vanished. You didn't find a magic ingredient, young sir. You offered a listening heart. That is a rarer thing altogether. The compass in Oliver's hand gave a satisfied little pulse. The symbol of the tear faded, and the needle spun lazily before pointing back toward the library. The first need had been met. Back in the library, Alistair was waiting. Took you long enough, he purred, though his green eyes were warm. But you succeeded. I heard the humming resume. The compass agrees. He nodded at the device, whose needle was now pointing steadily toward another archway, this one wreathed in what looked like ivy. The symbol of the closed eye was now illuminated. This new path led Oliver into a sun-dappled conservatory. The air was humid and fragrant with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and damp earth. A tiny bird-like creature with luminous moth wings was flitting anxiously between the leaves of a large, silver-leafed tree. Her movements were a frantic blur, and she was muttering to herself in a high, musical language. The compass hummed, its needle locked on her. Hello, Oliver called out. The creature, a sylph, she later said her name was, swooped down, her wings making a sound like rustling silk. Oh, immortal, can you help, can you fix it? It's all wrong. She pointed a delicate finger at the silver tree. Nestled in its highest branches was a nest, and in the nest was a single, pale blue egg. It was covered in a complex pattern of cracks, but they weren't the healthy cracks of an egg about to hatch. They looked frozen. The egg seemed to be encased in a faint, shimmering layer of ice. I am Leora, the guardian of beginnings, the sylph explained, wringing her hands. This egg holds the dawn chorus for tomorrow, but a shadow of worry passed over the moon last night and it sent a chill into the world. The dawn is frozen in its shell. If it doesn't hatch by the first star, the morning will be silent, and the world will wake up feeling gray. Oliver's heart sank. How could he possibly fix a frozen dawn? He had no magic, no great power. He looked at the compass. The symbol of the closed eye glowed. An eye closed, not seeing. not acting, just being. What happens if you stop? Oliver asked quietly. Leora stopped her frantic fluttering. Stop, I can't stop, the dawn must hatch. But what happens if you just sit with it? Oliver pressed, the idea forming as he spoke. What if it doesn't need fixing? What if it just needs warmth? Leora looked at him, her large eyes wide with confusion. But the frantic energy seemed to drain from her. Slowly, hesitantly, she settled onto the branch beside the frozen egg. She didn't try to chip at the ice or pour magic into it. She simply curled her small body around it, her luminous wings folding over it like a blanket. She began to hum, a low, soft, steady sound that vibrated through the branch. Oliver sat down at the base of the tree, leaning against its cool, silver bark. He didn't speak. He just watched. He listened to the soft drip, drip, drip of water from the leaves in the conservatory, the gentle hum of Leora's song, and the steady, reassuring thrum of the compass in his lap. He was practicing patience. He was offering his quiet presence as a gift. Minutes stretched into an hour. The faint layer of ice on the egg began to bead with moisture. A single, tiny drop rolled down its side. Then another. The cracks in the shell began to glow from within, a soft, rosy gold. The ice was not being broken. It was being melted by the simple, persistent warmth of companionship. With a sound like the first note of a songbird, a tiny crack widened. A sliver of brilliant, golden light shot out, then another. The eggshell fell away, not in pieces, but dissolved into a mist of sparkling light that filled the conservatory with the pure, hopeful scent of a new morning. The dawn had hatched. Leora looked at Oliver, her eyes shining with tears of joy. You were right, she whispered. It didn't need force, it just needed not to be alone. The compass pulsed warmly. The closed eye symbol faded. The needle swung once more, this time pointing back toward the staircase he had come down. The symbol of the open hands now glowed the brightest. His journey was almost complete. He said his goodbyes to Leora and Barnaby, who pressed a freshly baked, wonderfully fragrant starseed cookie into his hand. Back in the library, Alistair was waiting. You have done well, the cat said, his purr a deep rumble of approval. You have listened, you have been patient, and you have been present. These are the true magics. The compass has one final task for you. Oliver followed the needle back up the winding stairs, through the small door, and into the familiar dimness of the attic. But the needle didn't point to the box. It pulled him toward the round window. Outside, the rain had stopped, and the first stars were pricking the deep blue twilight. In the house next door, he could see into the window of his elderly neighbor, Mr. Abernathy, who lived alone. Mr. Abernathy was sitting in his chair looking at a photograph, his shoulders slumped. The compass was humming, its needle pointing directly at him. The symbol of the open hands glowed with a gentle, insistent light. Oliver understood. The final need was not in a magical, hidden world. It was right next door. The greatest journey of courage was the few steps across a lawn. He went downstairs, out his front door, the cool, damp air kissing his cheeks. He crossed the dewy grass and knocked softly on Mr. Abernathy's door. When the old man opened it, his face was surprised, then softened into a smile. I brought you a cookie, Oliver said, holding out Barnaby's gift. And I thought maybe you could tell me about that photograph. Mr. Abernathy's eyes lit up. Why, thank you, my boy. Come in, come in. As Oliver stepped inside, the compass in his pocket gave one final, soft, contented hum and fell silent. He knew its work was done. He had learned its secret. The most extraordinary magic was not in finding enchanted objects, but in using an ordinary heart to perform extraordinary kindness. Later, back in his own room, the compass safely returned to its box in the attic. Oliver lay in bed. He could hear the distant, friendly ting of Alistair's bell from somewhere in the walls, a comforting reminder that he was never truly alone. The world was full of quiet needs, and he now had the courage to listen for them. And as he drifted to sleep, the memory of a hatched dawn and a perfectly baked cookie wrapped around him, as warm and safe as a purring cat by a crackling fire. In the quiet hours of a twilight evening, when the sun had dipped below the horizon and the world was painted in shades of violet and gold, there was a small house nestled at the edge of a sleeping village. Inside, a young boy named Leo was helping his grandmother sort through old belongings in the attic. The air was thick with the scent of cedar and memories, and the only light came from a single lantern casting dancing shadows on the walls. Creak went the floorboards underfoot, a familiar sound that seemed to whisper stories of years gone by. Leo's grandmother had always said the attic was a treasure chest of forgotten tales, and today they were uncovering a particularly dusty corner where an ancient trunk sat draped in a faded quilt. As Leo brushed away the cobwebs, his fingers traced the carved patterns on the trunk's lid, swirls that looked like wind and waves, worn smooth by time. With a gentle push, the lid lifted with a soft thump, releasing a puff of dust that sparkled in the lantern light. Inside, nestled among yellowed letters and moth-eaten blankets, lay a small, brass compass. It was no larger than Leo's palm, with a face clouded by age, but as he picked it up, the needle began to quiver. Instead of pointing north, it spun slowly and settled in the direction of the attic's dusty window, glowing with a faint, golden light. Leo's grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling. "Some treasures," she said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves, "are not found in maps, but in the heart. That compass, my dear, is said to guide those who need it most toward the courage they already possess." That night, as Leo lay in bed, the compass rested on his nightstand, its glow pulsing softly like a heartbeat. He had always been a quiet child, hesitant to speak up in class or venture beyond the garden gate, and the compass seemed to hum with understanding. As sleep began to claim him, the needle twitched again, pointing insistently toward the window. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, carrying the distant sound of bells chiming from the village clock tower, and Leo knew deep down that a journey was beginning, not one of miles, but of the spirit. The next morning, Leo tucked the compass into his pocket, its warmth a comforting weight against his side. He decided to follow where it led, stepping out into the garden where dew-kissed spiderwebs glittered like diamonds. The compass needle now pointed toward the old oak tree at the edge of the property, and as Leo approached, he heard a soft purring from the branches above. A sleek black cat with eyes like emeralds peered down at him. "Lost your way, little one?" the cat asked, her voice a melodic rumble. "Or perhaps you've just found it." This was Seraphina, the garden cat, known for her wisdom and her love of napping in sunbeams. She leaped down gracefully, landing without a sound, and began to weave around Leo's legs. "That compass," she said, nodding toward his pocket, "guides not to places, but to moments where courage is needed. I've seen it before in my 9 lives. Tell me, what fear holds you back?" Leo confessed his shyness, how words often stuck in his throat like burrs, and Seraphina listened, her purring a steady, calming rhythm. "Courage isn't about being loud," she advised, "but about listening first. Follow the compass, I'll join you." And so, with Seraphina padding silently beside him, Leo ventured beyond the garden gate, into the meadow where wildflowers nodded in the breeze. The compass needle shifted, pointing now toward the whispering woods, a forest Leo had always avoided for its shadows and secrets. As they entered the woods, the air grew cool and fragrant with pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, and the rustle of leaves underfoot was accompanied by the chirping of hidden crickets. Suddenly the compass needle spun wildly, and from a thicket emerged a small, flustered squirrel with a tail that twitched with nervous energy. Oh dear," he chattered, wringing his paws. I've misplaced my acorns again, the shiny ones I saved for the winter feast. This was Barnaby, a squirrel whose heart was as big as his forgetfulness. Seraphina introduced him, and Barnaby's eyes widened at the sight of the compass. "A guiding light," he exclaimed. "I could use one myself, but first can you help me? Kindness shared is courage multiplied, my mother always said." Leo nodded, and together they searched the forest floor, following the trail of scattered acorns Barnaby had dropped. As they worked, Leo found that focusing on helping others eased the tightness in his own chest. With patience, they gathered the acorns, and Barnaby rewarded them with a handful of sweet berries from his stash. The compass glowed brighter, its needle steadying toward a clearing deep in the woods where an ancient stone well stood, covered in moss. But the path was blocked by a thicket of thorny vines that seemed to writhe like sleeping serpents. Leo hesitated, his old fears rising like a tide. "I don't think I can get through," he whispered, his voice small. Just then a gentle wind stirred, carrying the faint ding-dong of bells from the village, and the vines parted slightly, revealing a narrow passage. A voice, soft as the wind itself, spoke. "Thorns guard only what is feared, not what is real. Step lightly, and they will yield." It was the spirit of the breeze, a helper unseen but deeply felt. Seraphina nudged Leo forward. "Patience," she murmured. "Watch and listen." Leo took a deep breath, recalling his grandmother's words about kindness. Instead of pushing through, he approached the thorns slowly, speaking to them in a gentle tone. "We mean no harm, we only seek to pass." To his amazement, the thorns loosened their grip, curling back like unfurling ferns. It was not force but respect that cleared the way. In the clearing the well was dry, but at its bottom lay a single luminous pearl that pulsed with the same golden light as the compass. Barnaby chattered excitedly. "The Heartstone," it said, to reflect the courage of those who look into it. Leo leaned over the edge, his reflection shimmering on the pearl's surface. Instead of seeing a shy boy, he saw someone brave and steady, and in that moment he understood that courage had been within him all along, waiting to be acknowledged. As he reached for the pearl, a shadow fell over the clearing, a large, gloomy cloud that muffled the forest sounds. Leo felt a chill, but Seraphina purred louder, a sound like a tiny hearth fire, and Barnaby began to tell a silly joke about a rabbit in a hat, making Leo laugh. The cloud dissipated, and the pearl lifted into Leo's hand, warm and light. The compass needle settled, pointing back the way they came, its work done. Returning through the woods, Leo felt different. The shadows seemed less frightening, and when they reached the meadow, he spotted a younger child crying by a fallen nest of robin's eggs. Without thinking, Leo knelt down, using his gentle words to comfort the child and help rebuild the nest. Seraphina watched, her green eyes soft with pride, and Barnaby cheered, "Bravo, you found your voice." Back at home, as evening fell, Leo placed the compass and the pearl on the attic trunk, their light fading into a soft glow. His grandmother welcomed him with a cup of warm milk and a knowing smile. "You traveled far today," she said, stroking his hair. "But the greatest journeys are the ones we take inside ourselves." That night, as Leo drifted to sleep, the sounds of the house wrapped around him, the crackle of the fireplace downstairs, the distant bells tolling the hour, and Seraphina's purring from the foot of his bed. He knew that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to be kind, to listen, and to take one small step at a time. And in the gentle rhythm of his breathing, the story settled like a cozy blanket, reminding all who heard it that the most magical discoveries often lie waiting in the most ordinary of places, ready to light the way home. In a quiet valley cradled between two sleeping mountains, there lived a young person named Rowan, whose heart was as tender as the first spring leaf, and whose thoughts ran as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks. Rowan felt more than knew that something within them was shifting, a quiet rustling of the soul that was both thrilling and unnerving. it began subtly. On mornings when Rowan woke feeling particularly uncertain, a delicate, silvery moss would appear along their fingertips, soft and cool to the touch. When a moment of quiet joy settled in their chest, the air around them would smell faintly of rain-kissed violets. Their small cottage stood at the edge of the whispering woods, and it was in its garden that the most remarkable changes occurred. This was no ordinary garden. It was a reflection of Rowan's inner world. When Rowan felt small and confused, the garden grew tangled with shy, closed-up buds and vines that clung too tightly. But on days when a spark of courage was found, a new, unknown flower would unfurl its petals, blushing with a color never before seen. One such afternoon, as Rowan sat on a worn wooden bench, worrying a loose thread on their sleeve, they noticed the garden looked particularly forlorn. The colors were muted, shades of gray and melancholy blue, and the flowers drooped as if holding a great sadness. Rowan sighed, a soft sound that was carried away by the gentle breeze. It was then that a figure emerged from the dappled shadows of the woods. It was an old woman, her back slightly bent, her face a road map of kindly laughter lines. Her eyes held the deep, steady green of the forest itself, and in her hands she carried a basket woven from willow reeds. "A fine day for wandering," she said, her voice like the rustle of pages in an old, beloved book. She did not introduce herself, nor did she need to. Rowan felt an immediate sense of calm in her presence. "My garden," Rowan murmured, gesturing to the sorrowful blooms. "It doesn't seem to know what it wants to be." The old woman smiled, a slow sunrise of an expression. "All gardens are just dreams waiting to be tended, and all dreams need a little patience." She settled onto the bench beside Rowan and opened her basket. Inside were not tools or seeds, but small, smooth stones, a feather the color of moonlight, and a spool of thread that shimmered like a spider's web in the dawn. "Change," the old woman said, selecting a stone, "is not a storm that breaks you. It is a season that turns you slowly, surely. You cannot rush the opening of a petal, nor can you hurry the hardening of a cocoon." She placed the smooth stone in Rowan's palm. It was warm. "This is for the days you feel too solid, too heavy. Hold it, and remember that even mountains are worn smooth by time and tenderness." From that day on, the old woman would appear at just the right moments. She was never there when Rowan desperately looked for her, but always present when Rowan had nearly forgotten to look at all. She became a quiet mentor, a guide not by instruction, but by gentle questioning and the offering of small, symbolic gifts. Under her subtle guidance, Rowan began to pay closer attention to the small victories. One morning, after managing to speak a kind truth that was difficult to say, a cascade of golden honeysuckle tumbled over the garden wall, its sweet scent a reward for bravery. The old woman appeared that evening and tucked the moon-colored feather behind Rowan's ear. "For lightness," she whispered, "to remind you that honest words are never a burden." Another time, Rowan spent an entire afternoon patiently untangling a knot of stubborn ivy that had choked a rose bush. It was tedious, frustrating work, but Rowan persisted, their fingers working with a gentle determination. When the last tendril was loosened and the rose bush breathed free, a single, perfect rose bloomed, its petals the color of deep, understanding amethyst. That night the old woman gifted Rowan the spool of shimmering thread. "For connection," she said, "to weave the parts of yourself together." As the seasons turned, Rowan's inner changes began to manifest more beautifully. When they learned to forgive a small hurt they'd been carrying, their hair began to gleam with strands of what looked like spun sunlight. When they discovered a hidden talent for mending broken things, a soft, golden light would glow gently from their palms, not to fix but to soothe. The garden, in response, became a breathtaking tapestry of evolving life. Flowers changed color with Rowan's shifting understanding. A blossom might be shy pink in the morning and a confident cerulean by afternoon. The very air hummed with a quiet, magical music that corresponded to the rhythm of Rowan's heartbeat. The old woman watched it all with her serene, green eyes. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves began to blush and let go, she found Rowan staring at a large, silken cocoon attached to a low-hanging branch of the apple tree. It had been there for weeks, a silent, patient mystery. "I don't know what's inside," Rowan said, their voice tinged with both anxiety and excitement. "What if it's not ready? What if it never opens?" The old woman placed a comforting hand on Rowan's shoulder. "The caterpillar does not know it will become a butterfly. It only knows the work of the cocoon, the quiet, dark patience of becoming. Trust the process, dear one. The most beautiful transformations happen in the dark, where no one is watching." This lesson settled deep within Rowan, a seed of patience planted in fertile soil. They stopped anxiously checking the cocoon every day. Instead, they tended to the garden to themselves with a new kind of faith. They watered the plants not with expectation, but with love. They greeted their own strange, magical changes, the mossy fingertips, the glowing palms, the sun-streaked hair, not as oddities, but as parts of a whole they were still learning. The first frost came, painting the world in a delicate lace of white. The garden slept, but it was a vibrant, dreaming sleep, the colors of the flowers merely muted beneath the crystalline blanket. Rowan stood in the quiet, their breath puffing in the cold air, feeling a strange sense of peace. The great swirling uncertainty inside had settled into a calm, deep river, flowing steadily towards an unknown, but welcoming sea. On the morning of the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, Rowan woke with a feeling of profound stillness. They walked into the garden, their feet leaving soft prints in the frost. And there, on the apple tree branch, the cocoon was trembling. Rowan stood, heart pounding a gentle rhythm against their ribs, and watched. There was no rushing it. The struggle was part of the process, a necessary strength being built wing by wing. Then a small tear appeared. A delicate, trembling leg emerged, then another. Slowly, wonderfully, a creature emerged into the winter sun. It was not a butterfly nor a moth, but something entirely new. Its wings were the color of twilight, dusted with specks of gold that shimmered like distant stars. Its body was soft and velvety, and its eyes held the same ancient, knowing green as the old woman's. It perched on the edge of the empty cocoon, pumping its wings slowly, letting them dry and harden in the pale light. A sense of completion, warm and whole, filled Rowan. They understood. The cocoon was not just on the tree, it had been inside them all along. They had been the patient caterpillar, the quiet chrysalis, and now they were this new, beautiful creature, ready for a different kind of flight. As if summoned by the thought, the old woman stepped into the garden. She looked at the star-winged creature, then at Rowan, and her smile was one of pure, unadulterated joy. "The garden is in full bloom," she said softly. Rowan looked around. Despite the frost, the garden was radiant. Flowers in colors without names nodded in the breeze, their fragrances weaving a complex and lovely song. The silvery moss on the cottage stones gleamed, and the air was warm with an inner light. "It is," Rowan agreed, their voice steady and clear. "But it feels like a beginning." The old woman nodded. "Every ending is a seed for a new beginning. You have learned to tend your own garden, Rowan. You have learned that change is not to be feared, but to be welcomed as a kind of magic. You have learned to be your own mentor, your own gentle guide." She reached into the pocket of her cloak and pulled out one last gift. It was a small, plain pouch made of brown cloth. "Seeds," she said, placing it in Rowan's hand. "For the next garden, wherever you may find it." Rowan clutched the pouch, feeling the tiny, promise-filled shapes within. They looked at the old woman, this constant, gentle presence through their metamorphosis, and felt a surge of gratitude so profound it brought tears to their eyes. The tears that fell onto the frost-kissed soil did not freeze. Instead, tiny luminous sprouts pushed their way up, glowing with a soft, internal light. "Thank you," Rowan whispered. The old woman simply smiled, her form beginning to blur at the edges, as if she were made of morning mist. The teacher becomes the student, and the student becomes the teacher. The story is a circle, never truly ending. And with that, she faded away, leaving behind only the scent of old books and damp earth. Rowan was alone, but not lonely. They stood in their vibrant, winter-defying garden, the star-winged creature now fluttering to rest on their shoulder. They looked out towards the sleeping mountains, towards the vast, unknown world, holding the pouch of seeds tightly. The great transformation was complete, but it was not an end. It was the opening of a new chapter, the first step on a path they were now ready to walk. The cocoon was empty, the seed was planted, and Rowan, full of a quiet, humming light, was ready to bloom. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced on dew-kissed cobblestones, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and wild thyme. Young Ben lived there with his grandfather, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, and a heart that noticed things others overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played kick-stone, Ben often sat by the old stone well in the square, tracing the cracks in the worn wood of its cover, wondering about the secrets whispered beneath the surface. One misty autumn morning, while helping his grandfather clear the attic of his creaky, timber-framed cottage, Ben discovered a forgotten wooden chest tucked beneath dusty eaves. It smelled of cedar and thyme. Inside, nestled amongst faded quilts and bundles of letters tied with faded blue ribbon, lay a small object wrapped in soft, unbleached linen. Unwrapping it carefully, Ben found an ordinary-looking teapot. It was made of smooth, cool porcelain, painted with a simple, swirling pattern in cobalt blue. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size, and when Ben tilted it, he heard a faint musical chime, like tiny bells tinkling deep within its belly. "Grandfather," Ben called down the ladder, his voice hushed with wonder. "What's this?" The old man climbed up, his joints creaking like the attic floorboards. He peered at the teapot, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. "Ah, the whispering kettle belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Elowen. Folks said it held more than just tea." He tapped the side gently. "She claimed it could brew stories if you listened close enough. Just stories, never saw it myself, but it was precious to her." That night after Grandfather had gone to bed, Ben sat by his own small window, the whispering kettle on the sill beside him. The moon painted silver streaks on the floorboards. On impulse, Ben poured cool water from his jug into the kettle and whispered, "Tell me a story." Nothing happened. Disappointed, Ben sighed. But as he turned to leave, a faint wisp of steam curled from the spout. It didn't smell like tea leaves, it smelled like old paper and distant rain. And then, soft as a sigh, a voice seemed to echo not in his ears, but within his very bones. It spoke of a hidden glade, far beyond the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook, where a pool of purest moonlight water shimmered, its surface reflecting forgotten constellations. The voice spoke of the pool's magic fading, dimmed by a creeping, cold shadow of forgetting. The story ended with a feeling of profound sadness, like a lost melody. Ben felt a strange pull in his chest, a yearning as deep as the kettle's chime. He knew with a certainty that surprised him that he had to find that glade. The whispering kettle hadn't just told a story, it had offered a quest. He packed a small bag, a wedge of cheese, a crusty loaf, his warmest woolen scarf, and carefully the whispering kettle wrapped in the linen cloth. At dawn, Ben slipped out, the village still dreaming. The path into the whispering woods was familiar at first, carpeted with fallen leaves the color of embers and gold. But soon the trees grew taller and closer, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into shifting green patterns. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Ben felt small and alone. He stopped by a mossy boulder, unsure which path to take. "Lost are we, young sprout," a gruff voice rumbled from beneath the boulder. A large, silver-furred badger with wise, dark eyes pushed his way out. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout. "Name's Thorn. Paths in these woods twist like a squirrel's tail if you don't know their rhythm." Ben explained his quest, showing Thorn the whispering kettle. The badger sniffed it thoughtfully. "Moonlight water, a tricky business. Shadow of forgetting is thick near the glimmer glade now, makes the path slippery for the mind." He adjusted his spectacles. "Wisdom you'll need, not speed. I know the old ways. I'll guide you part of the journey. But the final path, that requires a different kind of sight." Thorn proved a patient and knowledgeable guide. He showed Ben how to read the language of the moss thicker on the north side of trees, how to listen for the different songs of the streams, the one that chuckled led deeper, the one that sighed led towards rocky cliffs, and which berries were safe to eat, bright blue with star-shaped leaves. He shared stories of the forest, his voice a comforting rumble as they walked. "Strength isn't always in the claw or the tooth, Ben," Thorn said as they navigated a tangle of roots. "Sometimes it's in knowing when to be still, when to listen." After 2 days of travel, the woods began to change. The vibrant greens faded to muted grays and silvers. The air grew colder, carrying a scent like frost and old stone. Sounds became muffled. Even the birdsong seemed distant and thin. Thorn stopped at the edge of a silvery birch grove. "This is as far as I go, lad. The shadow thickens here. It makes creatures forgetful, even grumpy old badgers. You'll need lightheartedness now, a spark to pierce the gloom. Look for Pip." Ben thanked Thorn, who gave him a gruff nod before disappearing back into the deeper green. Feeling the cold seep into his bones, Ben pressed on. The silence was oppressive. He tried to recall the kettle's story, but the details felt fuzzy, like a dream upon waking. Doubt whispered coldly in his ear. "Why are you here? Go back. It's warm at home." Then a flash of brilliant blue shot past his head. A tiny bird no bigger than Ben's thumb, with feathers like sapphires and wings that hummed, hovered before him. "Hello, hello, feeling a bit gray, are we? Blasted shadow makes everything so dull." The bird's voice was like tinkling glass bells, impossibly cheerful in the gloom. "I'm Pip, Pip the forget-me-not finch. I remember everything, especially the bright things. Are you lost? Are you sad? Do you need a song?" Ben's spirits lifted instantly at Pip's infectious energy. He explained about the moonlight pool and the shadow of forgetting. Pip zipped around his head. "Oh, the glimmer glade, beautiful, terrible shadow making it all misty. Follow me, I remember the way. I remember the song the moonbeams sing on the water, la 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 luminous." Pip darted ahead, his tiny form a beacon of dazzling blue against the gray landscape. His constant, cheerful chatter and bursts of song were like tiny candles pushing back the cold forgetfulness. He reminded Ben of the kettle's warmth, of his grandfather's smile, of the smell of baking, bread in Willowbrook, all the bright things the shadow tried to smother. Finally, they emerged from the last of the gray birches into a small, circular clearing. It should have been bathed in ethereal light, but instead, a thick, swirling gray mist clung low to the ground, obscuring everything. At the center, Ben could just make out the faint, sorrowful shimmer of the moonlight pool, its light weak and flickering. The air was thick with the shadow of forgetting, a heavy, sorrowful feeling that made Ben want to curl up and sleep, to let go of all purpose. "The shadow feeds on loneliness," Pip chirped, his voice subdued for the first time. "It wraps the pool in forgetting, makes it feel abandoned." Ben stood at the edge of the mist, clutching the whispering kettle. How could he fight this? Thorn had said wisdom, not force. Pip spoke of loneliness. He remembered the kettle's story, the sadness within it. He thought of his own quiet nature, how sometimes he felt unseen. Perhaps the pool felt that way too. He knelt on the cool, damp grass. He unwrapped the whispering kettle and set it gently before him. He poured water from his flask into it, the sound loud in the oppressive silence. Then, instead of asking for a story, Ben began to speak. He spoke softly, pouring his heart out to the hidden pool. He spoke of noticing the small things, the intricate pattern on a spider's web at dawn, the way sunlight turned the village fountain into liquid gold, the comforting weight of his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. He spoke of feeling small sometimes, but finding wonder in the world anyway. He spoke of his journey, of Thorn's steady wisdom, of Pip's dazzling joy. He spoke of seeing the pool even through the mist, of believing in its light. As Ben spoke, a thin, warm stream of fragrant steam began to rise from the whispering kettle's spout. It smelled like sun-warmed stone, like honeysuckle on a summer evening, like comfort and belonging. The steam didn't fight the gray mist, it wove through it, gentle and persistent. Where the steam touched, the mist seemed to soften, to thin, revealing patches of silver grass beneath. Pip, understanding, began to sing. Not his usual frantic, cheerful tune, but a soft, pure melody that echoed the feeling in Ben's words, a song of quiet noticing, of gentle companionship, of light remembered. He fluttered near the steam, his blue feathers catching the faint moonlight struggling through the thinning mist. Ben continued, his voice gaining strength as he poured out his simple truth. You are not forgotten, you are seen, you are beautiful. The whispering kettle chimed softly, a resonant note that vibrated through the clearing. The warm, story-laden steam poured forth more strongly now, intertwining with Pip's song. The heavy, sorrowful feeling of the shadow began to lift, replaced by a growing sense of peace. The gray mist dissolved not with a roar, but with a sigh, melting away like frost under a kind sun. The glimmer glade was revealed. Moonlight pure and liquid silver streamed down unobstructed, illuminating a small, perfectly round pool. Its water wasn't water at all, but seemed to be made of captured moonlight, swirling gently, reflecting stars that weren't in the sky above. It shimmered with a soft, internal radiance, casting dancing silver reflections on the surrounding ferns and mossy stones. The air was crisp, clean, and filled with the gentle hum of pure magic. The shadow of forgetting was gone, dispersed by the warmth of shared stories, the light of friendship, and the simple, powerful act of being seen and acknowledged. Ben approached the pool reverently. He dipped the whispering kettle into the moonlight water. As it filled, the porcelain seemed to glow from within, the cobalt blue patterns deepening like a twilight sky. He felt a profound sense of calm wash over him, a connection to something ancient and gentle. The journey back was lighter. Pip chattered excitedly about the glade's restored beauty. Thorn met them at the edge of the silver birch grove, a knowing glint in his eye. Wisdom listened to, friendship offered, light remembered. Well done, Sprout. He accompanied them back to the edge of the familiar woods. When Ben finally slipped back into his room in Willowbrook, dawn was just painting the sky peach and rose. He placed the whispering kettle, now holding the precious moonlight water, carefully on his windowsill. It glowed softly, a comforting nightlight. He knew the magic wasn't just in the water. It was in the journey, the helpers, and the quiet understanding he'd found within himself. From then on, Ben wasn't just the quiet boy. He was the boy who listened, who noticed, who understood that the greatest magic often lies in kindness, connection, and the courage to share your heart. And on clear nights, when the moon was full, he would brew a small pot of chamomile tea with just a drop of the moonlight water in the whispering kettle. As the fragrant steam rose, carrying whispers of ancient glades and steadfast friends, he would share stories not just of grand adventures, but of the quiet wonders of Willowbrook, the steadfast wisdom of the woods, and the dazzling joy found in even the smallest blue feather, reminding everyone who listened that they too were seen, remembered, and full of their own quiet, extraordinary light. and the steam would curl around the room, warm and comforting, weaving a blanket of peace before the journey into dreams. In the quiet expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls seemed to breathe with a life of their own, pulsing in rhythm with the distant heartbeats of nebulae. Here, two souls from worlds apart found themselves drawn together by the silent call of loneliness and the universal yearning for connection. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, a world where the very air danced with light. His name was Kaelen, and his skin was a canvas of ever-shifting hues, reflecting his innermost feelings in a silent symphony of color. When he was calm, his form glowed with soft azure and lavender. When curious, it sparked with flecks of gold. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant displays, each shade telling a story deeper than any language could convey. Kaelen had journeyed to the Starlight Haven after his ship, a vessel woven from crystalline fibers that sang as they moved, had malfunctioned, leaving him stranded in this remote corner of the galaxy. The second was a creature from the harmonic world of Melodia, where life resonated with music. Her name was Lyra, and her body was slender and graceful, with skin that shimmered like mother of pearl. From her flowed a constant, gentle hum, a bass-line melody that shifted in pitch and tone to express her thoughts. When she was happy, it rose into a cheerful trill. When thoughtful, it deepened into a soothing drone. Lyra had been exploring the outer reaches when her own craft, a bubble-like pod that floated on sonic waves, had lost its way, bringing her to the same derelict station. Their meeting was hesitant, filled with the uncertainty of first contact. Kaelen, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a nervous orange-red, his colors swirling in confusion. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of sharp, questioning notes that echoed through the corridor. For days, they circled each other in the station's hollow halls, their attempts at communication leading only to bafflement. Kaelen would glow a friendly yellow, only for Lyra to misinterpret it as a warning and hum a defensive low tone. They retreated to separate corners, the silence between them growing heavier than the void outside. But the Starlight Haven itself seemed to wish for their friendship. In its core was a neglected garden chamber, once a place of solace for travelers. The walls were transparent, offering a panoramic view of the swirling nebulas outside, and the floor was soft with moss that glowed with a gentle bioluminescence. It was here that Kaelen and Lyra both sought refuge one evening, drawn by the comforting sight of distant stars. They found themselves standing at opposite ends of the room, each watching the cosmic ballet in silence. Kaelen, feeling the peace of the moment, let his skin shift to a calm, steady blue, like the deep ocean of his homeworld. Lyra, sensing the change, allowed her hum to soften into a melodic whisper, reminiscent of the winds that swept across Melodia's singing plains. Slowly, cautiously, they moved closer. Kaelen pointed a shimmering hand toward a particularly bright star, and his colors bloomed into a pattern of wonder, silver streaks against a backdrop of violet. Lyra, understanding the gesture, responded with a rising scale of notes that mirrored the star's brilliance. It was not yet conversation, but it was a start, a shared moment of awe. In the days that followed, they began to explore the garden together. The chamber was overgrown with alien flora, vines that curled like ribbons of light, flowers that opened and closed in time with the station's gentle breaths, and trees whose leaves chimed softly when touched. They decided to make this place their sanctuary, a project to bridge the gap between them. Kaelen, with his innate connection to light, nurtured the bioluminescent plants, his touch causing them to brighten in joyful response. Lyra, using her harmonic abilities, encouraged the musical plants to harmonize, creating a backdrop of ethereal melodies that filled the space. Their collaboration was not without its humorous stumbles. Once Kaelen arranged a cluster of glowberries in a pattern he intended as a gift, a spiral of warm pink and green, which on chroma symbolized friendship. But Lyra, seeing the colors, interpreted it as a sign of distress, for on Melodia such hues were associated with alarm. She burst into a frantic, high-pitched melody that sent the garden's creatures skittering. Kaelen, startled, flushed a bewildered gray. It took a long, patient evening of trial and error for them to realize the misunderstanding. They sat among the chiming trees, and Lyra hummed a slow, explanatory tune, while Kaelen slowly shifted his colors to demonstrate their meanings. When they finally grasped the cultural differences, Lyra let out a light, laughing trill, and Kaelen glowed with amused gold spots. The incident became a fond memory, a lesson in patience that only deepened their bond. As they worked, they developed a unique way of communicating, a blend of color, sound, and empathetic feeling. Kaelen learned to read the subtleties in Lyra's harmonics, recognizing the difference between a curious inquiry and a joyful exclamation. Lyra, in turn, began to understand the vocabulary of Kaelen's hues, seeing how a slow pulse of indigo could mean contentment, or a quick flash of cerulean might indicate excitement. They often spent hours in quiet companionship, tending to their garden while watching stars drift past the viewport. In those moments, words were unnecessary. The soft glow of the plants and the gentle hum of the station wrapped around them like a warm blanket. One evening, a challenge arose that tested their newfound understanding. A solar flare from a nearby star caused the station's systems to flicker, casting the garden into momentary darkness. The plants dimmed and the harmonious sounds faded into silence. Lyra, whose world was always filled with music, felt a surge of panic, her hum turning into a distressed waver. Kaelen, remembering how darkness on chroma was a time for reflection, glowed a steady, reassuring amber. He moved close to Lyra, his light providing a soft beacon in the gloom. Together they realized that the garden's central crystal, which powered the bioluminescence, had been disrupted. Drawing on their strengths, Kaelen focused his inner light to recharge the crystal, while Lyra sang a stabilizing melody that calmed the erratic energies. As the garden slowly brightened, their efforts merged into a beautiful display, light and sound weaving together until the chamber was once again aglow with peace. This shared triumph solidified their friendship. They had created not just a shelter, but a home, a place where their differences were celebrated. The garden thrived under their care, becoming a tapestry of intergalactic life. Chroma's light-playing fungi grew alongside Melodia's resonant blossoms, each enhancing the other. They often invited passing cosmic creatures, floating spore fairies or gentle rock beasts, to visit, sharing stories through their unique languages. The station became a legend among wanderers, a beacon of harmony in the vastness of space. As time passed, Kaelen and Lyra found themselves spending countless evenings in their sanctuary, side by side. They would watch the nebulas paint the sky in hues of rose and sapphire, or count the shooting stars that streaked like tears of light. In these quiet moments, they felt the universe's gentle embrace, a reminder that kindness needed no translation. Lyra would hum a lullaby from her childhood, and Kaelen would glow in time, his colors flowing like a slow river. They learned that friendship was not about perfection, but about the willingness to listen, whether with eyes, ears, or heart. Eventually, the day came when both their ships were repaired, thanks to the help of other travelers they had aided. They knew they would have to return to their own worlds, but the thought brought no sadness, only gratitude. On their last night together, they sat in the garden, surrounded by the soft light and music they had nurtured. Kaelen's skin shone with a brilliant, heartfelt spectrum, a farewell that spoke of everlasting bond. Lyra responded with a melody that wove through the air, a song of promise and memory. They understood that distance meant nothing, for they had built a bridge between their souls that would span any galaxy. And so, as the stars twinkled like distant campfires, Kaelen and Lyra parted ways, each carrying a piece of the other in their heart. The Starlight Haven remained, a silent testament to their friendship, its garden forever blooming with the light of understanding and the sound of kindness. For in the endless cosmos, where worlds may be strange and languages unfamiliar, it is the simple acts of compassion that truly connect us all, weaving a tapestry of peace that glows brighter than any star. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mr." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there, He would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. HMPH, Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. "Lonely ticker, eh?" Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. "Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose." He pecked gently at the watch chain. "Follow me." Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. Hold it there, Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. Here, here, Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. Just quiet, Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. "It's Whiskers," he sobbed. "My kitten, the wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere." Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent. And it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. "Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look." He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. "Whiskers," Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, "Where is she? Help us find her." The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here," Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the elderwood, a forest so ancient it remembered the first whispers of wind and the earliest tears of rain. Here time moved not in hours, but in the slow, deliberate breaths of the land. The sun was a distant, golden memory by day, but by night the forest truly awoke, bathed in the soft, silver light of a watchful moon. It was on such a night, under a sky embroidered with countless stars, that a young fox named Rowan found himself unable to sleep. A restless energy hummed in his paws. He was a creature of the dusk, his coat the color of burnt amber and his eyes holding the last embers of daylight. Leaving the warmth of his den, he padded softly into the clearing behind his home, a place where the moss was thick and velvety, and the air smelled of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. He was not alone. All around him, the nocturnal world was conducting its silent, graceful symphony. Fireflies, like living embers, drifted in languid patterns, casting shifting constellations upon the dark tapestry of the forest floor. The gentle plink of dew falling from the broad leaves of ferns provided a soft, rhythmic percussion. From high above came the rustle of leaves, a sound like a mother whispering lullabies to the sleeping earth. It was the secret language of the trees, a language Rowan yearned to understand. A soft, chittering sound drew his attention. A small, sleek pine marten, her fur dark as polished obsidian, scampered down the trunk of a great oak. "You are restless tonight, little fox," she said, her voice a gentle murmur. Her name was Lyra, and she was a keeper of the forest's moonlit paths. "The forest speaks," Rowan replied, his voice hushed with awe. "The trees sigh, the stream hums, and the stones, I think the stones are dreaming, but I cannot understand their words." Lyra nodded, her bright eyes knowing. "The languages are old, older than the oldest root. They are not heard with ears alone, but felt with the heart. Come, there is one who might help you listen." She led him away from the clearing, along a path only she could see, woven from moonbeams and shadow. They walked in silence, the only sounds the soft crush of pine needles underfoot and the distant, melodic babble of a brook, a sound that seemed to cleanse the very air. They passed stones covered in a plush carpet of moss, each one seeming to pulse with a deep, silent warmth. Bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs, glowing with an ethereal blue-green light that illuminated their way, casting long, dancing shadows. Soon, they arrived at the base of the grandmother tree. She was the eldest being in the elderwood, an oak so vast that a dozen foxes could have hidden in the hollow of her trunk. Her bark was a tapestry of deep grooves and ridges, and her branches, like ancient arms, stretched up to cradle the moon. High in those branches, nestled in a crook where the wood was smooth and worn, sat a great horned owl. His feathers were the color of storm clouds and ash, and his eyes held the deep, timeless calm of a twilight sky. This was Corvus, the watcher of the wood. He did not speak at first. He simply watched Rowan and Lyra approach, his head tilted in quiet contemplation. The only sound was the gentle whoosh of the night wind weaving through his feathers. "Grandmother Oak feels your unease, little one," Corvus finally said, his voice a low, resonant rumble, like stones shifting deep underground. It was not a sound that traveled through the air so much as it vibrated through the soul. And the stream has carried the taste of your confusion. Rowan looked up, his heart pounding a soft, frantic rhythm against his ribs. "I want to understand," he whispered. "I can hear them, but I cannot understand." Corvus blinked slowly. To hear the language of the rooted ones, of the flowing ones, and the stone dreamers, you must first learn the language of silence. You must learn to be still, not just in your body, but in your spirit. The forest does not shout its wisdom. It breathes it. He gestured with a wing towards a large, flat stone near the base of the grandmother tree, one that was warmed by some deep, inner magic. "Sit, listen, do not try to translate, just receive." Rowan settled onto the stone. At first he heard only the familiar night sounds, Lyra's soft breathing, the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of the nearby stream. He strained, trying to force meaning from the noise, but it remained just that, noise. Frustration began to prickle at him. Then Corvus spoke again, his voice blending seamlessly with the environment. Listen to the rain beginning to fall. Rowan hadn't even noticed the first drops. They started as a gentle patter on the broad leaves above, a sound like 1,000 tiny drum beats. Then it grew into a soft, steady hiss as the rain fell through the canopy, a soothing veil of sound that washed over everything. As it fell, a change began to occur. The bioluminescent fungi brightened, their glow intensifying as if drinking the moonlight-infused rain. The moss on the stones seemed to swell, becoming even more lush and vibrant. "This is the season of quenching," Corvus murmured. "The time when the forest drinks deeply and prepares for the quiet sleep of winter. The trees are speaking of storing strength. Their roots are drinking the words of the rain, sending messages deep into the earth. Can you feel it?" Rowan closed his eyes. He stopped trying to listen with his ears and instead opened his heart. He felt the vibration of the rain through the stone he sat upon, a deep, resonant hum. He felt the sigh of the grandmother tree as her leaves were washed clean, a sensation of profound relief and gratitude. He felt the stream's song change from a cheerful babble to a deeper, more powerful chant as it was fed by the new water. It wasn't words, not in the way he knew them. It was feeling. The feeling of strength, of cleansing, of quiet preparation. "I feel it," Rowan breathed, his own restlessness beginning to ebb away, replaced by a sense of profound peace. "Good," Corvus said. "Now open your eyes." Rowan did. The forest was transformed. The rain had intensified the magic. The air sparkled with droplets caught in the moonbeams, and the entire clearing was awash in the soft, pulsating light of the fungi and the steadfast silver of the moon. It was a cathedral of light and shadow, of sound and silence. "The stream has a story for you," Lyra said gently, nudging him towards the water's edge. Rowan approached the stream. Its waters were dark and clear, flowing over smooth, round stones that glistened in the magical light. He knelt, and as the rain fell around him, he placed a paw upon the surface of the water. A jolt, not of electricity, but of pure understanding, shot through him. The stream was not just water, it was a memory. It carried the taste of the high mountain snows, the laughter of the highland springs, the secrets whispered by the roots of 1,000 trees. Its babbling was a story of journey and connection, of constant change and eternal flow. It told him that to be restless was not wrong, for all things move, but to find peace, one must move with purpose, like the water, carving its path with gentle, persistent grace. He then turned to a large, moss-covered stone beside the stream. He pressed his forehead against its cool, damp surface. Here, the feeling was different. It was slow, deep, and immensely patient. The stone dreamed of fire and ice, of ages when it was part of the mountain itself. Its language was one of endurance, of stillness, of holding fast through all seasons. It taught him the wisdom of waiting, of being an unmoved anchor in a flowing world. Finally, he looked up at the grandmother tree. He didn't need to touch her, her presence enveloped him. Her rustling leaves spoke of cycles, of buds bursting forth in spring, of providing shade in summer, of releasing leaves in a blaze of color in autumn, and of standing bare and brave in winter. She spoke of the deep, hidden network of roots that connected all trees in the forest, a web of silent support and shared nourishment. She taught him that no one is ever truly alone, that strength is found in community, and that every ending is a preparation for a new beginning. The rain began to slow, fading back into a gentle patter, and then into silence. The clouds parted and the moon shone down, brighter than ever, upon the glistening, peaceful world. Rowan turned to Corvus, his eyes clear and calm. "They aren't separate languages," he said, wonder filling his voice. "The rain's rhythm, the stream's song, the stone's dream, the tree's sigh, they are all one song, the song of the elderwood." The great owl dipped his head in a slow, approving nod. A soft, feathery sound escaped him, a sigh of contentment. "You have listened well. The greatest wisdom is not in knowing all the answers, but in understanding how to listen for them. The forest will always speak to those who have a quiet heart." Lyra chittered softly in agreement, weaving a figure eight around Rowan's legs in a gesture of friendship. Rowan felt the last vestiges of his restlessness melt away, replaced by a deep, abiding connection to the world around him. He was part of this symphony, this endless, gentle cycle of rest and renewal. He understood now that his own restless energy was simply a season within him, a small, personal spring preparing for a summer of growth. He bid a quiet good night to Corvus and Lyra, and turned back towards his den. The path home seemed different now. He heard the forest not as a cacophony of mysterious noises, but as a continuous, comforting conversation. The wind in the pines was a lullaby. The final dripping of rainwater from the leaves was a soft, rhythmic blessing. The world was alive with a gentle, whispering magic, and he was woven into its very fabric. As he curled up in the warmth of his den, the scent of rain-washed earth and damp moss lingering in the air, he felt a profound sense of comfort and resolution. The moonlight filtered through the entrance, painting a silver path on the ground beside him. Outside, the elderwood breathed its slow, ancient breath, its secret languages no longer a mystery, but a soothing, eternal presence, guarding his dreams until the dawn. In the quiet corner of a spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like sugar upon the velvet darkness, there lived two beings who were as different as night and day, and yet they found in one another the kind of friendship that makes the universe feel a little less vast. The first was a creature from the world of Lumina, a place where thoughts bloomed into gentle light. His name was Kaelen, and he expressed himself not with words, but with soft, shifting colors that danced across his smooth, pearl-like skin. When he was happy, he glowed with warm golds and sunny yellows, when curious, delicate swirls of lavender and silver would ripple across his form. He did not speak, but he felt deeply and wholly, and his emotions were a silent symphony of hues. The second was from the planet of Harmonia, a world where sound was life itself. Her name was Lyra, and her body was fashioned of delicate, crystalline structures that hummed and resonated with every movement. She communicated through soft, melodic tones that wove together into something like music, a language of harmonies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. When she was content, her song was a lullaby. When excited, it became a bright, chiming dance. They met by chance near the edge of the glimmering nebula, a place where solar winds whispered secrets and comets trailed light like ribbons. Kaelen had been drawn there by the soft pulse of far-off stars, and Lyra had followed the faint, beckoning song of solar flares. When their eyes met, Kaelen's like pools of liquid light, Lyra's like faceted gemstones, neither knew what to make of the other. At first, they circled one another cautiously. Kaelen glowed a nervous, flickering blue. Lyra answered with a questioning, wavering note. They had no common language, no shared customs, no way to explain who they were or where they came from. But there was something in the way Kaelen's light softened when Lyra's music trembled, and something in the way Lyra's song gentled when Kaelen's colors dimmed, that told them both, here was a friend waiting to be found. Slowly, tentatively, they began to explore ways to bridge the silence between them. Kaelen would pulse a soft rose pink, and Lyra would answer with a chime like raindrops. Lyra would hum a low, comforting tone, and Kaelen would respond with a warm, buttery yellow. They learned to read the subtleties of one another's presence, the way Kaelen's light shimmered when he was amused, the way Lyra's notes lifted when she was curious. One day, as they drifted together through the star-dusted void, they came upon a small, abandoned observatory, a place built long ago by stargazers now forgotten. It was a dome of crystalline panels that caught and fractured the light of distant suns, and at its heart was a garden where strange, luminous plants reached softly toward the heavens. It was overgrown and silent, but beautiful in its solitude. With a shared glance, Kaelen glowing a hopeful green, Lyra singing a note of agreement, they decided to make it their own. They spent cycles tidying and tending to the space. Kaelen, with his gentle light, encouraged the shy star blossoms to open wider, and they responded by glowing in harmony with his colors. Lyra, with her resonant tones, caused the crystalline walls to hum in sympathetic vibration, filling the observatory with a soft, ever-present music. Together they created a sanctuary, a place where light and sound wove together into something new and wonderful. But not everything was smooth in their shared home. There were misunderstandings, born of the vast differences between their natures. Once Kaelen noticed that Lyra seemed quieter than usual, her music subdued. Thinking to cheer her, he gathered the brightest, most joyful light he could muster, and shone it full upon her. To him, it was an offering of happiness. But to Lyra, whose people communicated vulnerability through softer, quieter songs, such a brilliant display felt overwhelming, even intrusive. She recoiled, her notes sharp with surprise. Kaelen dimmed immediately, his light fading to a confused and worried gray. Lyra, seeing his dismay, realized the mistake. She chimed softly, a melody of apology and explanation, and slowly Kaelen understood. He pulsed a gentle blue, forgiveness and regret, and Lyra answered with a ripple of grateful harmony. Another time, Lyra tried to share a traditional harmonian greeting, a complex, cascading sequence of notes that signified deep respect and affection. But to Kaelen, who was used to simpler, more gradual shifts in color, the rapid-fire melody was bewildering. He stood utterly still, his light flickering in confusion. Lyra paused, then tried again, slower this time, letting each note linger like a question. Kaelen responded with a soft pulse of understanding, and then, daringly, attempted to mimic the melody with shifts in his hue. It wasn't perfect, his notes were visual, not auditory, but Lyra understood the effort, and her answering song was full of warmth and delight. They laughed, in their own ways, at these misunderstandings. Kaelen's light would dance in merry spirals, and Lyra's music would bubble like a stream over smooth stones. Each mistake became a lesson, each confusion a chance to learn more about one another. Their favorite moments were the quiet ones, when they sat together in their crystalline garden, watching the stars bloom and fade in the great dark beyond the dome. Kaelen would glow with the soft silver of starlight, and Lyra would hum a melody that mirrored the gentle pulse of distant suns. In those hours there were no barriers between them, no need for translation or interpretation. They simply were together, two friends sharing the wonder of the cosmos. One evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting fire, Lyra noticed that Kaelen seemed quieter than usual. His light was pale, almost wistful. She chimed softly, a question in a single note. Kaelen responded by casting a soft, sad blue across the observatory floor. He was thinking of his home, of the way his people gathered during meteor showers to weave stories out of light. He missed the shared silence, the communal glow. Lyra listened, her own form still. Then slowly she began to sing, not a harmonious song, but something new, something woven from the moments they had shared. It was a melody of friendship, of light and sound blending into one. And as she sang, Kaelen began to glow, his colors shifting to match the rhythm of her music. Together they created something beautiful, a story told in light and song, a tale of two friends from different worlds who had found a home in each other's company. And as the last meteor traced its path across the sky, they both understood without a single shared word that kindness was a language all its own, one that needed no translation, only an open heart. And so, in their little observatory at the edge of the glimmering nebula, Kaelen and Lyra continued to watch the stars, to tend their garden, and to learn from one another. They knew that there would always be differences between them, worlds of differences, in fact, but they also knew that those differences were what made their friendship so special. For in learning to understand one another, they had each grown, and in growing, they had built a bond that stretched across the silence of space, bright and enduring as the eternal stars. The old oak tree at the edge of Rowan's garden had always felt like a friend. Its gnarled roots cradled mossy stones, and its canopy, dense with summer grain, sighed secrets to the wind. Rowan, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of gentle curiosity, often sat beneath it, sketching the intricate patterns of leaves or listening to the rustling chorus above. He felt a peculiar stillness there, a sense of something ancient and watchful, especially as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. One such evening, as fireflies began their first hesitant dances in the gathering gloom, Rowan noticed something different. Nestled between two particularly large roots, where shadows pooled deepest, shimmered a faint, silvery light. It wasn't the glow of a firefly, it was steadier, cooler, like captured moonlight. Intrigued, he crawled closer. The light seemed to emanate from a small, perfectly smooth stone, almost hidden beneath a curtain of emerald moss. It felt warm against his palm, humming with a soft, resonant energy that vibrated up his arm. He tucked it carefully into his pocket, a secret treasure, unaware that its touch had already begun to weave a subtle change within him. That night, sleep was elusive. The stone pulsed gently on his bedside table, casting shifting moonbeams across the ceiling. As the grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight, a peculiar melody drifted through his slightly open window, not the wind, but a high, sweet piping, like a bird song woven with starlight. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Rowan slipped from his bed, the warm stone clasped tightly. He padded silently downstairs and out into the moon-washed garden. The piping led him unerringly back to the old oak. To his astonishment, the space between the roots where he'd found the stone was no longer dark earth. Instead, shimmering like heat haze, stood an archway woven from living willow branches and threaded with strands of pure, cool light. The piping seemed to beckon from within. Taking a deep breath of the night air, heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth, Rowan stepped through the shimmering portal. He emerged not into darkness, but into a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Above, unfamiliar constellations glittered in a deep indigo sky, larger and brighter than any he'd seen. Giant luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting soft glows of blue, violet, and gold. Trees, unlike any in his world, soared with trunks like polished obsidian or shimmering mother of pearl, their leaves whispering in colors that seemed to shift with every breath of the gentle, fragrant breeze. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden realm existing just beyond the veil of ordinary sight. The source of the piping stood before him. Perched on a glowing toadstool was a creature no taller than Rowan's knee. Her skin was the deep brown of polished walnut, her hair a cascade of vibrant green vines woven with tiny, star-like white flowers. Large, luminous eyes, the color of new spring leaves, regarded him with wary curiosity. Delicate, iridescent wings, like a dragonfly's but more graceful, hummed faintly at her back. In her hands she held a flute carved from a single, pale reed. "Hello," Rowan whispered, his voice sounding loud in the profound quiet. "Did you call me?" The tiny being tilted her head. "The moonstone called," she replied, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "It sensed your quiet heart. I am Fern, guardian of the whispering stream." She gestured towards the stone in his hand. "That is a heartstone. It resonates with the lifeblood of the Glimmerwood. Few humans feel its call. Fewer still answer." Rowan looked down at the stone, now pulsing in time with the gentle light emanating from the mushrooms. "It feels alive," he murmured. "It is," Fern confirmed. "And it has chosen you because the Glimmerwood is sickening." Her luminous eyes dimmed with sorrow. "The whispering stream, source of all harmony here, flows slow and thick. Its song is fading. Without its music, the light dims, the colors mute, and the very essence of this place withers. We need its song restored." Rowan felt a pang of empathy. The Glimmerwood, though alien, felt deeply precious, its gentle magic resonating with the stillness he cherished under his oak tree. How can I help? I'm just a boy." Fern fluttered closer, landing lightly on his shoulder. Her wings brushed his cheek, cool and soft. "The Heartstone connects you now. It lets you see, hear, and feel the Glimmerwood truly. And you are quiet, Rowan, you listen. That is the key. The source of the stream's sickness lies deep within the whispering caverns, beyond the shimmering falls. We must journey there, listen to the silence, and understand what has stolen the song. Will you come?" The request was immense, terrifying. Yet looking into Fern's earnest, leaf-green eyes, and feeling the steady pulse of the Heartstone against his skin, Rowan found his fear mingled with a burgeoning sense of purpose. He nodded. "I will." Their journey began beneath the luminous canopy. Fern guided Rowan along paths of soft, glowing moss. They passed towering crystal flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, and groves where trees with bark like silver lace hummed ancient melodies. Rowan's senses were overwhelmed. The air tasted sweet and clean, like rain on stone. The colors were so vivid they seemed to vibrate. The quiet was profound, yet filled with subtle sounds. The rustle of unseen creatures, the drip of luminous dew, the distant murmur of the ailing stream. They encountered other denizens of the Glimmerwood. Grumble, a moss-covered rock spirit with eyes like polished river pebbles, grumbled about the dullness seeping into his favorite sunning spot, but offered them directions towards the falls. Pip, a skittish sprite made of swirling autumn leaves, chattered nervously about shadows deepening near the caverns, but gifted them a handful of glowing berries that tasted of sunshine and starlight, renewing their energy. Fern was patient, explaining the delicate balance of the Glimmerwood, how the stream's song nurtured the plants, which in turn fed the light sprites, whose dance kept the air pure. Rowan listened, absorbing it all, his quiet nature proving an asset. He noticed things Fern, in her worry, sometimes missed. A patch of unusually gray moss, the way certain luminous beetles avoided a specific path, the faint, discordant note beneath the stream's weakening murmur. The path grew steeper, the air cooler and damper. The vibrant colors of the forest began to leach away, replaced by muted grays and blues. The cheerful chirps and hums grew scarce. The sound of rushing water grew louder, but it was a harsh, grating roar, not the harmonious melody Fern described. Soon they stood before the shimmering falls. Or what should have been shimmering. Instead of cascading liquid light, a thick, sluggish, obsidian-black torrent poured over the cliff edge, crashing into a pool below that reflected no starlight, only a depthless void. The air here tasted stale and metallic. "The falls, they're poisoned," Fern whispered, her voice trembling, her wings drooping. "The sickness comes from the caverns beyond." The entrance to the whispering caverns loomed like a dark maw behind the curtain of black water. An unnatural chill emanated from it. Rowan felt the heartstone grow cold against his skin, its pulse erratic. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He thought of his warm bed, the familiar creak of the old oak. But then he looked at Fern, her small form radiating determination despite her fear, and felt the heartstone's insistent, though weakened, call. He squeezed the stone, drawing warmth from his own resolve. We have to go in. Inside the cavern, the darkness was absolute, oppressive. Only the heartstone's faint silvery glow and the soft luminescence of Fern's wings pierced the gloom, revealing walls slick with a cold, viscous substance that smelled faintly of decay. The roar of the poisoned falls echoed strangely, morphing into unsettling whispers that seemed to coil around them, speaking of despair and forgetting. Listen, Fern urged, her voice barely a breath. Not just with your ears, feel the stone, feel the cavern. Rowan closed his eyes, shutting out the terrifying darkness. He focused on the heartstone in his palm, feeling its cool surface, its faltering pulse. He remembered the quiet under his oak tree, the deep listening he practiced when sketching leaves. He breathed deeply, ignoring the stale air, and listened with his whole being. Beneath the roar and the whispers, he felt a profound silence. But it wasn't empty. It was heavy, thick with sorrow. And within that sorrow he sensed a presence. Not malicious, but deeply wounded, trapped. There's something, hurting, he murmured, opening his eyes. Deep inside, it's scared, and its fear is poisoning the water. Fern's eyes widened. The heartstone, it lets you feel the source, but what could it be? Nothing dark has ever lived in these sacred caverns. Guided by Rowan's newfound sensitivity, they pressed deeper, navigating treacherous slopes and pools of stagnant black water. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, trying to seep into their thoughts, urging them to turn back, to forget. Rowan focused on the heartstone's pulse, a tiny anchor of light and warmth, and on the quiet place within himself. Fern clung to his collar, her tiny light a beacon. Finally, they reached a vast inner chamber. At its center lay a pool, the origin point of the whispering stream. But instead of pure, singing water bubbling from the earth, a thick, black sludge oozed forth. And chained to the bedrock beside the pool, radiating waves of palpable grief and fear, was a creature that stole Rowan's breath. It resembled a great, sleek otter, but woven from pure, liquid moonlight. Or it should have been. Now its luminous form was dulled, streaked with oily black tendrils that seemed to root it to the stone. Heavy, dark chains, seemingly made of solidified shadow, bound its limbs. Its large, intelligent eyes, once perhaps like molten silver, were clouded with pain and despair. A low, mournful keening emanated from it, the sound that had twisted into the poisoned roar of the falls and the discordant whispers. The Naiad. Fern gasped, her voice thick with horror and recognition. The spirit of the stream, but who could have done this? Why? Rowan felt the creature's anguish wash over him through the heartstone, a wave of desolation so deep it brought tears to his eyes. He understood instantly. This wasn't an act of malice from outside. The chains were formed from the Naiad's own despair. The heartstone showed him flashes, a cataclysm long ago, a fracture deep within the earth that had severed the Naiad's connection to the deeper, purer sources of life, leaving it isolated and terrified. Its fear had festered, manifesting as the physical chains and the poison seeping into its essence. It's trapped by its own fear, Rowan said softly, stepping closer, the heartstone's light flaring slightly as it resonated with the Naiad's pain. It's lost, Fern. It doesn't know how to sing anymore. Fern fluttered down, landing near the Naiad's massive, sorrowful head. "Oh, bright one," she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. "You are not forgotten. You are not alone." She raised her reed flute and began to play. Not a complex melody, but a simple, pure note, clear and unwavering, a sound of pure presence and empathy. Rowan felt the heartstone grow warm again. He understood. It wasn't about breaking physical chains. It was about reminding the Naiad of its true nature, of the connection it had lost. He knelt beside the Great Spirit, placing his hand, still clutching the heartstone, gently on its cool, damp flank. He closed his eyes and did the only thing he knew. He listened. He listened past the keening, past the fear, deep into the core of the being before him. He felt the echo of the pure, singing water it once was, the memory of the sunlight dancing on its surface, the joy of nurturing life. He poured that feeling of recognition, of remembered light and song, through the heartstone and into the Naiad. He didn't speak. He simply was there, present, acknowledging the spirit's pain and holding the memory of its wholeness. Fern's pure note wove around Rowan's quiet presence, a gentle counterpoint to the Naiad's sorrow. The heartstone pulsed brighter, its silvery light mingling with Fern's soft glow, bathing the chained spirit. A tremor ran through the Naiad. The keening faltered. The oily black tendrils seemed to recoil from the combined light. The chains of shadow flickered, becoming less substantial. The creature lifted its head slightly, its clouded eyes turning towards Rowan. In them, for a fleeting moment, a spark of its former luminescence ignited a spark of recognition, of connection. Rowan smiled gently, pouring every ounce of his quiet reassurance, his newfound understanding, through the heartstone. "You are part of the Glimmerwood," he whispered, his voice barely audible yet filled with conviction. "We remember your song." It was like the sun breaking through storm clouds. The Naiad drew a deep, shuddering breath. A pure, clear note, like a single drop of crystalline water falling into a still pool, echoed through the cavern, silencing the discordant whispers. The chains of shadow dissolved into wisps of harmless smoke. The oily black tendrils receded, drawn back into the earth as if repelled by the returning light. The sludge bubbling from the pool began to clear, transforming into shimmering, pure water that sparkled with inner light. The mournful keening shifted, transforming into a tentative, hopeful hum. The transformation was swift and breathtaking. The Naiad's form blazed with restored moonlight, its fur rippling like liquid silver. It rose free, shaking itself, sending droplets of pure light scattering like diamonds. It dipped its head, nuzzling Rowan's hand with cool, damp gratitude, then touched Fern gently with its nose. A wave of pure, harmonious energy pulsed outwards from it, washing through the cavern. The walls shed their slime, revealing veins of glowing crystal. The oppressive darkness retreated, replaced by a soft, ambient light. The whispering stream began to sing again. Not a roar, but a joyous, bubbling melody that echoed through the caverns, growing stronger and clearer with every passing second. The sound was pure life, pure harmony. Fern danced in the air, her laughter like chimes. "You did it, Rowan, you listened." As they emerged from the caverns, the change in the Glimmerwood was immediate and profound. The shimmering falls now lived up to their name, cascading in a torrent of liquid light and music. Color flooded back into the forest with breathtaking speed. The gray moss turned vibrant green, the luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed intensity, the obsidian trees gleamed, and the mother-of-pearl trunks shimmered with rainbows. The air hummed with the restored songs of unseen creatures, a symphony of pure joy. Pip the leaf sprite whirled past in a joyful gust of color, and Grumble the rock spirit basked in a patch of newly restored warm light, emitting a contented rumble that sounded almost like a purr. The journey back through the Glimmerwood was a celebration. The path was easier, bathed in the gentle light of the restored realm. Creatures emerged to greet them, shy wood sprites peeking from behind glowing toadstools, luminescent butterflies dancing around Fern's head, even a great stag with antlers like spun crystal who bowed its head solemnly as they passed. The heartstone in Rowan's hand pulsed warmly, no longer just a connection, but a symbol of a bond forged. They reached the willow-light archway beneath the giant, now radiantly healthy, glimmerwood oak equivalent. Fern hovered before Rowan, her eyes bright. The glimmerwood owes you a debt, Rowan. Your quiet heart, your willingness to listen deeply. That was the key the heartstone knew we needed. She touched the stone in his hand. Keep this. It will always connect you here. You are a friend of the glimmerwood now. Visit whenever the moon is high and the night is still. Rowan looked back at the vibrant, singing world, then at the small, fierce guardian who had become his unlikely friend. I will, Fern, thank you. He stepped through the shimmering archway. He found himself back beneath his own familiar oak tree, just as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern sky. The heartstone in his hand was cool and smooth, its internal light dimmed but still present. The garden was quiet, bathed in the soft, gray light of pre-dawn. It felt different, though. Richer. He could hear the individual songs of waking birds with startling clarity, smell the damp earth, and the scent of the oak leaves with new intensity. He felt the thrum of life in the roots beneath his feet. He hadn't just saved the glimmerwood had awakened something within him, a deeper connection, a profound understanding of listening beyond words, of the quiet strength found in empathy. Days turned into weeks. Rowan kept the heartstone safe, a secret warmth in his pocket. He spent even more time beneath the old oak, sketching not just the leaves, but the intricate dance of light and shadow, the hidden patterns he now knew existed just beneath the surface. He found he could sense the health of the plants in his garden, feel the subtle shift in the wind before a storm. He truly listened to the world around him, the rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the nearby brook, the quiet conversations of squirrels. He found patience where there was frustration, understanding where there was confusion. One crisp autumn evening, as the moon rose full and silver, casting long shadows, Rowan sat beneath his oak tree, the heartstone cool in his hand. He closed his eyes, listening to the night. Beyond the chirping crickets and the sighing wind, he could just faintly perceive it, the distant, harmonious melody of the whispering stream, flowing strong and pure. He smiled. He knew Fern was out there, tending her realm. He knew the naiad sang its joyful song. He knew that sometimes the greatest adventures and the most profound changes begin with quiet curiosity, a step into the unknown guided by a gentle heart and the courage to truly listen. And as the cool night air wrapped around him like a familiar blanket, the scent of wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys, Rowan felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy humming in tune with the secret song of the hidden world and the gentle pulse of the stone in his hand, a reminder that magic, friendship, and transformation are always closer than they seem, waiting just beyond the veil of the everyday for those who know how to listen. The old oak creaked softly above him, a comforting sound, an old friend keeping watch as the moon climbed higher, painting the world in silver, and Rowan, his heart full of quiet wonder and newfound wisdom, drifted towards sleep, cradled by the enduring magic of listening. In the quiet corner of the whirlpool galaxy, where stardust gathered like powdered sugar on a cosmic confection, there drifted a small space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was not a place of cold metal and blinking lights, but rather a living garden that floated among the nebulae, its walls made of crystalline structures that hummed gentle lullabies when starlight touched them just so. Here, two unlikely friends had found one another. Kaelen came from a world where the oceans sang and the forests glowed with soft blue light. His people communicated through shifting patterns of color that danced across their skin, a language of emotions made visible. When he was happy, his skin shimmered like sunlight on water. When thoughtful, it swirled with deep indigo patterns like ink dropped in milk. He had journeyed to Starlight Haven to tend its gardens, for his touch could make even the most stubborn star blossoms unfurl their petals. Then there was Zorblix, who hailed from a planet where the mountains chimed like crystal bells and the rivers flowed with liquid silver. His species spoke through harmonies, soft chimes and melodies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. His body was covered in delicate, overlapping scales that caught the light and cast rainbow patterns on the walls, and when he moved, he left behind a trail of faint, musical notes that hung in the air like forgotten dreams. They met in the heart of the station's garden, where plants from 1,000 worlds grew in peaceful coexistence. Kaelen was tending to a cluster of moonvines that refused to bloom, his skin pulsing with frustrated orange swirls. Zorblix approached with a curious chime, his scales tinkling like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. He reached out a 3-fingered hand, and from his fingertips emerged a soft, encouraging melody that sounded like raindrops on leaves. At first, their communication was a comedy of errors. When Kaelen's skin flashed bright yellow with excitement, Zorblix misinterpreted it as alarm and responded with anxious, discordant notes. When Zorblix produced a cheerful ascending scale, Kaelen thought it sounded mournful and responded with sympathetic violet patterns. They would often find themselves in bewildering conversations, where Kaelen would show appreciation with emerald green spirals, only to have Zorblix answer with what sounded like a sad farewell melody. But in their shared love for the garden, they found common ground. They discovered that when Kaelen's skin glowed with soft pink light, the color of contentment, and Zorblix hummed a particular G minor chord, the moonvines finally burst into spectacular bloom, their flowers opening to reveal tiny constellations inside. Together, they decided to create a special place within the garden, a sanctuary they called the Nebula Nook. They W-toged their floating crystals that caught starlight and scattered it in prismatic patterns across mossy banks. They cultivated plants that responded to both color and sound, creating a living symphony of light and music. There were whispering ferns that rustled in harmony with Zorblix's scales and glow mushrooms that pulsed in time with Kaelen's emotional hues. One evening, as the station drifted through a particularly beautiful nebula that painted the sky in watercolor hues of lavender and peach, they experienced their first true misunderstanding. Zorblix had been working on a special project, a fountain made of singing crystals that would flow with liquid light. Wanting to surprise Kaelen, he worked in secret, creating complex melodies that required intense concentration. Kaelen, seeing his friend constantly producing tense, sharp notes and avoiding their usual time together, assumed Zorblix was angry with him. His skin took on worried gray patterns, and he began spending more time alone with the star blossoms, which drooped in response to his sadness. The misunderstanding lasted for 3 rotations of the station, around a nearby star. The garden began to suffer, flowers closed their petals, and the usually cheerful glow orbs dimmed. Finally, Zorblix completed his surprise and came to find Kaelen chiming excitedly. He found his friend sitting beneath the weeping willows of Xylos, his skin a dull, unhappy gray. With a confused series of notes, Zorblix approached. Kaelen looked up, his patterns flashing briefly with hope before settling back into gloomy gray. It was then that Zorblix realized what had happened. In his culture, working alone to create a gift was a sign of deep respect, but to Kaelen's people, spending time apart indicated displeasure. Zorblix gently took Kaelen's hand and led him to the Nebula Nook. There, in the center of their sanctuary, stood the most beautiful fountain either of them had ever seen. Crystalline structures rose like frozen music, flowing with liquid starlight that cascaded down in shimmering sheets. As the light flowed, it produced harmonies that changed with the patterns of the nebula outside. Understanding dawned on Kaelen, and his skin erupted in a fireworks display of joyful colors, golden sunbursts, happy cerulean waves, and grateful violet blossoms. Zorblix responded with a melody that sounded like laughter made into music. They sat together by the fountain, their misunderstanding washed away by the beauty they had created together. From that day on, they developed their own language, a blend of color and sound that was uniquely theirs. Kaelen learned to distinguish Zorblix's working concentration melody from his distressed chords, and Zorblix came to understand the difference between Kaelen's excited yellow and anxious yellow. Their favorite times were when they would sit in their nebula nook, watching distant stars being born and dying in spectacular supernovas. Kaelen's skin would glow with soft, contented patterns that mirrored the cosmic dance outside, while Zorblix would produce gentle, ambient music that harmonized with the universe's silent song. One particularly magical night, as a shower of shooting stars painted silver trails across the observation dome, they experienced something extraordinary. Kaelen was watching the display, his skin reflecting the starlight in odd silver patterns, while Zorblix produced a melody that sounded like stars twinkling. Without thinking, they reached for each other's hands. As their fingers touched, something miraculous happened. Kaelen's color patterns flowed up Zorblix's arm, tracing glowing patterns across his scales, while Zorblix's music seemed to vibrate through Kaelen, causing his skin to shimmer in time with the melody. For a breathtaking moment, they understood each other completely, not through color or sound, but through something deeper, something that needed no translation. It was the pure language of friendship, transcending worlds and species. They sat there for hours, not needing to communicate in any way but simply being together, two souls from different stars understanding that kindness needs no dictionary, that compassion has no language barrier, and that the quiet company of a true friend is the universal translator of the heart. As the space station drifted peacefully through the cosmos, its garden blooming with intergalactic flora and its crystals humming soft lullabies, the two friends continued their watch. They knew that no matter how far they were from their home planets, they had found something more valuable than any starlight or melody, a friendship that proved that across the vast, star-dusted expanse of the universe, all beings speak the same language when they speak from the heart. And in their nebula nook, with the fountain singing its liquid light melodies and the flowers glowing in response to their combined presence, they created a small corner of the cosmos where differences were celebrated, misunderstandings became opportunities for laughter, and kindness was the only technology that truly mattered. The attic had always been a place of whispers and mysteries, a kingdom of forgotten things beneath the slanted roof of the old house. On this particular afternoon, with a soft rain pitter-pattering against the window like tiny, insistent fingers, a young boy named Leo found himself drawn up the creaking pull-down stairs by nothing more than a feeling, a quiet, persistent hum that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. Dust motes danced in the single slanted beam of gray light that cut through the gloom, and the air smelled of cedar, old books, and time itself. Leo's grandmother called it the memory smell. He was looking for a spare button for his winter coat, but his search had soon been abandoned for the far more important task of exploration. His fingers trailed over the spine of a photo album, the cool metal of a forgotten birdcage, and the rough wool of an army blanket. It was tucked behind a stack of National Geographic magazines, in a small, unassuming wooden box that felt as smooth as sea glass. There was no lock. With a gentle click, the lid lifted. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded blue velvet, was a pocket watch. It was not overly grand or flashy. Its brass case was warm and worn, the glass face slightly clouded with age. But when Leo picked it up, it felt alive. A soft, steady tick-tock, tick-tock emanated from it, a sound that was less a noise and more a heartbeat. He carefully pressed the tiny button on its crown. The lid sprang open with a satisfying pop. Instead of numbers, the watch face was a delicate painting of a starry night sky over a sleepy, moonlit village. And instead of two hands, there was only one, a slender arrow of silver that pointed not to an hour, but to a tiny painted word that read, "Listen." Leo held his breath. He listened. Beyond the rain and the comforting tick-tock of the watch, he heard something new. A faint, melodic jingling, like distant sleigh bells, seemed to be coming from the far, dark corner of the attic, behind an enormous, tapestry-covered trunk he'd always been too nervous to explore. This was the beginning of Leo's journey. It would not take him across oceans or through treacherous mountains. His journey was one of courage, measured in the steps it took to walk toward the unknown dark corner of a familiar room. He crept forward, the watch held tightly in his palm, its steady ticking a comforting companion. As he drew nearer to the trunk, the jingling grew clearer, and a soft, golden light began to emanate from behind it. Peering around the heavy fabric of the tapestry, Leo saw that the trunk wasn't pushed against the wall as he'd thought. There was a narrow space, and in that space was a small, round door, no taller than his knee. It was made of dark, polished wood, and a gleaming brass bell hung above it, jingling softly all on its own. He knelt down. There was no knob, only a keyhole shaped like a tiny star. Leo's heart sank. How could he possibly open it? A soft rustle came from a nearby hatbox. A small whiskered face with bright, bead-like eyes peeked over the rim. It was a mouse dressed in a waistcoat made from a scrap of silk necktie. "Lost your way, have you?" the mouse squeaked, his voice crisp and polite. Most of the tall folk don't find the listening door. I have this," Leo stammered, showing the mouse the watch. "Ah," the mouse exclaimed, adjusting his tiny waistcoat. "The keeper's watch, well, that changes everything. I am Thimblewick, keeper of the lost buttons and occasional guide for the perceptive. You'll be wanting to get through, I presume." Leo nodded. "The key," Thimblewick said, tapping a tiny foot, "is not a thing you hold, but a thing you hear. The watch will guide you. It always points to what you most need to do. Right now it says listen, so listen." Leo held the watch to his ear. The tick-tock was still there, but beneath it, he could now hear a new layer of sound, a low, rhythmic, rumbling purr. It was coming from a large, wicker basket filled with old yarn. He walked over and carefully pushed aside a skein of lavender wool. Curled inside was a magnificent, fluffy ginger cat, fast asleep. The purr was emanating from her like a tiny, contented earthquake. "That's Marigold," Thimblewick whispered, climbing onto Leo's shoulder. "She's the guardian of the threshold. The door won't open unless she's truly, deeply happy, and she only gets that happy when someone untangles a particularly tricky knot of problems." Leo looked at the cat, then at the tangled mess of yarns surrounding her. It was a bird's nest of colors and textures, all twisted and knotted together. He thought of the watch's lesson. He didn't try to yank or pull. Instead, he sat down beside the basket, the rain providing a gentle soundtrack, and began to work. He used patience, his small fingers carefully tracing the path of a single blue thread, loosening it, then a green one, then a gold. It was slow, meditative work. Tick-tock went the watch. Pitter-patter went the rain. Purr went Marigold, the sound growing deeper and more resonant with every knot he freed. After what felt like both a minute and an hour, the last knot came loose. The yarn lay in separate, neat coils of color. Marigold stretched, her purr now a thunderous roar of delight. She opened one golden eye, gave Leo a slow, approving blink, and then nudged a small, star-shaped object with her nose. It was a key made of light, and it floated gently to the keyhole of the little round door. With a soft snick, the door swung inward. A wave of warm, cinnamon-scented air washed over Leo. He peered inside. It was not a dusty crawlspace. It was a room, a cozy, circular room with walls that looked like stacked books and a ceiling that swirled with painted clouds. A merry fire crackled in a little hearth, and sitting in a high-backed armchair was a tiny, ancient woman with spectacles perched on the end of her nose. She was knitting with a thread of what looked like moonlight. Come in, dear boy," she said, her voice like the rustling of pages. "The watch has found a good listener. I am Alara, the memory keeper." Leo stepped through the door, Thimblewick still on his shoulder, and found that the room was just his size. He sat on a plush footstool near her chair. "This watch," he began, "what does it keep?" Alara smiled, her needles click-clacking a gentle rhythm. "It doesn't keep time, not the kind that rushes and hurries. It keeps the right time, the time for listening, the time for patience, the time for courage. It points to what the heart needs to remember when the head has forgotten." She nodded toward the watch in his hand. "Look." Leo looked. The single hand had moved. It no longer pointed to listen. Now it pointed to a new word, remember. "The greatest challenge in any journey," Alara said softly, "is not outside of you, but within. There's a memory here in this attic that has been waiting for you, a sad one. It's gotten itself stuck, like a sad little song on a broken record. It needs a kind heart to help it find its way to peace." She pointed a bony finger toward a forgotten dollhouse in the corner of her cozy room. But it wasn't a dollhouse anymore. Through its little windows, Leo could see a scene playing out like a silent movie. It was a memory, his own. He saw a younger version of himself, sobbing, holding a broken model airplane. He saw his grandfather, whose hands were now still and gone, looking down with infinite sadness. I was angry," Leo whispered, the memory flooding back with a sharp clarity. "Grandpa and I had built that plane together. I was showing it to a friend, and I dropped it. I yelled at him. I said it was his fault for making the wings too weak. I never said I was sorry." A single hot tear traced a path down his cheek. "He died before I could." The little scene in the dollhouse froze on the image of his grandfather's sad, kind face. "This is your challenge, Leo," Thimblewick squeaked gently from his shoulder. "Not to fight a dragon, but to heal a hurt." "But how?" Leo asked, his voice thick. "He's gone." Alara's knitting needles never stopped their soothing click-clack. "Kindness is not bound by time, dear child. A kind word spoken now can reach a moment in the past if the heart is true. The memory is stuck because it is waiting for the kindness it was denied. Give it that kindness now." Leo looked at the frozen scene. He looked at the watch, which still pointed firmly to remember. He took a deep, shaky breath, filling his lungs with the cozy, cinnamon-scented air. This was the true journey, the dozen steps across the room to the dollhouse feeling longer than any road he'd ever walked. He knelt before the little house. He looked at the face of his younger self, red and angry, and then at the face of his grandfather, full of love and quiet hurt. "I'm sorry, Grandpa," he whispered, his voice firm and clear. "I was angry and scared, and I took it out on you. It wasn't your fault. You made the wings perfectly. Thank you for building it with me. I love you." As he spoke the words, a wonderful thing happened. In the little dollhouse, the frozen scene began to move. The younger Leo's angry face softened. He looked up at his grandfather and whispered the same words. His grandfather's face broke into a beautiful, sunny smile. He knelt down and hugged the young boy tightly. Then the entire scene dissolved into a shower of golden dust that settled gently over the dollhouse, making it glow with a soft, peaceful light. Back in the memory keeper's room, Leo felt a weight lift from his chest, a weight he hadn't even known he was carrying. The pocket watch in his hand gave a warm pulse. He looked down. The hand had moved once more. It now pointed to a single word, peace. The distant bells jingled one last, soft time. Marigold's purr was a quiet rumble from the other room. The fire in the hearth crackled contentedly. "The journey is complete," Alara said, setting her knitting aside. "You were very brave." Leo spent a little while longer in the cozy room, drinking imaginary tea from a thimble with Thimblewick, and listening to Alara tell a story about a quilt made from forgotten laughter. But soon he felt a gentle pull, a sense that it was time to return. He thanked them both, gave Marigold one last stroke behind her soft ears, and stepped back through the little door. In the attic, everything was just as he had left it. The rain had softened to a drizzle. The pocket watch in his hand was still and silent, its magic spent for now. But Leo knew it wasn't gone, only sleeping. He placed it carefully back in its velvet-lined box and closed the lid with a soft click. He didn't need the watch to tell him what to do next. He climbed down the attic stairs, the familiar creaks sounding like welcome home, and went to find his grandmother. He found her in the kitchen, rolling out dough for pie crust. "Grandma," he said, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Will you tell me a story about Grandpa, a happy one?" She looked down, her eyes twinkling, and wiped a floury hand on her apron before stroking his hair. "Of course, my dear," she said. "I have the very best one." And as she began to speak, with the fire crackling in the kitchen hearth and the world outside growing dark and soft, Leo knew that the most extraordinary adventures were not always in far-off lands. Sometimes they were waiting in the quiet corners of our own hearts, measured not in miles, but in the courage it takes to listen, to remember, and to be kind. And that, he thought, was the coziest secret of all. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between ancient oaks and silver-barked birches, lay the village of Elderwood Hollow. Here, cobblestone streets wound like ribbons between cottages with thatched roofs, each window glowing with the warm light of lanterns. Wind chimes made of seashells and polished stones sang soft melodies in the evening breeze, and the gentle patter of rain on leaves was as familiar as a lullaby. At the center of the village stood a great clock tower, its chimes marking the hours with a deep, resonant tone that seemed to hug the village in a blanket of time. The people of Elderwood Hollow were a gentle folk, known for their kindness and their love of stories. They tended glowing gardens where flowers hummed when the moon rose and trees that shed leaves like falling stars. But lately something peculiar had begun to happen, something that set the village whispering behind closed doors. Every night, just as the clock tower struck 10, a single star would vanish from the sky. It began subtly. Old Finn, who loved to stargaze from his rocking chair on the porch, was the first to notice. "The swan is missing a wing tip," he murmured one evening, pointing a gnarled finger at the heavens. Then young Alara, who spent her evenings sketching constellations on parchment, realized the crown had lost its central jewel. Night after night, another star winked out, leaving behind a tiny void in the tapestry of the night. The village was not frightened, but deeply intrigued. Where were the stars going? And why? In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of cinnamon and baking bread always lingered, lived a young baker named Rowan. Rowan had a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way honey drizzled just so on a scone, or how the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds. She was known for her empathy, often leaving baskets of warm muffins on the doorsteps of those who seemed sad or lonely. One evening, as Rowan was closing her bakery, she overheard two children singing an old nursery rhyme near the clock tower. "When the clock strikes 10, hold your breath and count again, for a star may slip from the sky so deep, where the silver river does not sleep. Find the map the moonbeams keep, and mind the guardian who does not weep." Rowan paused, her flower-dusted hands stilling. She had heard the rhyme before, sung by generations of village children, but never thought much of it. Now, with the stars disappearing exactly at 10 o'clock, the words seemed to shimmer with hidden meaning. That night, as the clock tower began its deep, resonant count to 10, Rowan stepped into her garden and watched the sky. True to the rhyme, as the final chime faded into the night, a tiny star from the constellation of the Lyre flickered and vanished. A soft sigh seemed to ripple through the woods. Determined to solve the mystery, Rowan decided to seek the map the moonbeams keep. She recalled an old tale about a pool in the heart of the woods where moonbeams gathered on windless nights, painting liquid silver on the water's surface. Perhaps there a clue could be found. The next evening, armed with a lantern and a basket of gingerbread cookies, for courage and for sharing, Rowan ventured into the whispering woods. The trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling secrets. Fireflies blinked like earthbound stars, and the distant sound of the Silver River, which flowed backward every full moon, hummed a gentle tune. After a time she found the pool, its surface so still it looked like a mirror to another world. As the moon rose, beams of light drifted down, settling on the water until it glowed. And there on the shimmering surface, patterns emerged, not a map of places, but of stars swirling and shifting as if drawn by an invisible hand. Rowan knelt, studying the patterns. They resembled the missing constellations, but with lines connecting them in ways she had never seen. In the center of the pool, the stars formed a shape like a key. As she reached out, her fingertips barely brushing the water, the image dissolved, and the moonbeams scattered. Puzzled but hopeful, she made her way back to the village, the clock tower chiming midnight as she arrived. The next day, Rowan shared her discovery with the villagers. Some were skeptical, others were eager to help. Old Finn suggested the pattern might relate to the clock tower's ancient design, which was rumored to have been built with celestial alignments in mind. A young painter named Kaelen thought the key shape might represent the old iron key that unlocked the tower's topmost room, a place no one had entered in decades. This seemed a promising light, and soon the whole village was abuzz with theories. But when Rowan and Kaelen climbed the tower stairs and unlocked the dusty room, they found not answers, but a delightful red herring. Hundreds of tiny, star-shaped cookies, made from a forgotten recipe, hidden away by a long-ago baker who believed they brought sweet dreams. The village celebrated with a spontaneous tea party, sharing the rediscovered treats and laughing at the unexpected turn. Yet the stars continued to disappear. Rowan, though disappointed, did not lose heart. She returned to the nursery rhyme, pondering the line, "Mind the guardian who does not weep." Who or what was the guardian? And why did it not weep? That evening, as rain began to fall, a soft, whispering rain that tapped on roofs like gentle fingers, Rowan noticed something odd. Near the edge of the village, where the Silver River curved close to the woods, stood an ancient stone statue of an owl. It was known as the guardian of the glen, and moss clung to its weathered features. Village legend said it had been carved to protect Elderwood Hollow from sorrow, and thus it never wept, even in the rain. Rowan approached the statue, her lantern casting a warm circle of light. There, tucked into a crevice beneath the owl's wing, she found a small, rolled parchment. With careful hands, she unrolled it. It was a star chart, beautifully illustrated, with tiny notes in elegant script. One note beside the lyre read, "When harmony fades, a star must fall to restore the balance." Suddenly, the pieces began to fit together. The stars were not being stolen, they were being given. But why? Following the chart, Rowan saw that the missing stars corresponded to places in the village where sadness had recently lingered: the garden of old Mrs. Nettle, who had lost her songbird; the workshop of Elias the woodcarver, who had been too ill to create; the little bridge where children no longer played because a plank was loose. That night, as the clock struck 10, Rowan stood by the Silver River and watched. Instead of a star vanishing, she saw a tiny light drift down from the sky like a feather, settling into the waters of the river, which glowed briefly before returning to its gentle flow. She understood then. The stars were falling to mend places where joy had faded, sinking into the earth or water to restore warmth and light. But the balance was off, too much sadness had gathered, and the stars were leaving the sky too quickly. The next morning, Rowan gathered the villagers in the square near the clock tower. She explained her discovery, her voice gentle but firm. "The stars are trying to help us," she said, "but they cannot do it alone. We must restore the harmony ourselves." Inspired, the village set to work. Children repaired the bridge with help from Elias, who felt well enough to offer guidance. They sang songs with Mrs. Nettle, filling her garden with music again. Rowan baked special Starlight cookies, shaped like the missing stars, and shared them with everyone, weaving warmth back into the heart of the village. That evening, as the clock tower chimed 10, the villagers gathered together, holding hands and looking up at the sky. But this time, no star vanished. Instead, one by one, the missing stars reappeared, burning a little brighter than before, as if filled with the village's renewed joy. And from that night on, the people of Elderwood Hollow remembered that even the smallest act of kindness could keep the stars in their sky. The gentle rain continued to fall, the wind chimes sang, and the clock tower chimed the hours, each one a reminder that they were a community, bound by empathy and wonder. Rowan smiled, her heart as warm as the lantern light in her cottage window. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the constellations shone down, bright and whole, weaving dreams of harmony and hope for all who lay beneath them. The nebula outside the observation dome shimmered like spilled watercolors, amethyst, cerulean, and the faintest blush of rose. Within the dome, nestled amidst hydroponic ferns that sighed with contentment and luminous moss that pulsed a soft, steady green, two beings shared the quiet hum of the harmony's rest, a small way station drifting at the edge of known space. One was Kaelen, hailing from the crystalline forests of Lyra 7. His form resembled smooth, polished obsidian, shifting subtly like liquid shadow. Where emotions bloomed, intricate patterns of light ignited beneath his surface, starbursts of gold for joy, soft ripples of blue for calm, flickers of deep violet for contemplation. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant symphonies of color. The other was Pip, a small, spindly being from the methane seas of Glaza. Covered in iridescent, feathery filaments that constantly shifted hues, Pip perceived the universe through intricate harmonies. Every movement, every thought, every shift in light produced a unique resonance only Pip could fully appreciate. Pip expressed feelings through delicate vibrations that shimmered in the air, like the sound of wind chimes dipped in honey. Their meeting had been accidental. Kaelen's scout pod, damaged in a micrometeoroid shower, had limped into the Harmony's rest for repairs. Pip, a solitary gardener tending the station's forgotten botanical dome, had found the injured traveler. Fear initially painted Kaelen in jagged streaks of crimson. Pip, startled, emitted a discordant, high-pitched trill that made the ferns shiver. But Pip saw the distress in Kaelen's flickering core light and offered a single, perfectly spherical, bioluminescent berry grown in the hydroponics. The gesture, a universal offering of peace, calmed the crimson streaks into softer pinks. The dome became their shared sanctuary. Kaelen, fascinated by the living green, helped tend the plants. His cool touch seemed to soothe the more temperamental ferns, and his presence encouraged the moss to glow brighter. Pip, in turn, showed Kaelen the hidden music of the station, the rhythmic thrum of the life support systems, the melodic drip of nutrient solution into the tanks, the complex symphony of the plants themselves breathing and growing. Kaelen learned to hear Pip's emotions as subtle shifts in the ambient hum, while Pip began to see Kaelen's feelings as beautiful, silent light shows. One day Pip, bubbling with excitement over a new hybrid blossom, attempted to share its joy. The tiny being vibrated intensely, sending out a cascade of rapid, high-frequency chimes. To Pip, it was a triumphant fanfare. To Kaelen, however, the vibrations resonated painfully within his crystalline structure, causing sharp, jagged lines of white light to flare across his surface, a clear signal of distress. Pip froze, filaments drooping into muted grays. Kaelen, seeing Pip's sudden dejection, pulsed a slow, reassuring wave of deep blue. They floated together in the zero-gravity center of the dome, bathed in nebula light. Kaelen gently pulsed the sequence, a soft yellow question mark, Pip responded with a low, questioning hum. Kaelen projected an image, Pip's rapid vibrations, overlaid with the painful white flashes he experienced. Pip projected back, the vibrant, joyful meaning behind the rapid chimes, a burst of sunshine yellow and spring green in Kaelen's own light language. Understanding dawned. Pip's next expression of joy was a slower, warmer vibration, like a deep cello note. Kaelen responded with gentle, golden spirals. They didn't need words. The misunderstanding dissolved into shared, silent laughter, Kaelen's light shimmering with amusement, Pip's filaments rustling with a soft, chuckling hum. They began building something new in their sanctuary, a quiet corner dedicated to shared appreciation. Pip strung delicate filaments between glowing fungi, creating a harp that resonated with the station's natural sounds. Kaelen arranged polished river stones from his homeworld, each imbued with a faint, calming inner light to reflect the nebula's colors onto the walls. It became their listening grove, a place for gentle communion. Their favorite ritual was stargazing. They would drift near the dome's clear apex, the vastness of space stretching before them. Pip would point a slender limb towards a distant, pulsing star and emit a complex chord, the song of that star, as Pip perceived its light and energy signature. Kaelen would respond by projecting swirling patterns of light onto the dome, mimicking the star's color and imagined movement. They shared memories this way, Kaelen painting the swirling auroras of Lyra 7 with shimmering ribbons of green and silver light, while Pip hummed the deep, resonant song of Gleese's churning ocean currents. In the profound quiet, punctuated only by the station's gentle breath and their own non-verbal exchanges, they found a deep, wordless peace. The infinite distance between their worlds shrunk to the space between them in the listening grove, bridged by the shared wonder of the cosmos. One quiet cycle, a minor crisis, arose. A power fluctuation caused the temperature regulators in the dome to falter. The ferns began to wilt, their vibrant green fading. The luminous moss dimmed. Kaelen pulsed anxious shades of orange and gray. Pip emitted a worried, wavering drone. Panic threatened. But then Pip remembered the ancient Gleesian practice of communal resonance for healing. Focusing intently on the drooping ferns, Pip began a low, steady hum, a vibration tuned to the frequency of growth and vitality. It was a sound felt more than heard, a deep thrumming that seemed to sink into the very roots. Kaelen watched Pip's filaments glow with concentrated effort. He understood the intent. Drawing on his own connection to light and energy, Kaelen positioned himself near the struggling plants. He focused his inner light, not in bright flashes, but in a warm, steady, golden radiance, bathing the leaves and soil. It was like concentrated, gentle sunlight. Pip's hum deepened, harmonizing with the faint life pulse of the plants themselves. Kaelen's light pulsed in time with the vibration. Slowly, miraculously, the ferns perked up. Their leaves regained their sheen. The moss began its soft, green pulse once more. Relief washed over them. Kaelen shimmered with pure, bright gold gratitude. Pip vibrated with a warm, contented purr. They hadn't fixed the regulator yet, that required a maintenance bot, but together, through their unique forms of care, sound, and light, they had nurtured their sanctuary back to health. The shared effort, the combination of their alien gifts, created a bond stronger than any translation matrix. The nebula outside shifted, the rose hue deepening as a nearby star ignited its evening glow. Kaelen drifted towards the listening grove, projecting a soft invitation, an image of the two of them beneath the star-painted dome. Pip followed, settling onto a cushion of soft moss. Kaelen began to project slow, swirling patterns onto the stones, not depicting a specific memory, but an abstract feeling, deep contentment, profound friendship, the quiet awe of the universe. It was a tapestry of deep blues, gentle golds, and shimmering silvers. Pip responded not with a complex chord, but with the simplest, purest sound, a single, sustained, clear note. It was the note of peace, the note of home found. It resonated softly through the grove, mingling with Kaelen's light dance, filling the space with a palpable warmth. As the harmony's rest drifted silently through the painted cosmos, its small botanical dome glowed like a beacon. Within it, two beings from unimaginably different worlds, speaking no common tongue, shared a universe of understanding. They had built a shelter not just of glass and steel, but of kindness, patience, and the shared language of a starlit heart. The gap between stars, between species, between ways of being, seemed insignificant beside the simple, resonant truth humming in the listening grove. That connection, born of gentle curiosity and unwavering kindness, was the most universal language of all. And in that shared silence, bathed in nebula light and the soft pulse of their sanctuary, they watched the distant stars bloom together. The firelight dances on the hearthstones, casting long, flickering shadows that seem to sway in time with the gentle tick-tock of the old grandfather clock in the corner. Outside the snug cottage window, nestled deep within the whispering woods of Willowbrook, a soft rain patters against the glass like tiny, tapping fingers. Somewhere in the distance, the deep, resonant chime of the village clock tower sounds the hour, its melody mingling with the delicate ting-ailing of wind chimes hanging from Mrs. Maple's porch. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to Willowbrook, where a peculiar mystery has unfurled like a strange, new blossom. For 3 nights running, the stars over Willowbrook Meadow have begun to vanish. Not all at once, mind you, and not permanently. But as twilight deepened into true night, certain stars, always the brightest ones clustered near the constellation known as the Silver Teapot, would simply wink out. By dawn they'd be back, sparkling innocently as if nothing had happened. The villagers whispered, not with fear, but with a deep, shared curiosity. Old Man Hemlock swore his prize-winning moonflowers, usually a pale, luminous silver, had started shimmering with flecks of deep blue where the starlight touched them. Young Pip reported hearing faint, melancholic humming just before the stars disappeared, a sound like wind through distant, hollow reeds. Our protagonist is Fern, a quiet girl with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a remarkable talent for noticing things others overlooked. She spent her days sketching wildflowers in her notebook or listening to the stories spun by the village elders, especially the nursery rhymes Granny Willow hummed while knitting by the fire. Fern felt a tug in her heart at the thought of the missing stars. It felt less like a theft and more like a sadness hanging over the meadow. On the 4th evening, as the first brave stars pricked the velvet sky, Fern settled on her favorite mossy rock at the meadow's edge. She had her notebook, a small jar of fireflies, released at dawn, of course, and Granny Willow's rhymes circling in her mind. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Wish I may, wish I might, guide the lost back to the light. Silver teapot pouring grace. Find the path to time and space. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. As Fern watched, the familiar cluster near the silver teapot began to dim, one by one. And there it was, that faint, sorrowful humming, drifting on the cool night breeze that carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. It seemed to come not from the sky, but from within the meadow itself, near the ancient, gnarled sentinel oak. The next morning, Fern sought out the village's oldest map, kept in the dusty archives beneath the clock tower. It showed Willowbrook as it was centuries ago, marked with symbols long forgotten. Near the sentinel oak, the map depicted not just the tree, but a swirling symbol like a spiral galaxy, labeled in faint ink. Luminous pool reflecting sky. Fern had always known the small, clear spring beneath the oak, but never heard it called that. Excitement bubbled within her. Could the pool be reflecting the stars? And if the reflection vanished, did the real stars follow? But why? She shared her discovery with her best friend, Rowan, a boy whose pockets were always full of interesting pebbles, and whose laughter was as bright as sunshine. Maybe something's blocking the reflection, Rowan suggested. Like a giant frog. Their first investigation led them to the spring. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky perfectly. But nestled amongst the roots of the sentinel oak, Fern found something odd. A single, perfect feather, shimmering with iridescent blues and purples, unlike any bird in Willowbrook. A red herring. Or a clue. They took it to the village's resident tinkerer, Miss Thimble, who lived in the windmill atop Breezy Hill. Miss Thimble, surrounded by whirring gears and singing clockwork birds, examined the feather under a magnifying glass. "Oh-ho, moon moth silk woven right in, rare indeed, but," she frowned, "moon moths are solitary creatures, night flyers, they don't hum." The windmill visit, while a delightful detour watching Miss Thimble's miniature clockwork orchestra play a waltz, seemed a dead end. The feather was beautiful, but not the source of the humming or the vanishing stars. Disappointed but not deterred, Fern and Rowan returned to the meadow that night. Fern focused on the humming, closing her eyes and letting it guide her. It seemed strongest near the sentinel oak, but lower, closer to the ground, near the roots where the spring bubbled forth. Then Fern remembered the second part of Granny Willow's rhyme. "Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed." She looked down. In the soft light of her firefly jar, she saw it fine, almost invisible strands of silvery thread, glistening with dew, leading from the base of the oak and disappearing into a small crevice between two large roots, right beside the spring. It looked like cobwebs, but felt strangely warm to the touch, and hummed faintly with the same melody. "Rowan," Fern whispered, her voice filled with awe, "I think the weaver isn't a person. It's something making this thread." Carefully, gently, Fern cleared away some moss and loose earth from the crevice. Peering inside, her firefly light revealed not an insect, but a small, luminous creature curled up. It resembled a plump, furry badger, but its coat was the deep blue of the midnight sky, dusted with tiny, glowing points of light like captured stars. Large, liquid eyes blinked slowly, filled with profound sadness. From its paws trailed the shimmering silver threads, stretching up towards the pool's surface. The creature gave a soft, melancholic hum. "It's weaving starlight," Fern breathed. "It's pulling the starlight down into its threads, and that's why the reflection vanishes, and maybe the real stars too, for a little while." She recalled the map's label, "Lumina's Pool Reflecting Sky." The pool wasn't just reflecting, it was connected. But why was the little star badger, whom Fern instinctively called Illumina, so sad? Why weave the starlight away? Fern remembered the rhyme again. "Leads you from your lonely bed," empathy washed over her. "You're lonely, aren't you?" she murmured softly, not reaching in, but simply sitting beside the crevice. "Is that why you weave the stars, to have some light down here, to call for company?" The lumina blinked, its luminous eyes fixed on Fern. It gave a soft, questioning warble. Fern had an idea. She explained it to Rowan, and together they raced back to the village, just as dawn was painting the sky peach and lavender. They gathered the villagers not with alarm, but with quiet excitement. They told them about the lonely Lumina, the weaver of starlight, who lived beneath the sentinel oak, and whose sadness dimmed the stars. They spoke not of a problem, but of a shy neighbor needing friendship. That evening, as twilight fell and the gentle rain returned, whispering secrets to the leaves, the entire village of Willowbrook quietly gathered around the sentinel oak. They didn't crowd the crevice, they sat a respectful distance away on blankets. Granny Willow began humming the old nursery rhyme softly. Miss Thimble brought a tiny, wind-up music box that played a gentle lullaby. Old Man Hemlock brought a basket of his now blue-flecked moonflower petals, scattering them softly near the spring. Pip held a lantern covered in blue glass, casting a soft, star-like glow. Others brought warm cider and honey cakes, sharing them quietly. Fern sat closest to the crevice. "See," she whispered to the lumina. "You're not alone. Willowbrook is here." Slowly, tentatively, the lumina emerged. Its star-dusted fur shimmered in the combined light of the fireflies, the blue lantern, and the moonflowers. It looked around at the circle of kind, expectant faces, illuminated by the soft, warm glow of lanterns and friendship. The sorrowful humming ceased. Instead, a soft, contented purr vibrated from its tiny chest. It looked up at the sky. The silver teapot constellation shone brightly, every star present and accounted for, reflecting perfectly in Lumina's pool, clear and undisturbed. The lumina didn't weave the stars away that night. Instead, it sat by the pool, its luminous fur blending with the reflected starlight, seemingly content just to be near the gentle murmur of voices, the soft chime of the music box, the comforting tick-tock of the distant clock tower echoing through the damp air, and the rhythmic patter of rain on the broad oak leaves above. The villagers stayed, sharing stories under the restored canopy of stars, the meadow filled with a warm, shared silence punctuated by soft laughter and the crackle of a small, contained bonfire. From then on, the stars over Willowbrook shone, uninterrupted. But every full moon, the villagers gather by the sentinel oak. They bring lanterns, share stories, sing softly, and simply be present. The lumina often joins them, sitting peacefully by its pool, its fur glowing with contentment. Sometimes it weaves delicate patterns of light on the water's surface, not pulling stars down, but creating new, tiny constellations of its own, fleeting gifts of beauty for its friends. The moonflowers bloom brighter than ever, now streaked with vibrant blues and silvers, and the faint humming that sometimes drifts on the night breeze is no longer melancholic, but a gentle, happy thrum, harmonizing with the wind chimes and the ever-present tick-tock of the old clock, a soothing lullaby for a village that learned that even the smallest light and the loneliest heart flourishes in the warmth of community. And as the firelight here softly dims, may you too feel the gentle glow of friendship and the comforting presence of all your own stars, shining brightly overhead. Sleep peacefully. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between amber hills and a forest where leaves whispered secrets, autumn painted the world in cinnamon and gold. Young Lily, with her patchwork cloak and wide, curious eyes, lived in a cottage with a mossy roof. For days, small, puzzling things vanished, her grandmother's silver thimble, the baker's favorite wooden spoon, and even the tiny copper bell from the village notice board. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook was too kind for that, but a gentle mystery settled over the chimneys like morning fog. Lily decided to unravel it. She began by observing. Kneeling in the damp earth near her garden fence, she noticed tiny, glittering footprints no larger than acorn caps, leading toward the whispering woods. The prints shimmered like crushed starlight, vanishing at the roots of ancient trees whose leaves rustled soft warnings. Follow, but listen closely, they seemed to sigh. Lily remembered old Mr. Thistledown, who lived in a crooked tower of stacked teacups and knew the forest's oldest tales. With a basket of honey oat cakes, she visited him. Mr. Thistledown, his beard braided with dried lavender, welcomed her warmly. "Ah, little seeker," he chuckled, stirring a pot of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. "When small things disappear, smaller friends are often near. Look for what remains, not what's lost." He gifted her a magnifying glass made of dew-frosted crystal. "And when dusk falls, ask the glimmerbats, they see what moonlight hides." That evening, Lily waited by the forest's edge, as twilight painted the sky plum and apricot. Soon glimmerbats emerged, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, casting soft pools of blue and violet light. They fluttered around her, drawn to her calm presence. "Have you seen who takes our things?" she whispered. One bat, its wings shimmering like sapphires, nudged her toward a hollow oak. Inside, Lily's crystal glass revealed a clue, a single iridescent scale, softer than a moth's wing, clinging to the bark. Following the glimmerbat's luminous path, Lily crept deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Under a canopy of moonlit branches, she heard faint, frantic chirping. Peering through ferns, she gasped. A family of moss fairies, no taller than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight, were struggling to build a nest. They'd gathered the missing treasures. The thimble gleamed as a rain catcher, the spoon balanced as a bridge over a tiny stream, and the copper bell hung above their nest, chiming softly in the breeze. But their scales, shed during nesting season, lay scattered, leaving them shivering in the cold. The eldest fairy fluttered forward, wringing her hands. "Forgive us," she piped, her voice like wind chimes. "The frost comes early, we needed warmth, and your things were so bright and strong." Lily's heart swelled. The thievery was an act of desperate love. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's wisdom, she offered her basket of oat cakes. "Keep what helps you," she said softly. "But let's find something better than scales for warmth." Together they gathered tufts of thistledown and cobweb-soft milkweed floss. Lily sang a lullaby her grandmother taught her, her voice blending with the glimmerbat's gentle hums. As she worked, the fairies wove the down into cloaks as warm as sunbeams. By dawn, the nest glowed with comfort, and the fairies returned every missing item with shy gratitude. The bell, they insisted, should stay, a symbol of new friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Lily explained the tale. The baker chuckled, carving a new spoon from cedar. Lily's grandmother smiled, her thimble now holding a sprig of fairy-given heather. That night, as the village slept, the copper bell chimed in the woods, a sweet, soothing sound carried on the breeze. Lily curled under her quilt, the scent of honey and milkweed lingering in the air. The mystery had ended not with scolding, but with shared kindness, reminding everyone that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the gentle silence, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like frost on a windowpane, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It had been abandoned for cycles beyond counting, its corridors silent, its viewports dark. But deep within its heart, something miraculous was beginning to bloom. It began with a traveler named Kaelen, whose homeworld was a planet of perpetual twilight, where the very air shimmered with soft, phosphorescent light. Kaelen's people communicated not with words, but with shifting hues that danced across their skin, a language of color and gentle glow. When Kaelen first stepped into the Starlight Haven, his skin was pale silver with nervousness, for he was far from home and utterly alone. He spent his first days restoring power to the station's old systems, not with clanking machinery, but by coaxing dormant light vines to grow along the walls. They responded to his presence, glowing softly and filling the halls with a warm, honey-colored radiance. Not long after, another visitor arrived, a being named Rin, from a world of crystalline forests and singing stones. Rin's body was composed of delicate, interlocking facets that caught and refracted light into tiny rainbows. Her people spoke through harmonic vibrations, a language of resonance that rippled through the air like music. When she first entered the station, she did so cautiously, her facets chiming a soft, questioning note. Their first meeting was a symphony of misunderstanding. Kaelen, startled by the sudden musical presence, flushed a bright, alarmed crimson. Rin, interpreting the red as hostility, chimed a sharp, defensive chord. For a long moment they stood frozen in the corridor, one a canvas of worried color, the other a sculpture of wary music. Then Kaelen, remembering his people's teaching, when in doubt, offer light, softened his glow to a gentle, welcoming gold. Rin, in turn, recalled her own elder's wisdom. A stranger's song is just an unheard melody. She softened her chime to a low, humming warmth. It was not yet friendship, but it was a beginning. Over the following days, they explored the station together, each helping the other navigate this strange, shared territory. Kaelen showed Rin how the light vines could be encouraged to bloom in patterns that told stories. Rin taught Kaelen how the station's old crystal conduits could be gently tapped to produce soothing, harmonic tones. Slowly, carefully, they began to build a bridge between color and sound. Their greatest collaboration began in the station's central observatory, a vast, dome-ceilinged chamber with a panoramic view of the swirling nebula outside. The room had once been a garden, and though the plants had long since withered, the soil remained rich and waiting. Kaelen and Rin decided to revive it. Kaelen used his knowledge of bioluminescent flora to plant seeds that sprouted into soft, glowing blossoms, flowers that pulsed with gentle light, their petals shifting hue in response to emotion. Rin cultivated crystal shards that grew like plants, branching into delicate structures that hummed in the presence of starlight. Together, they created a garden where light and music lived in harmony. But their differences still sometimes led to confusion. One afternoon, Kaelen arranged a cluster of blue light moss into what he thought was a clearly grateful pattern, a deep, steady azure meant to convey heartfelt thanks for Rin's help repairing a water recycler. Rin, however, saw the blue and heard only silence where she expected a musical response. In her culture, blue without sound signified sorrow or distance. She retreated to a corner of the garden, her facets dimming. Kaelen noticed her withdrawal, and his own glow flickered with confusion. He approached slowly, his skin shifting to a soft, questioning lavender. Rin chimed a minor key, tinged with confusion. For a time they simply stood there, two beings separated not by malice, but by mismatched meanings. Then Kaelen had an idea. He gently touched one of the singing crystals Rin had grown. It resonated with a clear, pure tone. He then gestured to his own chest, where his glow had settled into a calm, steady gold, the color of friendship in his people's language. He touched the crystal again, and this time Rin understood. She chimed the same tone back at him, while her facets brightened to catch and reflect his golden light. In that moment they realized they could create a new language, one of combined color and sound. Kaelen would glow a certain hue, and Rin would answer with a complementary harmony. Together they began to weave a dialogue more beautiful than either could have created alone. Their garden became a sanctuary, a place of shared quiet and growing understanding. In the evenings they would sit together beneath the observatory dome, watching distant stars bloom and fade in the velvet darkness. Kaelen's glow would soften to the gentle silver of contentment, while Rin's harmonics would lower to a soothing, continuous hum, like a lullaby sung by the universe itself. During one such evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting streaks of light, Rin chimed a sequence of notes that Kaelen had come to recognize as her story melody. He glowed an encouraging amber, and she began, through a combination of resonant tones and the patterns her refracted light cast on the walls, to tell him of her homeworld's belief that shooting stars were the laughter of the cosmos. Kaelen listened, his colors shifting in fascination. When she finished, he responded with his own story, his skin blooming into swirling patterns of green and violet. He told of how his people believed the nebula outside was a great sleeping creature, dreaming the galaxies into being. Rin's facets shimmered as she absorbed the tale, her harmonic hum layering itself gently beneath the colors of his narrative. They learned that kindness needs no translation. When Kaelen seemed tired, his glow fading to a weary gray, Rin would arrange the singing crystals to play a restful, resonant frequency that seemed to recharge his light. When Rin's harmonics grew discordant with frustration over a stubborn growth of dark crystal in one corner of the garden, Kaelen would gently redirect the light vines to shine upon it, encouraging it to clear. One cycle, a minor systems failure caused the station's temperature to drop precipitously. Kaelen, whose body generated its own warmth, barely noticed, but Rin's crystalline form began to contract with the cold, her harmonics growing faint and strained. Without a second thought, Kaelen led her to the warmest part of the garden, where the light vines glowed brightest. He positioned himself near her, his own glow intensifying to a warm, rosy orange, radiating gentle heat. Rin's facets slowly warmed, her music returning to its normal, vibrant resonance. In thanks, she did not chime or sing, but simply leaned her cool, crystalline form against him, and in that quiet contact, everything was understood. The final test of their friendship came from an unexpected source. A deep space probe, long thought lost, drifted into range of the station. It was from Rin's homeworld, carrying messages and seeds from her family. The news should have brought joy, but instead, it carried a bittersweet melody. The probe's programming indicated it was on a return trajectory. It could carry her home. Rin's harmonics became a complex, sorrowful song. Kaelen's glow dimmed to a muted blue. The thought of separation, now that they had built a world together, was a silent ache in the garden. For 3 days they communicated less, the garden growing quieter, the colors and sounds less vibrant. The easy companionship they had nurtured seemed overshadowed by the impending choice. On the 4th evening, as they watched the twin moons of a nearby gas giant rise in tandem, Kaelen glowed a slow, deliberate pattern, a question he had never asked before. It was a sequence of gold and silver, interspersed with the deep blue of the nebula outside. It asked, without words, what makes a home? Rin was silent for a long time. Then she began to chime. It was not a song from her world, nor was it one she had ever chimed before. It was a new melody, woven from the harmonics of the garden's crystals and the memory of Kaelen's colors. As she chimed, she used her facets to cast a pattern of light on the wall, a pattern that combined the swirling nebula of Kaelen's stories with the star laughter of her own. The message was clear. Home was not a set of coordinates. Home was the space they had built together, the shared language of light and sound, the quiet understanding that transcended worlds. Kaelen's glow brightened into a radiant, sunlit gold. Rin's chime rose into a clear, joyful chord. Together they drafted a response to the probe, not a request for passage, but a message of greeting, an invitation for dialogue between their peoples, and a data packet containing the patterns of their garden's growth. They sent it off with a combined wish, that their small sanctuary might one day become a beacon of connection for others. That night, as the station drifted peacefully through the star-dusted void, Kaelen and Rin sat in their garden, surrounded by glowing flowers and humming crystals. Kaelen's light pulsed in a slow, calm rhythm, the color of deep contentment. Rin's harmonics wove a soft, continuous melody around it, a song of belonging. They watched the stars, silent and together, two friends who had learned that the universe, for all its vastness, grows smaller and warmer when kindness becomes your compass. And in the starlight haven, a garden of light and music flourished, a testament to the truth that friendship is the one language every heart understands. Leo had always been curious about the old oak tree at the very edge of his grandmother's garden. Its gnarled branches seemed to reach out like welcoming arms, and its leaves whispered secrets on even the stillest days. His grandmother called it the listening tree, but she always cautioned him against venturing too close to the hollow nestled within its massive trunk. Some doors, she'd say with a twinkle in her eye, are best opened when you're ready for the journey beyond. One crisp autumn afternoon, the scent of wood smoke and fallen apples heavy in the air, Leo felt ready. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of damp earth and something sweet and unfamiliar tugged at him. He approached the hollow. Instead of the dark space he expected, shimmering light, like trapped sunshine filtered through honey, spilled out. Taking a deep breath of the cool, sweet air, Leo stepped inside. The light enveloped him, warm and soft as spun gold against his skin. When it cleared, he found himself not in darkness, but standing on a path of smooth, moon-pale stones, winding through a forest unlike any he'd ever seen. This was the Whisperwood. The trees weren't merely tall, they soared like cathedral pillars, their bark a mosaic of silver and deep violet. Their leaves weren't green, but shimmering shades of sapphire and emerald, casting dappled light that danced on the path like living jewels. Bioluminescent flowers, shaped like tiny bells and glowing with soft blues, pinks, and golds, carpeted the forest floor, pulsing gently as if breathing. The air hummed with a low, melodic thrum, like a giant, contented cat purring, and carried the scent of crushed mint, vanilla orchids, and warm stone after rain. Overhead, creatures that looked like floating dandelion seeds, but glowing with soft internal light, drifted lazily on unseen currents. Leo felt a thrill of pure wonder tingle from his scalp down to his toes. He hadn't walked far when a soft chime sounded beside him. A cluster of tiny winged creatures, no bigger than his thumb, hovered near a large, glowing mushroom. They looked like they were spun from spun glass and starlight, with delicate, iridescent wings that hummed faintly. Their large, luminous eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. These were the glow sprites. One darted forward, leaving a trail of shimmering dust that smelled faintly of cinnamon, and chimed again, a sound like tiny crystal bells. It seemed to be pointing towards a fork in the path where a large, moss-covered stone partially blocked the way. Leo understood. "Thank you," he whispered, bowing slightly. The sprites chimed happily, swirling around his head for a moment in a shower of sparkling dust before flitting back to their mushroom. Approaching the mossy stone, Leo saw the problem. The path forked, but the right-hand way was almost completely obscured by thick, velvety moss cascading from the stone and hanging vines heavy with luminous purple berries. He needed to clear it gently. As he reached out to push aside the moss, it shifted. A pair of large, sleepy eyes blinked open from within the moss itself. A creature resembling a small, incredibly fluffy bear entirely covered in the softest, deepest green moss, yawned, revealing a tiny pink tongue. It stretched, mossy limbs extending, and regarded Leo with calm, ancient eyes. This was a moss bear, Leo instinctively knew. He remembered his grandmother's advice about respecting the quiet places. Instead of pushing, he bowed again. "Excuse me, please," he said softly. "I don't mean to disturb your rest, but I'm trying to pass this way." The moss bear studied him for a long moment, then slowly, deliberately, shifted its bulk just enough to clear the path. It gave a soft, rumbling purr that vibrated through the ground and settled back down, its eyes closing peacefully. Leo carefully stepped past, brushing a gentle hand over the cool, soft moss on the creature's back. "Thank you," he murmured. The path led downwards now, towards the source of the melodic thrumming he'd heard earlier. It opened into a breathtaking clearing. A wide, shallow river flowed here, its water crystal clear and shimmering with every color imaginable like liquid rainbow catching the light. But the most astonishing sight was the riverbed itself. It was covered in smooth, polished stones, but these stones weren't inert. They glowed softly, each radiating its own unique hue: deep amethyst, fiery topaz, serene aquamarine. And they were singing. Not with voices, but with pure, resonant tones that vibrated through the air and water, creating the forest's harmonic hum. Leo knelt at the water's edge, dipping his fingers in. The water felt cool and silky, tingling slightly. The stones beneath shimmered brighter at his touch. He saw that the stones closest to the bank seemed dimmer, their songs fainter, almost sad. Gently, carefully, he began picking up the dimmer stones from the shallows and placing them back into the deeper, faster-flowing current in the center of the river. As each stone touched the stronger flow, it flared brightly, its song swelling back to full strength, joining the glorious chorus. He didn't know why they'd become displaced, perhaps by playful water creatures or gentle floods, but helping them felt right. As he worked, the entire clearing seemed to brighten, the hum becoming richer, sweeter, vibrating warmly in his chest. He felt a profound sense of peace and connection. Leaving the singing river behind, the path began to climb again, winding between enormous tree roots that formed natural arches. The light shifted, becoming softer, duskier. Ahead, nestled in the cradle of three colossal roots, stood a structure that took Leo's breath away. It was a cottage, but not made of wood or stone. It seemed woven from living vines heavy with night-blooming flowers that glowed with soft, white light. The roof was a canopy of enormous, luminous leaves. Warm, inviting light spilled from a round window. As Leo approached, the door, made of intertwined willow branches, creaked open silently. Inside, the air was warm and fragrant with the scent of baking bread and lavender. An old woman sat by a hearth where a fire of cool, blue and green flames crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows. Her hair was like spun moonlight, and her eyes held the depth and kindness of the forest itself. She wore a robe that seemed woven from shifting shadows and starlight. "Welcome, Leo," she said, her voice like wind through leaves and chimes on a breeze. "The whisperwood speaks of your gentle heart." She gestured to a plump cushion woven from glowing reeds. "Rest your feet, the listening tree sent word you might find your way here today." Over cups of steaming, sweet-smelling tea that tasted of wild honey and summer berries, the weaver, for that was her name, she who tended the stories of the whisperwood, listened as Leo shared his journey, the glow sprites, the moss bear, the singing stones. She smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like the rings of an ancient tree. "You listened," she said softly. "To the sprite's chime, to the moss bear's quiet, to the stone's fading song. You met the unknown not with fear, but with respect and kindness. That is true courage, young explorer. It is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act gently despite it." Leo felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the tea. He hadn't thought of himself as brave, he'd just been curious and careful. The weaver nodded as if hearing his thoughts. "Curiosity guided you, kindness was your compass, and quiet courage cleared your path. Remember this feeling." She handed him a small, smooth stone from a bowl on her table. It was warm to the touch and pulsed with a soft, golden light, humming a single, pure note. "A stone from the river, singing its thanks. Keep it close. It will remind you that even the smallest light can brighten the dark, and even the quietest step can lead to wonders." As the weaver's hearth fire burned low, casting long, comforting shadows, Leo felt a gentle tug, a sense of completion. He thanked the weaver, who simply smiled and gestured towards the door. The path home is always open to those who walk it with a light heart. Stepping outside, he saw the moon-pale path glowing softly before him, leading back the way he came. The whisperwood seemed to sigh contentedly around him. The moss bear was still peacefully asleep, a soft green mound by the path. The glow sprites chimed a gentle farewell as he passed. The singing river's chorus swelled in a harmonious wave as he crossed a natural arch of glowing roots above it. Soon he stood before the shimmering light spilling from the listening tree's hollow. He stepped through the warm honey-gold radiance and found himself back in his grandmother's garden, the familiar scent of wood smoke and autumn apples washing over him. The sun was just dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. He looked down at his hand. The warm, golden, softly humming stone was still there, pulsing gently against his palm, a tangible piece of magic and a reminder of his quiet bravery. He heard his grandmother call from the kitchen door, her voice warm and familiar. Leo ran to her, the stone safely tucked in his pocket, its gentle warmth a comforting secret against his leg. He flung his arms around her. "Grandmother," he whispered, his heart full of the whisperwood's song, "I found a door, and I walked through it." She hugged him back tightly, her own eyes twinkling with understanding deeper than words. She smoothed his hair, breathing in the lingering scent of mint, vanilla, and starlight that clung to him. "Ah, my little explorer," she murmured, her voice thick with love. "I thought you might be ready. The best journeys always begin with a single step, taken with a brave and gentle heart. Come inside now. The fire's crackling, and there's warm milk with honey." She led him towards the cozy glow of the cottage windows, the stone in his pocket humming its soft, reassuring song, a lullaby of courage found, wonders witnessed, and the comforting certainty that the world held more magic than he could ever imagine, waiting patiently for those willing to listen and step gently into the unknown. The scent of baking bread mingled with the wood smoke, wrapping around him like a warm blanket, and the gentle purr of the cat by the hearth seemed to echo the whisperwood's own contented thrum, lulling him into a deep, peaceful sense of belonging, both here and in the memory of that enchanted place. The adventure was over for now, but the warmth, the light, and the quiet courage it had kindled within him would remain, a glowing ember in his heart forever. In the velvet depths of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like diamond dust on a black velvet cloth, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls were made of a crystalline material that caught the light of distant suns and refracted it into rainbows that danced across the rooms. It was here that two souls from different corners of the universe found each other, and their friendship began to bloom like a flower in the void. Kaelen was a being from the planet Veridia, a world where the very air shimmered with life. His people communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues of their skin, which glowed with bioluminescent patterns that told stories of joy, sorrow, and wonder. Kaelen himself had skin that shifted from deep emerald to soft turquoise when he was curious, and when he was content, it pulsed with a warm, golden light. He had journeyed to the Starlight Haven in a pod that moved as silently as a thought, propelled by the gentle push of solar winds. His mission was one of exploration, to learn about the mysteries beyond his world, but what he found was far more precious. Lyra hailed from the world of Harmonia, a place where sound was the essence of existence. Her species expressed themselves through harmonic vibrations that rippled through the air, creating melodies that could soothe or excite. Lyra's presence was accompanied by a soft humming tune that changed with her emotions, a lilting scale when she was happy, a deep, resonant chord when she was thoughtful. She had arrived at the station in a craft that seemed to be woven from moonlight and song, its engines humming a quiet lullaby as it docked. She was a collector of cosmic melodies, seeking the music of the spheres, but she discovered a harmony she had never imagined. Their first meeting was one of cautious curiosity. Kaelen, upon seeing Lyra, felt a flutter of uncertainty, and his skin flickered with streaks of silver and blue. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of questioning notes that rose and fell like a gentle breeze. Neither understood the other's language, but there was a kindness in their gestures that spoke louder than any words. Kaelen extended a hand, his fingers glowing with a friendly orange light, while Lyra responded by humming a warm, inviting melody. They spent those first hours simply observing each other, learning through patience and empathy. The Starlight Haven became their sanctuary. It was a place of wonder, with gardens that grew under domes of clear crystal, where plants from a dozen worlds intertwined their roots and leaves. There was a pool that reflected the nebulas outside, its water shimmering with starlight, and an observatory where the ceiling opened to the infinite sky. Together they began to tend to this space, making it their own. Kaelen used his knowledge of light to help the plants thrive, adjusting the ambient glow to mimic the suns of their home worlds. Lyra filled the air with her harmonies, which seemed to encourage the flowers to bloom brighter and the fruits to grow sweeter. They created a shared language of gestures, colors, and sounds, a tapestry of understanding that grew with each passing day. But misunderstandings were inevitable, and they often led to moments of laughter and learning. One afternoon, Kaelen noticed that Lyra was humming a particularly sad melody, her notes dipping low like a sigh. Concerned, he approached her and wanting to comfort her, he let his skin glow with a bright, cheerful pink. On Veridia, pink was a color of sympathy and support, but on Harmonia, such a vivid hue associated with light was often a sign of alarm or mockery. Lyra misinterpreted his gesture and responded with a sharp, discordant tone, her own way of showing confusion. For a moment there was tension. Kaelen's glow dimmed to a worried gray, and Lyra's melody stuttered. But then Kaelen, with great patience, slowly shifted his skin to a soft, pulsing blue, the color of calm on his world, and Lyra, understanding his intent, softened her tune to a questioning warble. They realized their mistake and shared a laugh, their sounds and lights mingling in a dance of forgiveness. From then on, they made a game of teaching each other their meanings, turning potential conflicts into joyful discoveries. As their friendship deepened, they faced a small crisis that tested their bond. A solar flare from a nearby star sent waves of energy toward the station, causing the systems to flicker and the garden lights to dim. Kaelen, whose species relied on light for communication, felt a wave of panic as his own glow wavered. Lyra, sensing his distress, began to hum a steady, reassuring melody that filled the room with warmth. Together they worked to stabilize the station, Kaelen using his innate connection to light to redirect energy through the crystalline walls, while Lyra's harmonies seemed to calm the vibrating systems. In that moment they learned that their differences were their strengths. Kaelen's light and Lyra's sound complemented each other, creating a balance that neither could achieve alone. The crisis passed and the station glowed brighter than ever, a testament to their unity. In the quiet hours, they often found themselves in the observatory, watching the stars drift by. They would sit side by side, Kaelen's skin emitting a soft, steady radiance that mirrored the constellations, while Lyra hummed a tune that echoed the cosmic rhythms. There were no words needed in these moments. Their empathic connection allowed them to share feelings of peace and wonder. They watched nebulae bloom like watercolor paintings in the sky, and comets streak past like fleeting dreams. It was in these silences that they understood the universal language of kindness, a language that required no translation, only an open heart. One evening, as they gazed at a particularly brilliant nebula, Kaelen let his skin glow with a pattern that told a story of gratitude, swirls of gold and green that spoke of friendship found in unexpected places. Lyra responded with a melody that wove together notes of joy and contentment, a song that seemed to harmonize with the very fabric of space. They realized that despite coming from worlds light years apart, they were connected by something greater, the simple, profound act of caring for one another. Their time at the Starlight Haven became a legend whispered among the stars, a tale of how two beings bridged the gap between their worlds with patience and love. They continued to tend their garden, which now flourished with hybrid plants that glowed with Lyra's melodies and changed color with Kaelen's touch. The station became a beacon of peace, a place where other travelers would stop and feel the warmth of their friendship. As the years passed, Kaelen and Lyra never lost their sense of wonder. They knew that the universe was vast and full of differences, but they had learned that those differences were what made it beautiful. Their friendship was a gentle reminder that no matter how far apart we may seem, kindness can always light the way. And so, under the watchful eyes of a million stars, they lived in harmony, their lights and songs weaving a tapestry of cosmic friendship that would endure for eternity. In the quiet of the night, if you listen closely, you might still hear the echo of Lyra's melody or see the faint glow of Kaelen's skin, a lasting testament to the power of connection in the great, wide universe.